Chapter 1151, The One Thing He Never Expected. Sword after sword practically whooshed past Kuthrapali, yet not a single attack was registered. In the midst of panicking, Jiang Fei had failed to notice that Kuthrapali already stood next to him. He unsheathed his own sword and made a single slash. -6,057,841. -6,012,732. -6,042,145. -6,089,546. It was only a single slash, or at least that was what Jiang Fei saw. However, contrary to what it was thought to be, Jiang Fei had taken more than 10 attacks in a single hit. No, it was not a single hit, it was 10 hits. Even though each hit was not powerful enough to kill him instantly, the rate at which the attack was delivered was too much for Jiang Fei. He might be of celestial tier, but he, as a player, could never have health points like that of an NPC. Even with the 9 treasured cauldron, his maximum health points was only about 30 million. The cumulative attacks he received in that instant was more than 60 million. It then all became clear. Jiang Fei realized that whatever Kuthrapali lacked in attack was compensated in attack speed. The single slash was not just a single slash but multiple slashes of attacks stacked on each other. The attack speed was so quick that Jiang Fei's powerful cauldron of spirit could not even kickstart the recovery process. Ding! The token of the god of crafts was activated, instantly healing Jiang Fei. He was saved, but the threat was not over yet. So that's the effect of his primordial gear. Jiang Fei thought. The son of the earth, Garland, also had powerful primordial gear, but it was leaning toward survival. Kuthrapali was different. Although Jiang Fei still could not be certain of his primordial gear's effect, he knew that the NPC had the fastest attack speed he had ever seen. So fast that the almighty recovery speed of the cauldron of spirit could not match it. At this rate, Jiang Fei would be killed once more if he doesn't do something. Ho! You have more than one life? That's great. I do not wish for our fight to end just like this, said Kuthrapali arrogantly. Although his attack was supposed to kill his opponent, Kuthrapali was calm and composed after seeing that Jiang Fei was still alive. He merely smiled and charged toward Jiang Fei once more. Oh shit! Jiang Fei cried when he saw the incoming blade. At that point, defense was the only option until he could figure out a way to counter his vulnerability. Sword form, reflection. With no means of attack, Jiang Fei first retracted all the swords to form a defensive barrier. A single slash hit the shield, but the effect of countless metal hits could be heard. All the attacks landed on the shield and was reflected back to Kuthrapali. Jiang Fei was safe as none of the attacks came through and Kuthrapali had only taken a tiny bit of damage. Jiang Fei sighed with relief as he was still alive. At the very least, he was thankful that Kuthrapali's attack did not have any added attribute. If he was able to use chaos attribute like Jiang Fei, reflection would serve as good as a tiny sheet of paper against a cannon. Alright, come on. Jiang Fei braced himself. Playing on defensive would not do him any good since the shield would not last forever. Once the sword shield was broken, Jiang Fei would be done for. Shadow Barrier was extremely useful in a fight against enemies capable of killing Jiang Fei in a single hit. Technically speaking, the barrier could help prevent 3 attacks. Unfortunately, against Kuthrapali, who was capable of actually delivering more than 10 hits in 1 second, Shadow Barrier was just as useful as the sword shield. The Shadow Barrier could only stop 3 out of the 10 attacks, and the remaining that went through would kill Jiang Fei. Battle form. Knowing that death was actually swinging his blade at him, Jiang Fei had to play his trump card. It was time for him to morph into his coveted demon form. Shadow Clone Technique. Beside the Chaos Attribute attack, Jiang Fei also wanted the shadow clones that he could activate with his morphing skill. Shadow Barrier was pretty much useless in this fight. Shadow Clone was still able to save his life since he could actively and instantly switch his position with a clone. Unholy Desire. After Shadow Clone was cast, Jiang Fei used another skill to gain 300% increase in attack power. Paired with the demon form, Jiang Fei had gained Chaos Attack Attribute as well as Holy Attribute Defense. Sword form. Sword Dragon. The sword shield that was still holding up broke apart immediately, surprising Kuthrapali, who was in the middle of landing an attack. Jiang Fei controlled the swords to form a large dragon and aimed it at him. Puny attacks. Bring it all. Kuthrapali roared, welcoming the attack without even flinching. Jiang Fei had high hopes that the dragon would at least deal minimal amount of damage for him to stack Ruthless Barrage. Surely with Chaos attribute attacks, he could land a hit. However, the entire dragon went right through Cathrapoli, not dealing the tiniest amount of damage as it failed to register any hits. What's going on? Jiang Fei was so sure that his invulnerability could be negated by using Chaos attack, yet what he saw clearly proved otherwise. He had failed to land a hit even with Chaos attack. Chaos attribute was, if not, the best attack attribute in the game. It completely ignored defense, evasion, shield effect, and even invulnerability. This was the first time Jiang Fei had ever seen someone managing to mitigate Chaos attribute attacks. You fool! Do you really think that with Chaos attack, you are omnipotent? Cathrapoli sneered. Jiang Fei could not answer. He was stupefied. He had no idea what he could do now to fight this truly godlike NPC that was fading in and out of existence like an ethereal being. If Chaos attribute could not even land a hit, Dragon's Bane would be just as useless against Cathrapoli. Just what sort of skill does his primordial gear grant him? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Time to die, Cathrapoli roared as he charged toward Jiang Fei. Sudden charge. Jiang Fei turned toward another direction and teleported away. Rarely he felt this way, but he was incredibly scared of Cathrapoli. Don't even think of getting away. Shit. Jiang Fei was being chased relentlessly. The clone that Jiang Fei had swapped position with was immediately killed. It was a great waste, but Jiang Fei could not help it anymore. He was overwhelmed and, truthfully speaking, pissed. F***CKU. You want it so bad? Here. Have one on the house. Jiang Fei roared and sent one of his other clones to explode on him. Boom! The clone exploded, covering a large area which enveloped both Jiang Fei and Cathrapoli. -421,634,880. The heck? Since when have my skill gotten so strong? Jiang Fei pondered. His skill should not have dealt so much, yet the numbers did not lie. Jiang Fei had an epiphany. Cathrapoli could be only truly immune to all physical-based attacks but suffered greatly from those that were magic-based. That would explain why the clone explosion had dealt 5 times the original damage. In that case, if Jiang Fei detonated all his shadow clones on Cathrapoli, he could have dealt at least 15 times Jiang Fei's maximum health points as damage. Chapter 1152, Maluya, Reunited. MHM. Now I know. Jiang Fei snickered. Cathrapoli might be borrowing his powers from the primordial gear, but it did not matter since Jiang Fei knew very well of his weakness now. When he was immune to physical attacks, he transitioned into an ethereal state, which increased magic damage taken by 5 times. Jiang Fei was over the moon when he finally realized it. But reality slammed him hard when he had no idea how to properly utilize that weakness. The Shadow Clone Explosion skill was probably the only skill he had that dealt magic damage. Damn it. I should have picked up some magic skills. Jiang Fei scolded himself for not thinking about it. Right now, he had a total of 5 shadow clones. Even if he carefully timed the explosions, he would not be able to fully kill Cathrapoli. Curse you! Cathrapoli roared after taking a decent amount of damage from the explosion. With a snap of his fingers, he too created clones of himself. He had actually created the same number of shadow clones as Jiang Fei did, with each of them leaping toward their respective opponents. Jiang Fei was so terrified by it that it was a miracle that he did not have a heart attack. Tanking even the clone's damage itself would kill him. This is bad. This is really bad. Jiang Fei thought. Cathrapoli was only just an intermediate celestial, but his attack and fighting style was that of a high celestial. Perhaps even stronger. Die, human. Cathrapolis clones roared simultaneously and jumped toward him from multiple directions. This is the end, Jiang Fei thought, accepting the fact that he would lose the fight. He had never expected to face an opponent that could truly be his bane. 5 blades landed on Jiang Fei, triggering Shadow Barrier. Sword form, Reflection was still on cooldown. Besides Shadow Barrier, there was nothing else that he could use, even though he knew fully well that that skill was practically useless against Cathrapoli. Just when the Shadow Barrier was cast and the blades landed on him, a light barrier popped up on his character, taking all the damage, protecting him from dying. What's going on? said Jiang Fei after the attacks ended. The light bubble rippled after taking the attacks, like a bouncy trampoline. Even after taking so many attacks, the bubble remained unscathed. Both Jiang Fei and Kathrapali were stunned. Who and what had saved Jiang Fei? Big meanie. You are not allowed to bully Big Brother, cried a deafening voice that belonged to a young woman. Jiang Fei turned around and saw the face of his deus ex machina. What the, who? Jiang Fei could hardly recognize the woman who had teleported to him. At a glance, he thought he knew who she was, but it became clear that she had clearly changed. The young woman, probably in her early 20s, stood in front of Jiang Fei. She was dressed in a tight leather suit that was plastered against every inch of her skin. She was truly enticing to look at, but something about her seemed awfully familiar. Jiang Fei thought it was Maluya, but the woman's matured looks only reflected a little of what Jiang Fei remembered of the little girl. Did she grow again? Said Jiang Fei to himself. Based on how the girl talked and addressed Jiang Fei, the woman should be Maluya. The thing was, how could a woman in her 20s address Jiang Fei as Big Brother? He was still just a fresh high school graduate. Is that you, Maluya? Jiang Fei asked. Hee. That's right. I'm so happy to see you. I knew you would come for me, said the woman with the most innocent smile. Where's the lion? Jiang Fei asked. If the 10-headed guardian lion was around, Jiang Fei would have recognized Maluya immediately. That scaredy cat is hiding in the hills, said Maluya, pouting her sensuous lips as she did. Even though the guardian lion had declared Maluya as its master, it was still afraid of Kathrapali. It was still a member of the primordial celestials after all. It knew just how strong Kathrapali could be. The guardian lion had dared to fight Garland even when he was wielding a primordial gear because it was merely a gift by the mother of the earth. Kathrapali, on the other hand, was wielding primordial gear that belonged to the Windlord himself. The difference between a gift and a true killing machete of an elemental lord was huge. Kathrapali might only be an intermediate celestial, but his weapon was so strong that only the current 3 elemental lords and no other could fight him. That was why the guardian lion had not dared to follow Maluya to fight Kathrapali. The scaredy cat was so afraid of the intermediate celestial that it had forgotten just how strong its new master was. Maluya had defeated and killed the strongest entity in the entire game. The level 300 mother of the world. Who was Kathrapali and his primordial gear when Maluya had already defeated the undefeatable mother of the world? The guardian lion might have forgotten how strong Maluya was, but Jiang Fei did not. That was why when Maluya appeared, he could finally have a breather. He knew fully well that if the woman was there with him, he would never die. Move aside, little girl. I want to kill that adventurer. Kathrapali roared. He was not moving forward but instead stayed put. He could feel the aura of the Supreme Celestial from her presence and knew that she was an entity that he could not simply trifle with. Humph. Did you just call me little girl? Said the woman. Clearly, she was only a young girl at heart. Being yelled at was not something a young girl would take lightly. Humph. Move or I'll kill you. Kathrapali roared as he lost his patience. The only reason Kathrapali did not kill Maluya when she appeared was because of respect as a fellow celestial. At his peak, no one besides the remaining elemental lord could fight him. The ego he had then did not allow him to tolerate being treated like a fool. Without wasting time, Kathrapali zoomed over to Maluya and aimed his sword at her. Yeah. You're attacking me. I'm going to fight you, she cried. Instead of retreating, the girl went ahead to welcome the attack. A shield miraculously appeared in her arms before she raised it to block the attack. The sword landed on the shield but failed to do anything. Kathrapali started panicking. The attack that was supposed to kill Jiang Fei was blocked by Maluya. That barrier survived the attacks unscathed. If it was that powerful when being used on someone else, it would be even more so when Maluya used it on herself. One more. Kathrapali did not believe that his attack could be stopped. Who was this girl when compared to the elemental lords? He raised his sword once more and delivered blow after blow to Maluya. The shield she wielded that had stood strong against the attacks finally made a crack after the countless hits. Chapter 1153, Evolved Again. You shall be punished in the name of being ugly, cried the woman. The sky darkened before rain clouds came rolling in from nowhere, bringing forth darkness that was not the night but close to it. What's this now? Jiang Fei muttered. The genie of the lamp, Kuthrapali, was unfazed while Jiang Fei was frantically trying to understand what was going on. Since Maluya and Jiang Fei were in the friendly state of relationship, she appeared as a green marker on Jiang Fei's U.I minimap. As a matter of fact, since Maluya was a high celestial while Jiang Fei was only a lower celestial, her marker in Jiang Fei's minimap was a green skull icon. At the moment, when Maluya did something, her marker in Jiang Fei's minimap disappeared and was replaced with a giant green scythe. This scythe icon was giving off a circular aura that spread out like a wave. The effect of it could only be seen from the minimap as it was invisible to the naked eye. One thing was for sure, if there was something going on, it would be somehow recognized either by the naked eye or the minimap. In this case, something was happening, be it beneficial to Maluya and her allies, or a detrimental effect to the enemy. Both Jiang Fei and Kuthrapali were within the area of effect, and if Jiang Fei could not feel anything, Kuthrapali sure did. What is happening to me? Kuthrapali's voice morphed from that of a young, spirited young man, to a husky voice belonging to a middle-aged man. Just when he had the sheer confidence to defeat Maluya with the aid of the primordial gear, Maluya did something to herself and turned the tide of war around. Her aura upgraded from a high celestial's to a supreme celestial's. The supremacy aura that she was giving off clearly affected him. Jiang Fei was still trying to make sense of what was going on. He, as an ally of Maluya, was clearly not affected by the effect. What he saw happening to Kuthrapali made him ultimately thankful yet at the same time, terrified at Maluya. Kuthrapali was aging. Not only was he growing older at an alarming rate, his maximum health points were dropping. He was not taking damage. His health percentage was still at 100%. But the entire health bar was shrinking. Losing health was still something that anyone could counter easily by taking a potion to heal oneself. Losing one's maximum health points on the other hand was a whole other issue, as there was nothing one could do to stop it. "Whoa, this little girl is becoming stronger," said Jiang Fei to himself, admiring the fact that she was truly undefeatable. He had always believed that the girl was invincible, but only when Maluya activated her alternate form. Now, after not seeing her for some time, the little girl he knew then had turned into a fully grown woman with powers that could even take over the entire Dawnbreak world. What is her true origin? Jiang Fei remembered asking himself the same question he did a long time ago. The origin of the girl was truly mysterious, as no one knew where she came from. Then again, as long as he stayed friendly with her, Jiang Fei could roam the celestial realm without the need to worry about enemies. Kuthrapali knew that Maluya was an enemy that he could not defeat. As such, he stopped shouting and screaming, and started running away. Even though he had the primordial gear granting him the unique skill to be invulnerable to all physical attacks, completely rendering Jiang Fei's attacks moot, he could not afford to stand and fight the enigmatic existence that was Maluya. After a short distance of running, Kuthrapali flashed himself away. Being the son of the Wind Lord, fleeing was one of his best skills. How rude. You should at least apologize first for bullying my big brother. Maluya scoffed before she struck the air in front of her. The area which she had struck cracked. A dimensional rift was created and Maluya plunged her hands into it. After a little wriggling around, she snagged onto something and lo and behold, Kuthrapali was fished out of the rift. Impossible. This can't be happening. Kuthrapali cried, terrified at what he was experiencing. This skill was once used by Lucifer. Jiang Fei was not at all shocked that Maluya could use the same skill. As soon as Kuthrapali was dragged out of nothingness, his maximum health points started to drop again. Decaying domain. Who are you? Kuthrapali said something, and when he gazed up to look at Maluya, Jiang Fei could see the intense fear that was reflected in his eyes. Humph. Maluya gave him a slap to the face so hard that Kuthrapali was immediately killed. Kuthrapali, being a genie, burst into a cloud of green smoke. A golden-colored lamp dropped to the ground before it shattered on its own into countless pieces. You know too much, Maluya whispered to herself, audible only to Kuthrapali but not Jiang Fei, who was hiding several meters away from him. That's just insane, said Jiang Fei, oblivious to what Maluya had whispered. He was completely preoccupied at the thought of seeing Kuthrapali being smacked to death. Ehehehe. Big brother. He's so weak, said Maluya as she came up to Jiang Fei, jumping with happiness, much like a little girl. Ugh, Jiang Fei sulked. To think that Maluya would say Kuthrapali was weak, what would she think of Jiang Fei then? Big brother, where have you been this whole time? I was bored, said Maluya without batting an eye at the now dead Kathrapali. The woman was still jumping and fidgeting next to Jiang Fei, hoping for a compliment. I was back at my world, said Jiang Fei, patting the woman on her head. His gaze, however, was toward Kathrapali. Did he take something from you? Do you need to take it back? Maluya asked. Nah. He didn't take anything from me. He did have something that I want though, said Jiang Fei. He dared not confess that he wanted the primordial gear. That's all right then. You can have it. Take it as a gift from me, said the woman. She had not the slightest care for the primordial gear. Really? That's great. Thank you, Maluya, Jiang Fei croaked and quickly sped toward the place where Kathrapali was killed. It's a little shame though, said Jiang Fei to himself. He knew that the boss would surely possess many other items, but since he was killed by Maluya, dropping more than one would be an unlikely scenario. Even so, he would surely drop the primordial gear. Whether or not you were a player or an NPC, a primordial gear shared the same fate as a holy item, dropped upon death. Jiang Fei approached the glowing silhouette of Kathrapali and triggered the loot effect. A bright, pentacolored dragon rose from the ground. It spun around in the sky above the dead body before it roared and disappeared. Oh damn, this is more powerful than the radiant of the umbral daystone, cried Jiang Fei after he had merely glanced at the primordial gear. Heart of the Windlord, accessory, celestial. Attack speed, plus 400%. Equip, immediately attacks the target again after successfully landing a melee attack. The second attack will be a critical hit. Effect will only trigger once every 5 seconds. Equip, attack ignores 70% defense. Equip, grants the skill, ethereal body. Equip, grants the skill, soul haste. Equip, grants the skill, blessing of the Wind Lord. Chapter 1154, Isabella's Oddity. Why do I get the feeling that I've just got duped, said Jiang Fei after he had briefly glanced at the item's properties. With so little skills, he felt that the item was only 10% of what the radiant of the umbral daystone was. However, just as he was regretting about celebrating prematurely, he took a thorough look through the item's skill sets and gasped at its prowess. Ethereal body, forward activation invulnerable to all physical attacks but takes 500% extra magic damage. Ethereal body, inverse activation invulnerable to all magical attack but loses all blocking and evasion effect. Enemy would have 100% accuracy when attacking you in this state. Ethereal body was passive skill with no cooldown. Jiang Fei could practically switch the state of ethereal body on a whim since its effects were permanent as long as he held the accessory. It was powerful since he could switch the activation status on the fly when fighting against any enemy. Just by using this skill, Kathrapali could have taken over the entire world. He was only unfortunate to have met Maluya and her unexplainable decaying domain which truly ignored all sort of immunity to reduce your maximum health points. The worst part was the last one-hit kill attack. Not even Kathrapali could defend against that. Besides the switchable skill, the Heart of the Windlord had 2 other skills that stood just as powerful as the first. Soul Haste, passive effect, decreases all skills cooldown by 50%. Active effect, increases movement speed by 500%, immediately refreshes all skills that grants increased movement speed or are teleportation based. Lasts for 3 minutes, 1 hour cooldown duration. Blessing of the Windlord, passive effect, increases evasion chance by 5% each time you receive an attack. Maximum of 10 stacks. Effect expires gradually until 5 seconds after out of combat. Active effect, summons the power of the Windlord and creates a massive tornado, dealing damage to all enemies around the vicinity. Summon tornado lasts for 2 minutes. 1 hour cooldown duration. Ha! I got flustered for nothing, said Jiang Fei as he gave himself a facepalm. Judging from the item's properties, it seemed that passive skills were the highlights. An increasing evasion passive effect and a permanent 50% cooldown duration reduction were the main attractions while the active skills were just the cherry on top. Even so, the active skills were really something Jiang Fei needed as he could really use extra escaping skills since one of it could instantly refresh skills that were of the teleportation type and increased movement speed type. Like Kathrapali, he could just run away whenever he encountered an enemy that was too strong for him. He would no longer have to worry about being surrounded or even losing an escaping enemy. "Are you really giving this to me?" said Jiang Fei as he showed the heart of the Windlord to Maluya. "Of course. Don't you like it?" said Maluya, not caring about it at all. "Of course I do," said Jiang Fei, retracting the heart of the Windlord. He wanted it so much that he quickly put it on. With the accessory equipped, Jiang Fei was now ready to face any other primordial. He had better assurance to fight against them, and even if he didn't there was a means of escape. "I'm glad you like it. Let's go play now," said the woman. Maluya was so grown up that she was practically Jiang Fei's hot elder sister. Yet, like a little girl, she clung to Jiang Fei and wrapped her arms around his. Very well," said Jiang Fei. He had no idea where to go, but he suddenly recalled the creek in between the canyon, below the waterfall. Initially, he wanted to break into the enemy's base since Maluya was there to help him. However, after giving it some thought, he decided to delay the assault. He felt obligated to spend fun time with her instead of just utilizing her presence to do his bidding. Maluya was already a grown woman, and if he went ahead with his initial plan, she would learn that Jiang Fei was just using her. Not wanting any negativity between them, Jiang Fei thought it was best to nurture the relationship as a friend instead of a lackey. Jiang Fei knew very well that the woman was ultimately the strongest entity in the game. It would be better for him to be on her good side instead of bad. Nothing good will happen if he accidentally wronged her. As they played along, Jiang Fei was kicked out the game when the server shut down. It was already noon when he logged out of the game. Jiang Fei took a shower, grabbed something to eat, and made his way to the back of his house, where the medical bay was set up. 0543, give me a status report, Jiang Fei asked as he looked through the glass partition that protected Isabella inside the pod bay. All status normal. No abnormality detected. Before 0543 could finish her sentence, the entire pod vibrated vigorously. "You call that normal?" Jiang Fei roared. "Captain, I am reading abnormal readings," cried 0543, as if she was stunned by the sudden reaction. "Shut up. I can see that." Jiang Fei snarled. He plastered his face to the partition glass and saw Isabella writhing in pain. "Captain. All life signs are indicating a negative reaction. She is fading." 0543 blared. "Do something. I require energy." 0543 requested permission. "Use all energy crystals that are in my custody." Jiang Fei responded in a flash. After so many days of accumulating, he had over 1,000,000 energy crystals stored. A white light flashed from the ring and all the energy crystals that Jiang Fei had were used up just like that. "Insufficient energy, Captain." 0543 blared out again. 1,000,000 energy crystals was no small amount. Unfortunately, it was nothing but a splash of water trying to quell a raging fire. F***CK. What can do I? What can I do? Jiang Fei roared. He had literally nothing left at his disposal. Even if he started looking for more energy crystals now, it would be too late for him to do anything. "Darling. Allow me." Ariel barked. It did not take long for her to realize something was wrong. She was all the way across the house when she felt a sudden wave of panic coming from the medical bay. When she recognized the source was Jiang Fei, she quickly flashed herself next to him. She placed her hands on the medical pod door and injected her own powers directly into the pod. "Isabella's condition is improving, but we need more power to stabilize her," said 0543, sounding worried. Jiang Fei was so nervous and anxious that he could feel the lunch from earlier coming right back out. "What's going on?" Nina asked. The mess in the back of the house was so loud, that not only Nina, but even Sylphie, Shangguanqi, and even Si Tying came over to see what the ruckus was about. Jiang Fei calmed down a little and started explaining what was going on with Isabella. Both Si Tying and Shangguanqi sulked as they bit their lips helplessly. They knew that they could also provide energy to assist 0543, but their total energy pool was nowhere near enough. Even if they poured everything they had, it would only be a microscopic drop of water when compared to the splash that was the 1,000,000 energy crystals. "I can be of help." Nina stepped forward. She was a true level 5 metahuman, and if Ariel's power could, hers would be stronger. Chapter 1155, To the Moon. When Nina took over, the medical pod started working better and faster at stabilizing Isabella. Nina was a better energy provider since she was a true level 5 metahuman. Not only did she have a bigger energy pool, she could also draw power from nature itself. Seconds after she took over from Ariel, Ariel dropped to the ground, drenched in sweat. She quickly limped to the side of the room to rest and recover. Her usual pinkish cheeks were now as pale as a sheet of paper. Powering the medical pod had taken a large toll on her. 0543, how is she? Jiang Fei asked. Even though Isabella was not writhing as violently as before, Jiang Fei could not relax, not when 0543 actually gave him her word that Isabella was completely fine. All life signs are stable, but based on the current energy input, we would require more energy or else. Jiang Fei did not bother to listen. He knew what would happen if he did not give what 0543 asked. How could this have happened? Jiang Fei croaked. It should not have been this way. How could fusing with a core be this bad? He had absorbed the power of the core of will, albeit there was a small mishap, but it had not been this bad. Isabella was fused with the best core one could fuse with in order to survive. The core of life shouldn't be killing her. There was literally nothing Jiang Fei could do then. He was only a level 4 metahuman. Even though he could fight a level 5 enemy, the energy pool inside him was extremely limited. He was weaker than Ariel when it came to providing energy. In no time at all, Nina started to black out. At this moment, Ariel had only recovered roughly 30% of her energy. She could take over, but it would be over in a flash. Sylphie! Help me! Nina cried desperately. Me? Sylphie stuttered. Of all the females that stood by Jiang Fei, Isabella was the one woman that she could never get along with. Sticking her neck out for Isabella was not something she would willingly do. Sylphie, please. I'm begging you. Jiang Fei pleaded. All right. I'll try, Sylphie agreed, albeit unwillingly. She was only helping out as Jiang Fei himself begged her. If she stood by and let Isabella die, Jiang Fei would never forgive her. After having her position taken over, Nina quickly joined Ariel to recover her strength. Unlike the once graceful saint of the light, Nina did not bother to even sit dignified. There was no time to get comfortable as she dropped to the ground and sat with her legs crossed. Even with Sylphie taking over the task to provide energy, Jiang Fei was still uneasy about the entire thing. Isabella was still sucking in energy like a black hole. No matter how much Nina, Sylphie, and Ariel poured in, it was simply not enough for Isabella. Nina and Sylphie had lasted much longer than Ariel, but even so, Sylphie had reached her limit. Right then, Ariel, who had only recovered about 50% of her energy, forced herself to take over. Fei, this cannot last. Although we could cycle through the three of us, there would not be enough time between resting periods. In only a few cycles, all of us would not be able to provide any more energy for Isabella. Nina explained whilst panting, trying to catch her breath. Jiang Fei blanked out for a moment before he gained his resolve. Determined to help Isabella, Jiang Fei paced toward Nina and Sylphie and said, "Stay strong, I'll be right back." "Be careful." Ariel cried out. Of all the girls that were there, Ariel knew well what he was about to do. He was about to head out, alone. Even though she was worried, she was so grateful that the issue with 0542 was resolved earlier. If it hadn't, she would never allow Jiang Fei to go out on his own. Jiang Fei sped out of the room and zoomed to the sky with the hoverboard. "Come to the small island. I have matters to discuss with you," said Jiang Fei through the communicator. The person on the other side was Bennett Straz, the last person he would want to talk with. However, in dire situations, there was no one else that he could turn to. Not Han Tianyu, not the Martial Art Alliance, not the Chinese government. It could only be the unknowns. Only they could help him now. Only they had the means to provide him with energy crystals. The vacuum of energy in Isabella was so vast that no amount of energy on Earth, be it through conventional electricity, or even nuclear power, would be sufficient. There were ways that could truly satisfy that void. The first was being constantly fed by another level 5 metahuman. The second, using energy crystals. Jiang Fei knew several other level 5 metahumans on Earth besides Ariel, Nina, and Sylphie. They were all Grand Masters and Grand Elders of several martial art sections. However, those masters were never close to Jiang Fei to begin with. They would, without doubt, not lend their strength to Jiang Fei, much less agree to be rendered into a state of weakness when they were done with the entire process. The only way left was to obtain energy crystals. The only people he knew that had energy crystals were the unknowns. And out of all of them, only Straz and Z0-11 were allies. Even if he knew that going to them would be a suicidal mission, it was something he had to deal with in order to save Isabella's life. He had never thought about how Z0-11 would react to his request even. Truly, there was no other way. All right. I have received your request. I will come and get you, Straz replied happily. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived at the agreed location for Straz. Please follow me. Lord Straz will be with you shortly, said a cloaked unknown that had welcomed him. Are you alone? Straz asked when he saw Jiang Fei was pacing quickly toward him. The girl that had always been a bother was not with him. Yes, I am alone. All right. Follow me. Straz did not bother asking further questions since he was glad that the girl did not come along. He brought Jiang Fei over to a group of unknowns that were operating a large teleportation pad. After a flash of light and a light headache, Jiang Fei arrived at the oval hall that he once visited. We are here. Fei, what do you want to discuss about? Feel free to say anything you want. There's no one here that can hear us, Straz said, smiling as he did. Straz was crossing his arms and his finger underneath his muscular forearm was flicking subtly. Invisible to the naked eye, his finger was shooting out beams of energy. The energy soared through the air and circled around Jiang Fei's ring. Although Jiang Fei did not notice Straz's subtle movements, the ring did not respond. 0542 that had been trading information with Straz had been sealed away and the new 0543 did not recognize the identity of the new signal that she was detecting. I need energy crystals. A lot of them. I need them now. Jiang Fei barked. There was no time for him to dilly-dally. Huh? Energy crystals? Straz gasped. He continued to flick his fingers, sending out beams of energy toward the ring. Unfortunately for him, the ring was not responding to any of Straz's hailing. Chapter 1156, Hiding Behind the Curtains. I need energy crystals. I don't need much, only about 5 million of them, said Jiang Fei. It was a number that 0543 had provided. Is that so? Straz hummed. He had been attempting to establish a connection with 0543 but had failed repeatedly. Jiang Fei was desperate but he was smart enough to never reveal his emotions to Straz. Straz was also desperate since 0543 would not respond to his hailing. If he tried to delay talking to Jiang Fei himself might realize something was up. I cannot make this decision myself. I need to contact my superior. Perhaps you should talk to the leader yourself, said Straz as he disappeared from the oval hall. F***CKU. If it weren't for Isabella, I would not be taking this from you. Jiang Fei thought. Jiang Fei was careful, he did not allow any of his emotions to leak out. Even when Straz had left the room, leaving him alone, Jiang Fei still expressed a calm and relaxed posture. The moment of silence in the oval hall was both frustrating and annoying to Jiang Fei. He was in dire need of energy crystals and had no time to waste. A few minutes later, Straz returned to the hall with Z0-11 walking behind him. They were exchanging words with each other but it was inaudible. Then again, he could not be bothered to listen to what they were saying. Are you sure? Z0-11 asked. The two of them were still talking to each other, out of Jiang Fei's earshot. Yes. There was no response. Emicham. This is as expected. Even so, your carelessness had cost us dearly. What should we do now? No matter. This is not your concern anymore. Z0-11 shoved Straz away and came into the hall. Straz followed suit with his head hanging. I assume you were informed of my request. Jiang Fei pushed. Time was a luxury that Jiang Fei could not afford at the moment. Yes. However, I am curious to know. What are you going to do with 5 million energy crystals? Z0-11 spoke. His monotonous, synthetic voice was dull and emotionless, which ticked Jiang Fei off a little. At the same time, Z0-11 was flicking its fingers, directing a beam of energy straight toward Jiang Fei's ring. Haven't you heard of the phrase, curiosity killed the cat? Back to my question, will you or will you not help me? It's a simple yes or no question, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was so preoccupied with Isabella's issue that he was completely oblivious to the energy beaming toward the ring. The ring actually produced visible blink of light, which faded just as quickly. Not long after, another beam of energy was fired out from the ring, which was received by Z0-11. At that moment, both Z0-11 and Straz's eyes glowed faintly with a blue light. Even if Jiang Fei had failed to notice the invisible beam of energy fired between Z0-11 and the ring, he could still see the faint glowing lights that were coming from both Z0-11 and Straz. Yes. We will help you. Please wait here. I shall have my men gather the requested energy crystals, said Z0-11. Both Straz and Z0-11 quickly paced out of the oval hall. Alone in the hall, once again, Jiang Fei could not help but feel relaxed. It was a feeling of acceptance. He was only a fighter of level 4, standing in the middle of someone else's lair. There was nothing he could do but die should Z0-11 suddenly wish for his death. I cannot believe he's been keeping this from us. What should we do? Straz asked when both Z0-11 and Straz were out of the oval hall. Jiang Fei had played us quite well. Isabella was already useless to begin with. Z0-11 laughed coldly. I blame myself for believing in Isabella for so long, said Straz angrily. Leader, what should we do next? Should we just— Straz stopped talking as he made a gesture which suggested terminating Jiang Fei right there and then. No. He is not to be harmed. Z0-11's sudden roar caught Straz by surprise. Jiang Fei is nothing but a parasite to us now. Why is he allowed to live? Straz asked. I have my reasons. You are not at liberty to ask, Z0-11 barked before turning its back toward him. So, are we supposed to just hand him the energy crystals? Heh. Yes. But it's not going to be that simple, said Z0-11. Its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Take the information and send it over to the other party. Make sure they know everything about Jiang Fei. Straz's eyes glowed with the same hue before he nodded. I see. You are orchestrating this entire facade, Straz answered with a satisfying tone, as if he had understood something. That, said Z0-11 before it turned back to face Straz, is just the start. Go and make preparations. I will delay Jiang Fei for as long as I can, said Z0-11 as it walked toward the oval hall. Yes, leader. Straz immediately left Z0-11 alone as he headed toward the internals of the base to start Z0-11's plan against Jiang Fei. Mr. Jiang Fei. We will take some time here. Bennett Straz is currently assisting the gathering process, Z0-11 said when it re-entered the hall. Thanks, said Jiang Fei with a big fake smile. It was inevitable. There was literally no one else on Earth that could help Jiang Fei. No thanks necessary. We are allies. It is but expected of us to help each other in times of need. Z0-11 was deliberately trying to waste as much time as it could to stall Jiang Fei. It brought up idiotic topics of conversation that Jiang Fei found extremely dull and drab. Even so, Jiang Fei had to wait. He could not leave the base without first acquiring the requested energy crystals. Even if he was having a panic attack, he had to force himself to laugh and nod at Z0-11's nonsensical conversation. While Jiang Fei was as nervous as a mouse in a room full of cats, Straz was getting as busy as a bee. Straz was not getting busy gathering the aforementioned energy crystals. They were all already arranged neatly and was ready to be transported at any moment, even if Jiang Fei had not requested them. Straz was actually getting busy preparing a special route. He was going to spread the information about Jiang Fei, everything about him to the other factions of the unknowns. The other factions were skeptical about it when they first got hold of the information, but it was proving to be too alluring to let slide. Thus, since the unknowns were all androids, powered by powerful computers, seconds after they had received the information, the leaders of the other factions decided to look into it. After scanning the location of Winter Islands via a powerful satellite and a scent scout team, the information was proven to be true when Nina and Sylphie defended the house where Isabella was being treated. Isabella was the one entity that all the unknowns hated. How many of their brethren had she killed? Now that they knew that Isabella was unconscious, a sitting duck in a pool of water, they would never let this once-in-a-lifetime chance to slip away. While the enemies were readying their armies at home, preparing to launch a second attack on Winter Islands, Jiang Fei was still waiting for the promised energy crystals on the moon base. Chapter 1157, Desecrated. Armed and ready, the enemies crashed Winter Islands. Everyone living on the island was completely taken by surprise. No one had ever thought of preparing themselves for an intruder, much less a large-scale attack from a fleet of androids. Fortunately, the island had its own means of defense. Han Tianyu had an army of tens of thousands of robots. Structurally, they were as strong as a hollowed, withered tree, but they were armed with energy cannons. Compared to the invaders, Han Tianyu had the strength in numbers. 1 minute earlier, before the attack started, the skies were clear. Cheering cries of playing children, birds chirping in the air, waves crashing on the beach. All sorts of peaceful sounds were what filled the air. The enemies came without any warning, and in no time at all, nothing but explosions could be heard. The skies darkened as debris and dust blanketed the morning sun. Without delay, Han Tianyu ordered the robot army to defend the island from the unknowns, to protect the islanders and all that lived. The next thing he did was head toward Jiang Fei's house to make sure all of Jiang Fei's family members were safe. No time to explain. Come with me. Han Tianyu roared. Shang Guanqi and Si Taiying were tasked to protect Jiang Fei's parents since they were stronger than Han Tianyu. The attack came from one side of the island, but escaping from the island was improbable. Jiang Fei did not have any teleportation device set up on the island, and even if he did, Han Tianyu and his parents could never survive going through the rift of time and space. The safest place to be at was Winter Islands itself. To be specific, the back of the house where Isabella was being treated. Even though hiding behind the main target of their attack did not seem like a smart idea, there were 3 level 5 metahumans defending that spot. It would be safer than hiding somewhere else unprotected. Sisters, I leave the rest to you. Nina cried. Right then, she had just taken over the role to provide energy to the medical pod. She had to let Ariel and Sylphie attack. Oh husband, please come back sooner. Sylphie howled before she bolted. She was the strongest fighter in the island now, since Nina could not participate in the defense of the island. Ariel might actually be the strongest fighter on the island, since her power was the ultimate weakness of android bodies. Unfortunately, she was freshly relieved from the duty of pouring energy into the medical pod. The energy that was left in her was just enough to keep her walking and nothing more. There were other humans on the island, but most of them were ultimately only humans. The current strongest fighter was Sylphie, and she could only muster less than half of her true strength. Feeding energy into stabilizing Isabella had taken a great toll on all 3 girls. Fortunately, Sylphie had only been pouring the minimal amount of energy, just enough to keep Isabella from relapsing. If she had no qualms with Isabella, like Nina and Ariel, she would not have been able to muster even a quarter of her strength. Oh darling, please come back. Arg. It's best if you just don't come back at all, Ariel sulked. She was completely overwhelmed by fatigue. Truthfully speaking, the only person that could fight the enemies was Sylphie. If Jiang Fei returned, he would only be a liability, or worse. Sounds of explosions coming from the cannons were quickly replaced with sounds of crushing and destruction. All the robot soldiers that Han Tianyu had deployed were being crushed by the unknowns. They might have the advantage in numbers, but numbers did not mean anything if their attacks could not even penetrate the enemy's level 5 shields. A single unknown had the power to destroy multiple robot soldiers with ease. The other clear disadvantage the robot soldiers had was the lack of any strong artificial intelligence. They did not know the concept of evasion or even formation. All they were programmed to do was shoot at a given target until there was no longer any hostile presence. I wasn't expect us to be fighting this hard as soon as we were brought to this world. Sylphie muttered to herself as she was flying in the air. She took to the air as it was easier to get a better vantage point to spot incoming enemies. Jiang Fei's parents were still running away, and if she, being the only level 5 fighter then, abandoned her post, no one would survive. Why is gathering the energy crystal taking so long? Jiang Fei asked furiously. Winter Islands was under attack, and Jiang Fei, being completely oblivious to that fact, was still waiting in the Oval Hall, with Z0-11 delaying him from leaving the moon base. Something was wrong, and Jiang Fei could somehow feel it. The last time Z0-11 prepared 200 million energy crystals, it hadn't taken that long. This is different from the previous time. That time, we had taken all the energy crystals from the storage unit. Right now, we are running low on them. Your sudden request for energy crystals requires us to transport energy crystals that were already installed in the ship. Bennett Straz is current uninstalling them from the ship to be gathered, said Z0-11. Naturally, they were lies. Thanks, said Jiang Fei gratefully, as he believed the lie and even trusted Z0-11 further. After wasting some more time, Straz returned. Are they ready? Z0-11 asked before Straz could even open his mouth. Yes, leader. They are ready. Where are they? I need to get back, said Jiang Fei. There was a sense of urgency that leaked through his bark. Please hold, said Straz as he exchanged a subtle look with Z0-11. He turned around and a large carrier came in hovering from the other side of the oval hall. They were carrying the energy crystals that Jiang Fei had requested. Sorry. I'm running a little late here, so. Jiang Fei could not wait for the carrier to slowly hover from across the hall. He leaped forward and zoomed toward the carrier instead. Once Jiang Fei placed the ring on the carrier, all 5 million energy crystals were absorbed into the ring in less than a second. Once he was done, he turned to Z0-11 and said, I have something to tend to at home. Please send me back now. Without Ariel, Jiang Fei could not teleport himself back. He needed Z0-11 to send him back. Going back so soon? Since you are already here, perhaps you should inspect the ship's construction, said Z0-11. Right now, if Jiang Fei were to return to Winter Islands, he would surely be killed by the other unknowns. There was no need for all the trouble if Z0-11 wanted him dead. I'm sorry. I'm really rushing here. Please send me back home now, said Jiang Fei. He was in a rush because of Isabella and not because of the attack on Winter Islands. It'll only take a while, said Z0-11, still attempting to have Jiang Fei remain on the moon base. Just as Jiang Fei opened his mouth, he felt a shift in the temporal space around him. What's going on? Z0-11 asked, and it also felt the disturbance. Warning. Abnormality in spacetime detected. The alarm inside the oval hall started blaring. At that moment, the shift that he felt earlier became stronger. A rift opened up violently and a person dropped out of it. Ariel. What are you doing? Jiang Fei shouted nervously when he saw Ariel coming out of the rift with blood covering her face and clothes. Ling, please, save us. Those were the only words she could utter before losing consciousness. She was already running low on energy, and even so, she had forced herself to teleport to the moon to deliver the message. That was the last ounce of energy she could muster as she persisted on until she saw Jiang Fei. Take me back now. Jiang Fei roared with so much power that the oval hall reverberated and shook a little. Ariel was the only person capable of teleporting, and if she was already covered in blood, it went without saying that something terrible had happened back home. If his parents or anyone close to him were harmed, Jiang Fei would snap. Chapter 1158, Friend in Need. Z0-11 and Bennett Straz exchanged a look, their eyes flashing with blue light at rapid speed. According to Z0-11, Jiang Fei was not allowed to be harmed, and the plan was to keep Jiang Fei on the moon base until the other unknowns were done eradicating all of Jiang Fei's allies. Only then would Jiang Fei be allowed to return home. Things had taken a different turn when Ariel had managed to teleport to the moon, to Jiang Fei's side. Right now, Jiang Fei knew that something was going on, and it was not good. If Z0-11 wanted to retain the positive impression Jiang Fei had for it, Z0-11 could not afford to retain Jiang Fei any longer. However, Z0-11 could not allow Jiang Fei to return to Winter Islands since he might die. Send me back now. Jiang Fei roared once more. Right then, he did not care whether or not Z0-11 would hold a grudge against him. Even if it meant fighting his way to it, Jiang Fei wanted to return home. His family, his allies, his loved ones were all in mortal danger. All right. Bennett Straz, activate the teleportation pad, said Z0-11 after processing through its decision. The pad, leader? Straz repeated, thinking that his ears might have misheard. That's right. We will mobilize our own men to help our ally, said Z0-11, bitterly. Oh great one. Please reconsider this. Straz frowned as he barked. The other unknowns that were attacking Winter Islands were very much stronger than they were. Isabella was supposed to be their additional fighting force. With her help, Z0-11 could even fight all the way to the other unknown's base. But right now, Isabella was not even conscious to lift a finger. Moreover, she was now a liability that would cost them dearly. Jiang Fei himself could not fight properly. Coupled with all of Z0-11's men, they would not be a force to even put up a decent fight with the other unknowns. Enough. Obey the command. Z0-11's voice raised to the top of the roof. With this, Straz backed down and lowered his head. Everyone, including Ariel who was being carried by Jiang Fei, headed to the teleportation pad. There, via wireless communication, Z0-11 had gathered all of its perfected Supreme Android's companions. It took only a matter of minutes to prepare their arms and gather at the teleportation pad. When the teleportation pad was ready to go, there were more than 30 cloaked unknowns waiting for Z0-11's orders. "Leader, the teleportation pad is ready," Straz cried. "Are you ready?" Z0-11 asked Jiang Fei. "Yes," he replied as he stroked Ariel's bloodied hair. The man was ready long before Z0-11 even asked the question. "Go forth." Z0-11 ordered and Straz pushed the button to teleport them all down to Earth. The surface of the bottom of the teleportation pad lit up brightly and continued to do so until everyone was engulfed in that pillar of light. 1 second later, everyone vanished from the moon base. 2 seconds later, all of them reappeared high up in the air, on top of Winter Islands. As soon as Jiang Fei came to, deafening sounds of explosion rang in his ears. He opened his eyes only to see beams of red laser zooming from every angle in the air. There was one spot, where those red lasers were concentrated onto. Jiang Fei's heart sank when he recognized the spot. It was his house. The back of the house was being protected by a large shield. In the center of the shield was a generator that was plucked out of Braveheart itself. That device was the entire ship's main shield generator. Naturally, in this situation, it was used to protect Jiang Fei's family. The shield was still holding strong, even when it was being showered with countless of particle beam attacks. Even though the shield did not look like it was failing, the warning light on the shield generator was blinking profusely. The device was a battleship shield generator. Regular soldier arms could never penetrate such a barrier. However, there was one crucial weakness. It was running on extremely limited power. Every piece of technological devices shared the same weakness. Power. Once the power ran out, no matter how advanced a device was, it would be rendered into a worthless piece of junk. Whoosh. A gust of wind came, followed by the appearance of a person behind one of the attacking unknowns. The person made a move so fast that no regular pair of eyes could detect it. Her blade glided through the air so quick that there was hardly any resistance to it. In that instant, the unknown's shield had received a massive impact, or rather, a large slash. The unknown, realizing he was under attack, quickly flew away. However, like the shadow of the unknown itself, the person would never go away. The unknown might be fast, but she was faster. Once, twice, and after the third slash, the shield burst apart, like a bubble to needle. The attack was coming from a true level 5 fighter. A level 5 shield might be strong, but it was not strong enough to withstand multiple level 5 attacks as it ran on power. Although the unknowns never lacked energy crystals, each unknown could only house a limited amount of energy crystals in their bodies. Furthermore, to increase dexterity, each unknown had only carried the minimum amount of energy crystals needed to not hinder their movement. Even though their shield was more than capable of taking hits from the robot soldiers from earlier, they were completely unreliable against level 5 attacks. Unless they could find a way to replenish their energy at the spur of the moment, these unknowns would eventually be slashed and destroyed, one at a time. Pop! The shield burst off and the unknown was done for. Even though its frame was created using the strongest metal that they could find, it was not strong enough to take on a full-powered attack of a level 5 fighter. Now that the shield was gone, she made a single slash, slicing the unknown clean in half. It was a good kill, yet the loss of a single soldier meant nothing to the fleet of unknowns. Sylphie! Jiang Fei cried when he saw the shadow zooming around the air, hunting down unknowns one by one. He was glad to see her in the battlefield, but his ease was quickly replaced with worry when he saw the look on her face. Her pale face was only colored with the blood that was flowing profusely all over her. In a solo fight, a level 5 metahuman would stand above all unknowns. However, Winter Islands was currently being swarmed over by an army of unknowns, and the only person that could fight them was Sylphie. There were more than 100 enemies then fighting her. It was already hard to fight them all at once. It was even harder to fight until Jiang Fei got home. Darling. When Sylphie saw Jiang Fei, it literally took every ounce of her last breath to call out to him. The powerful assassin fell from the sky after that. The last of her energy stretched out too far, leading her to faint at the sight of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei zoomed toward the girl with the hoverboard and caught her before she hit the ground. Attack! Z0-11 ordered. At this moment, they had the element of surprise since they appeared on top of the enemy's fleet. If they waited any longer, they would lose the element of surprise and would be beaten down due to the enemy's sheer number. Blue beams started to join the light show of the enemy's red beams. A few of Z0-11's men concentrated their aims at a single unknown, instantly breaking their shield, killing them. Z0-11. The betrayer. You dare attack us, cried out a voice from amongst the fleet of unknowns. Press the attack, Z0-11 commanded, ignoring the taunt from the enemy. Useless fools. If you had killed everyone here sooner, I would not need to make a change of plans. Z0-11 thought to itself. Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to the fact that what had happened had been all orchestrated by Z0-11. Z0-11 was the man behind the curtains, the conductor of this entire fight. It was Z0-11 that had leaked all the information it had received from 0543 about Jiang Fei to the enemy. Not knowing that Z0-11 was at fault, Jiang Fei was absolutely grateful to Z0-11 for leading its men into a fight that Jiang Fei thought had nothing to do with Z0-11. Please hold the line. I'll be right back, said Jiang Fei before zooming away instantly on the giant sword that was the hoverboard. Sylphie and Ariel were both unconscious, resting in his arms when he went through the barrier. The barrier had an auto-identification system in place, which recognized Jiang Fei as an ally, allowing him to enter the barrier without disabling it. Without delay, he gently placed both Sylphie and Ariel down and let Shang Guanxi tend to them. Once they were both safe, Jiang Fei charged headfirst toward the medical pod, where Isabella was being kept. Chapter 1159, Ineffective Domain. 0543, charge it up. Jiang Fei roared, pressing the ring on his finger on the medical pod. A powerful surge of energy flowed from the ring and into the medical pod, powering the entire contraption and revitalizing Isabella. Nina immediately stepped back and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by fatigue. Unlike Ariel, she was not drained to the brim. It was very fortunate that Jiang Fei had made it in time. If he had been a few minutes late, Nina would not have been able to make it. Fueled with pure energy, the medical pod whirred and buzzed with power. Dimming lights were suddenly brightened up and Isabella's condition was immediately restored to normal. One of the measurement tools that read brain wave activity spiked up, indicating a conscious mind. She was about to wake up. Finally, Jiang Fei sighed with relief when he saw Isabella starting to show signs of recovery. Fei. We are not going to last. Do something. Bennett Straz roared. Z0-11's men were only there to help Jiang Fei to fight the enemy. Straz was extremely pissed when he saw Jiang Fei hiding behind the shield and not doing anything. The casualty on this side was not severe, but it would soon be. More and more of Z0-11's men were being shot down one by one. Some of them were fortunate as their internal memory chips were still intact after they had taken a blow to the head. Some of them weren't as lucky as they had taken a direct blow to the chest, where normal humans' hearts would be. That was where the memory chips were installed. Once they had their chips destroyed, there was no coming back from it, like death to humans. My dear, please take care of Sister Bella. I'll go fight in your stead, said Nina after taking 2 long breaths. She did not even wait for Jiang Fei to respond as she shot out of the room and into the battlefield. Nina. Sorry, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He wanted to do something but he knew better than to just charge into the battlefield with nothing but his wits and bravery. Z0-11's men were completely overwhelmed. To be fair, they were merely the reinforcements. If the main attacker remained passive, what could they do? By hook or by crook, Jiang Fei himself would have to think of a way to participate in the fight. How else would his allies reason into fighting this war? No one would want to sacrifice their own lives for a war when the general himself would not fight. Should Z0-11 finally decide to withdraw, Jiang Fei, Isabella, and the others would surely perish. The shield was not going to last much longer as the enemy's attack were not letting up. Without Z0-11's men taking the hits, the entire base would not last for another 20 minutes. Ariel was out cold, Sylphie was running on fumes, and Nina herself, figuratively, could only lift a stick to fight an enemy of metal. She had taken over the role as the strongest fighter on Winter Islands even though she could only muster less than 50% of her true strength. Ding! The ring made a light beep when all 5 million energy crystals worth of energy was poured into the medical pod. The only thing left to do was to wait for Isabella herself to wake up. Now that it was over, Jiang Fei's hands were finally freed. It was time for him to fight. "I'm coming!" Jiang Fei shouted to Straz. He did not have much time to think of an attack plan as the enemy had the advantage in numbers. The only plan that he could think of was to attack at random. He was hoping that he could destroy enough enemies to have them retreat. Jiang Fei was heading into the battle with nothing but his wits and bravery. He did not even have the confidence that he could defeat the enemy. Just when Jiang Fei zoomed past the shield and was out, he saw Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi trying to wrestle their way through Sylphie to join him. Sylphie might be running on fumes but she was still a level 5 metahuman. Her latent strength was so superior that both Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi finally gave up trying to follow Jiang Fei. Sylphie reasoned with them trying to further persuade the two girls from entering the battlefield. They were only level 4 fighters, albeit similar to Jiang Fei, they do not possess a unique domain ability. Jiang Fei even have the ring to protect him. Even if he was fighting a level 5 metahuman, he could still fight with them toe-to-toe without being wiped out from the face of the earth. The girls were just too weak, so weak that if they insisted on fighting, they would only be deadweight to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's heart tightened when he saw the pain in their eyes, for not being able to participate in the fight, to fight alongside a fellow family member. Even so, he was extremely relieved when the two had finally decided to stay inside the shield. With full focused attention, Jiang Fei dodged all the incoming particle beams. The beams of light were extremely fine yet bright. It was obvious that those thin beams of light were packed with intense destructive power. Jiang Fei would not dare to even try to take one to the chest. "I need a plan. I can't just drag this on," Jiang Fei thought. He was not infallible. He was still human after all. There was a saying, a man staying by the beach would surely have grains of sand on his bed. Even if Jiang Fei dodged 1,000,000 rounds of fire, he would still perish if he took just one shot. Arg! Jiang Fei roared from the top of his lungs and released his fury. Waves of energy was released, with him at the center of it. The wave did not stop spreading until it covered the entirety of Winter Islands. At that moment, nothing happened. The enemies were completely unfazed at Jiang Fei's roar. His unique domain ability did not affect them. What the hell? Jiang Fei gasped in horror. "Captain, your domain ability is ineffective against non-biological being," said 0543. "What do you mean?" Jiang Fei was desperate. He was only a level 4 fighter and the only skill he could use against level 5 opponents was the domain. If failed, he would be just the same as Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi. "Captain, your domain ability works by targeting the enemy's psychic capacity, disturbing them and forcing them to degrade from level 5. These androids are not level 5 by nature. Their powers are only similar to level 5 metahumans as their energy reading and weapon lethality were artificially powered to that extent. Moreover, they are machines that work through processing and interpreting data through computing. Psychic attacks would not work on them." Suggestion. You should let Ariel join the fight. F***CK. "I'm freaking useless then." Jiang Fei snapped. Right now, his only enemies were the unknowns. Every single one of them were androids. Unless he could figure out a way to miraculously extend his ability to affect machines, he would be useless in the fight. "Yes, Captain. All analysis leads to that conclusion," said 0543 without thinking it through. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If 0543 was not using a female's voice to communicate with him, Jiang Fei would have lashed out at it. "Shit. Now I understand. I've always wondered why no side effect had been exhibited after fusing with the core of will. So this is it. This is the F*King side effect. Jiang Fei thought. According to 0541's initial plan for Jiang Fei's original domain ability was supposed to enhance himself. The original effect was supposed to grant Jiang Fei unlimited strength. No matter what enemy he faced in the future, the domain would work since it affected Jiang Fei. Now, after fusing with the core of will, his domain ability was inverted, to affect his enemies and weakening them. Unfortunately, when dealing with special enemies, like the androids for example, the weakening effect did not work. Chapter 1160, My Name Is. Kill Jiang Fei, the leader of the pack of unknowns roared from afar. The ineffectiveness of Jiang Fei's domain ability spread far and fast. Protect Jiang Fei. He is not to be harmed. Z0-11 roared in retaliation. All the men that it brought along quickly formed a defensive formation around Jiang Fei. My lord, the energy crystals that we brought are running low. If we continue fighting like this, one the Z0-11's men reported. It is true. Please reconsider this. It is best for us to retreat. Bennett Straz chimed in. One did not need to be a supreme android with superior intelligence to know that the war was not on their side. The enemy had the numbers as well as adequate preparations. The enemy were well prepared, having brought along vast quantities of energy crystals for resupply. Z0-11, on the other hand, had only brought along just enough energy crystals for a short battle. The first few exchanges had already depleted more than half of their energy reserve. Z0-11 kept quiet. Its eyes blinked madly with blue light as he glanced from Jiang Fei to its own men and back to Jiang Fei again. In the end, it made a decisive call and said, "Hold the fort." Leader. You are going to kill us all for the sake of a boy, another unknown complained. Silence. Obey the command. Z0-11 bellowed with such ferocity that the one that complained shrunk away. You have my thanks, said Jiang Fei. What else could he say then? Z0-11 had willingly dispatched all of its men from the moon base to help him fight a losing battle. No thanks necessary. We are allies. Although this is making me regret making that decision, said Z0-11 with a weak smile. Jiang Fei wanted to say something in return, but the enemy attack had started growing more violent. All their shots were getting faster, and to make things worse, they were all concentrated at where Jiang Fei was. The big shield that was protecting Isabella and Jiang Fei's family were completely ignored. Leader, the enemy's attacks are only focused on us. Based on my calculations, we would only last for 2 more minutes before the shield collapses, said an unknown that was operating a shield generator. Leader. I plead you to consider retreating now. We are going to be eradicated. Straz stomped toward Z0-11's side and said. Again, Z0-11 ignored him and continued to stare into the muzzle of the enemy's cannons. Leave, said Jiang Fei when Z0-11 was about to make another tough decision. There's nothing you could do here for me. I am truly sorry to drag you into this mess, said Jiang Fei. Z0-11 had already stuck out its neck to protect Jiang Fei, and for what it's worth, Z0-11 had done plenty. If today was the day Jiang Fei would bite the dust, he would do so without dragging others down with him. Jiang Fei did not know that all of this was caused by Z0-11, the same person that he was eternally grateful for. If it were not for Z0-11 leaking all of Jiang Fei's information to the enemy, revealing that Isabella was severely weakened, none of this would have happened. As of then, Z0-11 was regretting its decision. Things had escalated too far and too fast. Z0-11 had lost many of its men, just to protect Jiang Fei from a stray beam. All of them were gone, and there was no way for Z0-11 to replace its losses. The opponent were confident in their attacks. Although they had not expected Z0-11 and its men to appear, it was all within expectations. The enemy leader had brought out the big guns, even though he knew it would be overkill to do so. He did not care then and was glad that he had brought more guns than necessary. Z0-11 might want to protect Jiang Fei, but it was likely that it would fail. Retreat. Make preparations for a retreat. Z0-11 finally gave the order. The war was over before Z0-11 could even start fighting. The strength of the enemy was just too much. No matter how many simulations Z0-11 made in its computing mind, failure was the only result. Retreating was the only option that would ensure their continued survival. Straz quickly leaped into action and spread the order to the other unknowns. Everyone, even Straz himself, did not bother to hide their relief when Z0-11 finally gave the retreat order. Even though they were all androids, their system core, or soul, was still that of a person. Even though they had gained self-awareness and superior intellect, they could not erase the fear of death from their system core. No one then was willing to die with Jiang Fei. At that moment of despair, Jiang Fei bade everyone farewell. The end was nigh and there was nothing Jiang Fei could do besides taking the fight somewhere else so that Ariel, Isabella, and the others could still live. Straz and the others had their own means of escape, by signaling the teleportation pad on the moon base to beam them back. Just when the shield that was protecting them was about to break, and Jiang Fei was about to sprint toward the other side of the island, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It split apart into multiple electric flares, covering the entire island like a cage. Oh no! Straz froze in place. What's wrong? Z0-11 asked. The enemy has created an interference field. We are all trapped here. There is no getting out via teleportation. Straz yelled. The literal Thunder Dome was created to disturb any signals from coming in and out of the barrier, nullifying any means of teleportation. Huh. Z0-11 the betrayer, you shall know death today, along with that wretched human, the enemy roared. Z0-11 did not bother to snap back. To be honest, there was no need for it to retort. They were indeed losing and a banter would not change that conclusion. The enemy's attacks remained relentless. The shield was still holding but the shield generator was blaring warnings. Leader, the shield will be destroyed in less than 30 seconds, said the operator. Stop the attack. Focus all energy into the shield, said Z0-11. All of Z0-11 men stopped attacking and quickly took their battery pack to the operator. Even so, it was merely stretching a thin paper. 50 seconds until the shield collapses, said the operator. Jiang Fei, it seems that our end is near. Before we die, I have something to tell you, said Z0-11 out of the blue. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. The end of near yet Z0-11 still found the time to speak to him. My name is, Z0-11 spoke slowly whilst attempting to remove the cloak that was covering its entire head. Just then, a deafening explosion, louder than all the beam explosions on the shield, was heard coming from behind Jiang Fei's house. Out of the mushroom cloud of debris, a silhouette zoomed out. Bella? Jiang Fei cried out with joy. Z0-11 noticed it and quickly stopped pulling back its cloak. Isabella zoomed out of the mushroom cloud and out of the shield faster than anything Jiang Fei had ever seen. Literally, in the blink of an eye, Isabella appeared behind an enemy unknown. Wham! The unknown self-generated shield received a powerful impact that its integrity almost collapsed. Wham! Another blow landed and this time, the shield, as well as the unknown itself was torn apart. The defeated unknown dropped to the ground. Even though its memory chip was not destroyed, it was defeated and rendered inactive. How strong, Jiang Fei gasped at the sight of Isabella literally tearing the unknown like a piece of paper. Right now, Isabella was completely conscious of her actions. Her combat power was stronger than any other level 5 metahuman. The source of her strength, unexpectedly, was herself, and not from being in the state of berserk. Chapter 1161, New Plan. After destroying one, Isabella instantly teleported behind another unknown. Similarly, after 2 attacks, another unknown was defeated as well. Confound her. Stop her. Aim all the cannons at her. Destroy that girl, the leader of the enemy roared. Even though she was not performing as violently as the previous encounter, which was what granted her the title, the Destroyer, she still portrayed enough destructive power to be a serious threat. All cannons stopped shooting at Jiang Fei and were instantly shifted to Isabella. 0543, how is she doing? Jiang Fei asked worriedly. All of Isabella's life signs are normal but she is now consuming a vast amount of energy, said 0543. Thank God, Jiang Fei said. Even though he was slightly worried, he was ultimately relieved at the fact that Isabella had recovered. Still, he understood that if she were to attack relentlessly, she would run out of energy and be exposed to danger. Begin the counterattack. Z0-11 roared just as Jiang Fei was about to turn to it for assistance. Isabella had successfully drawn the attention of all the enemy unknowns. Z0-11 and its men were able to stop channeling all their energy into the shield and focused on the offense. At the same time, both Nina and Sylphie had managed to recover a little after resting for a bit. The two of them proceeded to fight, dealing with only a small portion of the enemies. The tide of war had changed. This time, the enemies were suffering from casualties while Jiang Fei's side was trashing them hard. The enemy's formation was in a mess since they were all focused solely on firing at Jiang Fei. Many strays were brought down easily as they were not formed together behind the enemy's shield. They had their own portable shield generators but they were too weak to handle concentrated fire from Z0-11's men coordinated focused fire. Send one team to deal with them, the leader roared angrily when the number of casualties began to worry him. The small team quickly gathered together and heading toward Z0-11's men. Isabella was just about to run out of breath but was able to gather her composure, and she started to attack and defend at the same time. Isabella had only used her own brute strength when she killed the first two unknowns. She had barely even used her powers then. Now that she had decided to unleash her powers, no unknown would withstand taking even a single attack. It was a sudden twist of events. The enemy had already lost 4 unknowns in less than 10 seconds. Defense. Get into defensive formation, the leader of the enemy ordered. All the enemy soldiers quickly grouped together to form a large defensive formation. It was an effective formation as both Isabella and Z0-11's men could no longer kill as many of them as before. However, because of their tight formation, both Isabella and Z0-11's men were now able to freely move around. They could get behind structures for cover. The heated battle now subsided into a stalemate. 20 minutes later, Ariel woke up. However, she was now suffering from severe pain from earlier. Before she teleported to the moon base, she was completely out of energy, yet she had forced herself to conjure the last of her strength into teleporting to the moon, causing severe internal injuries. Even though she was awake now, she could barely lift her hands, much less stand on her own. Captain, Ariel is now conscious. I suggest you use the medical pod to replenish her energy to allow her to fight. Her powers are extremely potent against machine lifeforms, said 0543. Huh? Can the medical pod do that? Most importantly, can it still work? Jiang Fei asked. When Isabella joined the battlefield, she came in with a blast. Surely, the medical pod that she was in was destroyed. The medical pod was severely damaged but some of its core functions are still operational, 0543 clarified. What am I supposed to replenish Ariel with? I don't have any energy crystals. Jiang Fei barked. Right now, Z0-11's men were running on their last energy crystals, he could not afford to have them give them to him as it would immensely hinder their offense. Captain, look around you. There are many destroyed unknowns around. I have detected compressed energy crystals in their bodies, said 0543. Oh. Good idea. Jiang Fei said. The unknowns were still androids and they would require energy crystals to operate. Even their weapons and shield generator would have energy crystals. Even though they were destroyed, Jiang Fei could still salvage the energy crystals. Right now, there were only around 30 corpses of the unknowns. A small part of them belonged to Z0-11's men and the others were all the enemies. No time to consider that. I need them energy crystals now. Jiang Fei reminded himself. He unsheathed his Chengying sword and started sprinting toward one of the damaged bodies. The shield was long gone, allowing Jiang Fei to pry through the strongest metal alloy frame of the unknown. They were supposed to be the strongest metal but Jiang Fei was stronger. With a slash of his sword that was imbued with origin force and the power of metal, the frame was sliced open like a hot knife through butter. Pook! With a single pry, a small compressed energy crystal snapped out of its holding. Captain, don't forget the weapon and the shield generator. 0543 aided him, reminding to salvage every possible source of energy crystal. Right. Right. Jiang Fei proceeded to tear apart the cannon and the shield generator. How many do I have now? Jiang Fei asked after he had harvested from the first body. The compression rate of these energy crystals are high. The 3 pieces contains a total of 75,000 energy crystals, said 0543 after a short delay. What the F***CK? That much? Jiang Fei gasped. A piece of compressed energy crystals was created using a technology that Jiang Fei did not possess. If he had, he could have made weapons of mass destruction. Jiang Fei had a weapons factory, but he could only build fighter jets, battleships, and handheld weapons at only level 4 power output. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei could make level 5 weapons, but he lacked the energy source to operate them. Ships and jets could carry kilotons of energy crystals on board, but infantry could only carry as many energy crystals as his hands allowed. If Jiang Fei had mastered this energy crystals compression technology, he could theoretically create high-powered weapons and defensive devices. If he succeeded, he would not need to rely on the old farts in the martial art alliance. He would just recruit a few greenhorns and equip them with the aforementioned weapons and armory. Their combat prowess would be greatly enhanced to match the unknowns. Captain, please stop daydreaming. Please continue collecting energy crystals. 0543 raised its voice. Z0-11's men were approaching critical point, and if they run out of power, the war tide would once again side the enemy. Sorry about that. Jiang Fei slapped himself on the cheek to clear his thoughts. It was not the time to think about the future. He needed to win this war, and to do that, he needed to gather enough energy crystals to fully recharge Ariel. Chapter 1162, Tables Turned. As Jiang Fei was becoming more skilled at disassembling energy blocks, he could now collect them faster too. After about 10 minutes, he managed to collect all the energy blocks in 20 or 30 fragments. Although some of Z0-11's men were collected along with these energy blocks, Jiang Fei could not care less. These androids were not scared of death. As long as Jiang Fei did not destroy their chips, Z0-11 would not mind. Ariel, come with me. After collecting the energy blocks, Jiang Fei quickly rushed back into the energy shield. Then, he sent the blocks into the medical bay. Although the number of energy blocks that these androids possess differed, most of them had an average of 60,000 energy crystals left. Hence, Jiang Fei managed to collect a total of 1.7 million energy crystals. Although 1.7 million energy crystals were incomparable to the energy used to save Bella previously, it was enough to restore Ariel's combat power. Buzz. With the medical bay's high-speed operations, energy was continuously sent into Ariel's body. Although this was quite a waste of energy, Ariel, who received the energy surge, was obviously in a better condition now. Boom boom boom. Deafening gunfire could still be heard while Ariel was getting better and better. This made Jiang Fei more confident. According to 0543's monitoring, Bella was still in good condition at this time. With the power from the core of life, Bella was tenacious. She was way stronger than an average level 5 metahuman. Hence, even after such a long battle, there was almost no loss in her combat effectiveness. At this time, however, Nina and Sylphie could not hold on any longer. Previously, the two of them had not recovered much strength. They had no choice but to join the war, so they quickly exhausted the energy in their bodies and had to return to the energy shield to rest. Leader, we're almost out of energy. As the battle continued, the unknowns under Z0-11 began to run out of energy. As they came here in a hurry, they did not bring much energy with them. Yeah. We have to break the blockade. Otherwise, we won't be able to deliver the supplies, said Bennett Straz. The hostile unknowns on Winter Islands had blocked signal transmissions. Hence, Z0-11's moon base could not provide them with supplies as support. Only by breaking this blockade would they be able to get the much-needed supplies. Has the energy node been computed? Z0-11 asked. They had to determine the energy node in order to destroy the barrier. We can't contact the data processing center right now. With our own computing power, I'm afraid it will take a long time, Bennett Straz replied. Even though they were also supreme androids, the operating speed of their chips was clearly incomparable to the data processing center. We don't have that much time. Z0-11 said. In actuality, Z0-11 had been computing these energy nodes all this while. So, Z0-11 knew how long it would take to compute with the processors they had. Should I contact her? Bennett Straz asked. No. We have already exposed 0542. We can't expose her. Otherwise, Jiang Fei will doubt us. Z0-11 immediately objected. But where now? Bennett Strauss still tried to argue, but Z0-11 cut him off. Rumble. Just then, lightning flashed across the sky. Z0-11 and the others looked up. A girl stood in the wind, her hair fluttering. Countless bolts of electricity appeared around her together with continuous lightning flashes as if she was a lightning elf. Ariel, crush those energy nodes. Jiang Fei had received Bennett Strauss' request for help. Okay. Ariel nodded. Then, she closed her eyes. Through the induction of electromagnetic energy, she found the position of those nodes without calculations. Zap. Lightning flashed out from Ariel's side, instantly hitting an energy node that could not be seen with the naked eye. Buzz. The entire barrier shook. Although the barrier did not stop working upon the breakage of one node, its operation was seriously interfered with. Zap zap zap. Lightning continued to accurately strike the energy nodes in the air. Stop her. This made the unknowns anxious. Once the barrier was destroyed, Z0-11 and the others would be able to replenish their supplies. Then, the unknowns would be suppressed further. Boom. The unknown's muzzle turned toward Ariel. However, this made their enemies release the scarier Isabella. Ariel, let me help you. Bella said. Then, she crossed her arms over her chest and the energy in her body began to surge. Domain, power of the demon dragon. Following Bella's words, a dragon roar was heard. Swoosh. With the activation of Bella's domain, all the free energy in the air began to gather around her and an energy armor of dragon scales formed. Boom. In order to put more pressure on the enemies, Bella activated her domain. After she obtained her energy armor, she directly charged toward the base of the unknowns that was protected by the barrier. Boom boom boom. With Bella's fierce attacks, the unknown's large energy shield swayed. A level 5 metahuman was not a real level 5 metahuman until they activated their domain. Warning. Energy consumption has gone beyond expectations. Warning. The one-sided shield has been hit hard. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the shield will soon collapse. Damn. Keep her away. The leader of the unknowns frowned. He had not expected Bella's attacks to be so powerful after she activated her domain. Crackle. When the unknowns switched their target to Bella, she was forced to retreat. However, Ariel started to destroy the barrier. Since Bella had summoned the power of the demon dragon, she had the energy armor to protect her. It seemed like she was not afraid of the energy cannon's attacks. Although these attacks were as strong as the attacks of a level 5 metahuman, Bella's defense appeared to have been greatly strengthened by the energy armor. Leader, things aren't looking good. An unknown frowned. Boom. A bright flash lit the sky up. Ariel had completely destroyed the barrier. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Just as the barrier was destroyed, white lights flashed and 7 or 8 unknowns arrived along with a lot of materials. Clearly, Z0-11's reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 1163, Preparing for Revenge. Counterattack. Z0-11 immediately ordered a counterattack. Before this, they were outnumbered and this led them to be suppressed. Hence, after receiving reinforcements and replenishment, they immediately began to take revenge. Leader, what do we do? A hostile unknown asked while he fired at Z0-11 and the others with full force in an attempt to stop them. Well, the leader of the unknowns was somewhat hesitant. Although he led the attack on Winter Islands, he was not the main leader of the unknowns. If he lost too many of his men, it would be difficult for him to absolve himself of the blame. Let's retreat. In the end, the leader of the unknowns decided to retreat. He could not afford such a huge loss. Even though Jiang Fei and the others were suppressing the unknowns in return now, the unknowns were still relatively stronger. However, they did not have an obvious advantage over Jiang Fei and the others. If they fought until the end, Jiang Fei's family members would definitely die, but Jiang Fei and the other level 5 metahumans would definitely be able to return to Z0-11's base safely. However, this way, the unknowns would definitely suffer serious losses. Since they would not be able to kill Jiang Fei or wipe out Z0-11's force, the unknowns were naturally unwilling to bear this loss. So, fighting until the end was not beneficial to them. Z0-11, you traitor. You're in luck this time. The next time, you won't be so lucky. The leader of the unknowns roared, then he shouted at Jiang Fei, Verger Glider, you're pretty lucky too. But it'll kill you sooner or later, just like how my subordinate killed your women previously. Ha ha ha. Divine Light God? Jiang Fei was furious. Previously, Ariel and Bella died for him in the game. This left a scar on his heart. Hearing that familiar voice now suddenly ignited his anger. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Just as Jiang Fei was about to kill them all, white lights flashed. The unknowns and their equipment were all summoned away. Damn! Jiang Fei cursed. Captain, please calm down. He's provoking you on purpose. 0543 advised. I won't let him off the hook. Jiang Fei's eyes turned cold. He obviously knew that the divine light god that was now an android was deliberately provoking him, but that did not matter. Even though he knew it, he could not stand it. The divine light god had gone too far. The last time, his subordinate had killed Bella and Ariel in the game. This time, he led an attack and threatened Jiang Fei's parents. This was absolutely intolerable. Previously, when Jiang Fei was still at the beginning of level 4, he had dared to rush straight into Soaring Cloud sect when Yi Tianshan had touched his parents. Now that the divine light god was threatening his family members again, it felt like his patience was being tested to the limit. Since the battle was over, Jiang Fei thanked Z0-11. After all, Z0-11 sacrificed quite a bit to help him. Then, he went inside the energy barrier as he had to confirm the conditions of his family members. Fortunately, Han Tianyu had made a timely decision. The moment they were attacked, he had brought Jiang Fei's family to Nina and Sylphie. He had also brought a large shield generator. Otherwise, even Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi would not survive such an attack, let alone Jiang Fei's parents. Right now, the core of Winter Islands was completely destroyed. Countless civilians died from the attacks of the unknowns. It was hard for these ordinary people to escape the continuous attacks from the energy cannons. When Jiang Fei found his family, Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi were pretty much fine. Although the two girls were shocked by the scary battle scene, they were high-leveled martial artists. Shang Guanqi was also used to blood and death, so even though they were shocked, it did not affect them severely. However, Jiang Fei's parents were not doing too well. Although they had been kidnapped before, they were still ordinary people. The terrible war scene definitely frightened them. After Jiang Fei comforted his parents for a while, he asked Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi to take good care of them. Although Jiang Fei wanted to spend more time with his parents, he was too busy for that. Where's Han Tianyu? Jiang Fei looked around for him. Ah Fei, I'm here. Han Tianyu squeezed through the crowd and appeared. He was not in a good condition. His head was wrapped in gauze, but his injuries were not that serious. Try to fix this place up a little, then think of how to deal with everything else. Jiang Fei had given up on Winter Islands. Although it was his territory, he could not guarantee the safety of this place with his own strength anymore. For the safety of his parents and family, Jiang Fei planned to give up on Winter Islands and bring his parents back to China. At this time, Jiang Fei's misunderstandings with the military had been clarified. The military and the martial arts alliance had also established a relationship. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about the martial arts alliance fighting with the military. It would be hard if he was trapped in between them. Jiang Fei wanted to place his parents near Snow Mountain sect, so that he would have some help if they were attacked. This was even though Jiang Fei knew that the safest place at the moment was Z0-11's moon base. Moreover, considering how Z0-11 had sacrificed so much to help him in the previous battle, he now had full trust in them. However, the moon was not suitable for humans to live in. Jiang Fei also did not want to leave his parents all alone there. Jiang Fei also wanted to move near Snow Mountain sect because he had another thing in mind. He was planning on asking Z0-11 for the energy crystal hypercompression technology, then mass-produce energy weapons and equipment. As the unknowns had threatened his parents, he would not tolerate it. Therefore, he would definitely retaliate against them. He was going to arm the low-leveled martial artists with energy weapons and shields, then form a joined army with the Martial Art Alliance once again. Previously, the Supreme Androids had made the Martial Art Alliance suffer heavy losses. The martial artists had been holding grudges against these androids for a long time. So, Jiang Fei was not worried about the martial artists not wanting to cooperate with him. Now, Jiang Fei just had to find a safe place before mass-producing equipment. After that, he would join forces with the martial artists and fight the unknowns to death. Leave it to me. Han Tianyu nodded. Although he promised Jiang Fei swiftly, he was very worried. It was not difficult to rebuild Winter Islands, but after such an attack, it was going to be hard to recruit any residents. After all, nobody wanted to die for unknown reasons. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei went to look for Z0-11. After he properly thought of what to say, he was ready to ask Z0-11 for the energy crystal hypercompression tech. Chapter 1164, Z0-11's condition. Of course, after he found Z0-11, Jiang Fei could not bring himself to ask for the energy crystal hypercompression technology right away. After all, in Jiang Fei's opinion, Z0-11 and the others had been very loyal to him. They had readily given him 50 million energy crystals and even sacrificed a lot to help him rescue his family members. As Z0-11 was such a good ally, Jiang Fei naturally had to thank him first before finding an opportunity to make his request. Moreover, he had to be more euphemistic and not too assertive. However, if Jiang Fei knew that the root of all this was in Z0-11, he would probably try to kill them all immediately. After all, endangering the lives of his family members was enough to make him lose his cool. Such an act was absolutely intolerable to him. Thank you for helping me this time. Jiang Fei thanked Z0-11 sincerely. No problem at all, Z0-11 waved. He was still wearing thick gloves. No problem at all. Z0-11's words made Bennett Straz a little unhappy. This time, in order to save Winter Islands, Z0-11's men had suffered heavy injuries. Even though some of their chips could be recycled, some unlucky ones had to have their chips destroyed. This meant that they were completely dead. However, although Bennett Straz did not understand why Z0-11 did that, he did not dare to speak out. As the leader of this team of unknowns, Z0-11 placed strict restrictions on his subordinates. So, even Bennett Straz could not go against his orders. In any case, if it weren't for you guys, my family members would have suffered. Jiang Fei was really grateful to Z0-11. Ho ho, Z0-11 laughed, then asked Jiang Fei, do you need something from me? Jiang Fei was very embarrassed by Z0-11's straightforward question. After all, Z0-11 had helped him big time. Instead of mentioning how he could return the favor, he wanted to make a request. This was a little unreasonable of him. If you have something to say, just say it. We're different from you human beings. We don't like to beat around the bush, Z0-11 said. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not really know how to deal with these supreme androids. Since Z0-11 had said so, he had no other choice. Then I'll say it now. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. It was embarrassing to make such a request, especially from someone who had helped him so much. Go ahead. Z0-11's mechanical voice was toneless, as usual. I want the energy crystal hypercompression technology, Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. Oh. Z0-11 looked Jiang Fei up and down, then continued, if you want the energy crystal hypercompression technology, it's not a problem. But this was not part of our cooperation agreement. If I give you the technology, what can you give me in return? Jiang Fei raised a brow. He thought that Z0-11 would reject his request. However, from Z0-11's answer, it seemed like he had a chance. What do you want from me? Jiang Fei immediately asked. He did not know what Z0-11 needed now. You don't seem to have any other equipment that we need. However, considering that we have a common enemy, I can give you the technology, but under one condition, Z0-11 said. What condition? Asked Jiang Fei. I'll tell you in the future. Z0-11 did not directly state it. That won't do. Jiang Fei shook his head. Even though Z0-11 brought people and made sacrifices to help him this time, Jiang Fei knew that their motives were different. They were androids after all. They would not have the same goals as humans. Moreover, they were trying to take Braveheart away from him, so Jiang Fei could not rush into a promise just like that. Do you want to reject this deal? Asked Z0-11. Of course not, but I can't promise you something that I don't know about. You have to tell me the details now, Jiang Fei replied. Okay. After Z0-11 pondered for a moment, he continued, I want you to help me save someone. I can do that. Jiang Fei nodded. The person that Z0-11 wanted to save had probably been captured by the other unknowns. Jiang Fei was going to mass-produce weapons then get revenge on those unknowns anyway. He could just help Z0-11 save that person while he's at it. Deal, then. Seeing that Jiang Fei had agreed to the request, Z0-11 immediately took a chip out. Then, Z0-11's eyes flashed with blue light and the technology was stored into the chip. Here. Z0-11 casually threw the chip to Jiang Fei. You're not afraid of me going back on my words? Jiang Fei asked curiously. It doesn't matter. If you do, consider this as compensation, Z0-11 replied. Compensation for what? Jiang Fei was confused. We have to go. If you need anything, feel free to come and see me. Z0-11 did not answer Jiang Fei's question. Okay. See you next time. Jiang Fei nodded. Swoosh swoosh. White lights flashed and Z0-11 returned to the moon base with his men. On the ground, some android wreckage, used energy blocks, and dismantled chips were left. Clean this mess up. I'll return you some androids in a few days. Jiang Fei ordered Han Tianyu after Z0-11 and the others had left. The androids that Jiang Fei provided Han Tianyu with did not have any intelligence. Hence, they could be produced very quickly. As long as Jiang Fei took the arsenal out, he would be able to produce 60 or 70,000 androids in a few days. Don't worry. I'll rebuild this place as soon as possible. Han Tianyu nodded. Although the entire core of Winter Islands was destroyed, reconstruction should be pretty easy with the help of tens of thousands of androids. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Arrange a plane for me, I want to go back to China today. Jiang Fei was afraid that the unknowns would come back. So, he felt that Winter Islands was no longer safe. He wanted to move his parents near the Martial Art Alliance immediately. No problem, but is a plane safe? Han Tianyu was a little worried. There's a few of us to keep watch, so it should be fine. Jiang Fei frowned. Although it was risky to fly back to China by plane, Jiang Fei had no other choice. His parents were ordinary people, they would not be able to bear the power pressure of teleportation. Okay. I'll go and prepare immediately. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, he went to prepare things in accordance to Jiang Fei's arrangements. Chapter 1165, Maluya's Secret. Jiang Fei's family's migration went smoother than expected. Neither the unknowns nor other forces attacked the plane, so Jiang Fei's family arrived safely in China. After he settled his parents down, Jiang Fei went straight to Snow Mountain Sect. He had to talk to the martial artists. After all, he was not strong enough to retaliate against the unknowns by himself. He needed the help of the Martial Art Alliance. What? You can make us as powerful as them? Then let's kill them all. Before Bai Wanli could even answer, Zhu Tianfei slammed the table and shouted. Previously, the martial artists were oppressed by these androids. Wise people like Ganyang Zhenren and Bai Wanli could still remain calm, but someone like Zhu Tianfei had lost his temper long ago. Now that Jiang Fei could provide them with the power to take revenge, Zhu Tianfei immediately jumped up and agreed to it. Younger brother Jiang, since you're trying to help us get revenge, we should agree to it, but Bai Wanli stopped halfway. Yeah. Even though we want to take revenge on those androids, all the major sects still need time to recuperate. It's not a good time to join a battle recklessly, said Ganyang Zhenren. In actuality, it was not that these two old guys were unwilling to accept Jiang Fei's weapons and take revenge on the androids. They had just seen through Jiang Fei and had grasped his emotions. Although the martial artists did not know that Jiang Fei's home was attacked, they saw the anger in his eyes. So, the two sly martial artists could easily tell that Jiang Fei's hatred toward the androids was far deeper than that of theirs. If so, they could gain some benefits from Jiang Fei when they agreed to take revenge on the androids. What? What are the both of you trying to say? Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Zhu Tianfei raised his voice. Brother Jiang Fei is trying to help us get revenge. Why are the both of you hesitating? Are you guys afraid? Zhu Tianfei asked with a look of disdain. Well. Sigh. Zhu Tianfei had ruined their plan. There was no way Ganyang Zhenren and Bai Wanli were going to ask Jiang Fei for benefits, right? A straightforward and reckless person like Zhu Tianfei had ruined a good chance for them to benefit from the situation. Although their hearts were filled with unwillingness, the opportunity was gone. If Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren did not want to offend Jiang Fei and be labeled as scaredy-cats, they had to accept Jiang Fei's offer. Old Zhu, what are you saying? Why would we be afraid? Can't you just wait for us to finish talking? Ganyang Zhenren rolled his eyes at Zhu Tianfei. Yeah, old Zhu, you're way too short-tempered. What we mean is while it's true that the various sects need to recuperate, younger brother Jiang has spoken up, we definitely cannot cross our arms and do nothing. Bai Wanli said. Although Zhu Tianfei had ruined their plan, and he and Ganyang Zhenren had no chance to benefit from this anymore, they could at least flatter Jiang Fei a little. Thank you, both of you. Although Jiang Fei was sneering in his heart, he had to be nice on the surface. This was not the first time Jiang Fei was dealing with these martial artists. Although he was not as sly as the older martial artists, he knew their mindsets. So, he could pretty much guess what Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren were thinking. In Jiang Fei's view, he and the martial art alliance were only cooperating for mutual benefits. The only one who he could genuinely befriend in the entire martial arts alliance was the blunt Zhu Tianfei. After he put forward his intention to cooperate with Bai Wanli and the others, Jiang Fei started building a base at a place not far from the Snow Mountain sect. He used Planet Namex technology to create a large number of engineering androids. Even though these androids did not have much combat power and skills, they were very good at building things. In just a few days, Jiang Fei's base was completed. After that, Jiang Fei brought his parents, Shang Guanqi, and the other girls there. Since Jiang Fei's base was next to the Snow Mountain sect, it was connected to the Martial Art Alliance. So, if they encountered an attack in the future, he would not have to be so passive anymore. After these arrangements were made, Jiang Fei began to produce individual weapons and equipment. A large number of individual cannons and shields were produced. However, the energy blocks were being compressed at a slow speed. After all, Jiang Fei only received 100,000 energy crystals every day. As a lot of energy was needed for the production of weapons and equipment, not much energy blocks were left for compression. Just wait. I'll get my revenge on you very soon. Jiang Fei thought to himself after he made some calculations. 10 days were enough for him to make 100 or 200 sets of equipment. Then, he would equip the martial artists with these weapons. After 2 or 3 days of training, their combat power would definitely surpass the unknowns. Since Jiang Fei did not have to personally supervise the production process, he left it to 0543 and finally returned to the game once again. Jiang Fei had not logged in for 3 consecutive days, but he still remembered that he had to eliminate the celestial NPCs. As he was now planning to fight with the unknowns, he could not let them replenish their army infinitely. Therefore, as the production of weapons and equipment would take up to 10 days, Jiang Fei decided to take advantage of this time to completely eliminate all the celestial NPCs and fundamentally cut off the sources of the unknowns. After making this decision, the first thing that Jiang Fei had to do after he entered the game was look for Maluya. After all, Maluya could be said to be Jiang Fei's best bet. If he wanted to completely destroy the primordial celestials, he needed Maluya's strength. He could not do it alone. Big brother, where did you go? I've been looking for you for days. Maluya came running to Jiang Fei before he even started looking for her. Maluya, Jiang Fei was dazed the moment he saw Maluya. The 21-year-old girl had turned into a 27-year-old woman. She grew up again. Big brother, let's go and play. Maluya did not seem to notice her changes. She still behaved like a little girl. Okay. Jiang Fei agreed, but he had a bad feeling. Although Dawnbreak was a game, all its internal data was balanced. Only Maluya was different. She was invincible and immortal. In her final form, she was so godly she could kill everyone and everything. She was an extremely unreasonable existence. Today, however, a special thought occurred to Jiang Fei. That was, Maluya's invincibility came with a price. That price was her life. She aged faster than normal little girls, so there was a possibility that she would grow old and die faster too. Chapter 1166, Fishing Plan. Big brother, let's go and play. Seeing that Jiang Fei was in a daze, Maluya shook his arm. Oh. Okay. Jiang Fei got out of his head. For a moment, Jiang Fei thought of saving Maluya. He wanted to bring her out of the game and let her be reborn in the real world. After all, while there was a possibility that Maluya would age very quickly in the world of Dawn Break, her programmed settings would not work in reality. However, such a thought only existed in Jiang Fei's mind for a short moment. Maluya's origin was too mysterious. Even though Jiang Fei was still unclear about who she really was, he knew that Maluya was definitely not an ordinary NPC with intelligence. 0541 had clearly stated that as long as a female NPC did not genuinely love Jiang Fei from the bottom of her heart, it would never allow Jiang Fei to extract that artificial intelligence into reality. This was to avoid any unpredictable disasters caused by the loss of control of that artificial intelligence. Although Jiang Fei was close to Maluya, they had only known each other for a short while. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not understand her enough. There was no way Maluya, who was a little girl at heart, would fall in love with him. Therefore, with 0541's message in mind, Jiang Fei knew that he could not bring her into the real world. Jiang Fei's mind was a complete mess. Originally, he had planned to travel around with Maluya. Unknowingly, however, they arrived near the seclusion where they had once encountered Kathrapali, the Windlord's son. Jiang Fei had not intended to bring Maluya. As he was occupied with his thoughts, he became distracted and subconsciously ended up here. After all, before he saw Maluya, Jiang Fei always had in mind that he had to eliminate all the ancient gods. Big brother, that thing is strange. Maluya said as she pointed at the barrier of the seclusion in the distance. Jiang Fei finally snapped out of his thoughts. He could not believe that he actually brought Maluya there. Big brother, can you go inside? Maluya asked curiously. I think so. Why? Jiang Fei asked, confused. Last time, I tried to go inside, but I was repelled. Maluya pouted. Oh? Jiang Fei was shocked. It seemed like his plan to eliminate those ancient gods by using Maluya was not going to go that smoothly. Originally, Jiang Fei wanted to bring Maluya into the seclusion, then destroy all the ancient gods with Maluya's power. Although he would be taking advantage of Maluya, he was in a rush, so he had no other choice. However, Maluya said that she could not get through the barrier. So, Jiang Fei could not help but feel disappointed. It seemed like the game developers had struck out this possibility when they designed the game. The War of the Heavens had to be completed by the players themselves. Most NPCs probably could not get inside the home of the ancient gods. Although it's a little more troublesome, it's fine. Even though there were rules, it did not prevent Jiang Fei from exploiting the loopholes in the rules. Although Maluya could not enter the seclusion, Jiang Fei could fish the ancient gods out. He was a bait. As long as he could get in, he could easily lure the ancient gods out. Then, Maluya could wait for them outside. Although this would only work a few times as the ancient gods would not be fooled again and again, he could at least reduce the number of celestial NPCs significantly this way. Maluya, should we play a game? After making up his mind, Jiang Fei asked Maluya. Big brother, what game? Maluya asked with naivety. Although she had grown into a 27-year-old woman, naivety still looked very natural on her. I'm gonna go in and annoy them. If too many of them come and bully me, can you wait here and avenge me when I lead them out? Jiang Fei said. Okay. Bring more of them out, big brother. Maluya said happily. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. This was his first time entering, so he would definitely catch the attention of many ancient gods immediately. A lot of them would probably chase him all the way here. Go go go, big brother. Maluya urged him eagerly. Okay. Jiang Fei turned around, then rode the EVOL sky-gliding dragon and flew toward the barrier. However, when Jiang Fei turned around, Maluya's originally innocent expression gradually turned cold. She became expressionless, her eyes filled with something unexplainable. Swoosh! Jiang Fei, who did not notice anything, entered the seclusion. After entering, a scene unwrapped before Jiang Fei's eyes. The original small valley had turned into a vast plain. The map changed. Jiang Fei glanced at his mini-map. This was no longer the ancient celestial realm. Instead, it was called the Throne of Gods. Where did everyone go? Jiang Fei looked around. He could not find a single ancient god. However, he did not dare to go too far. If he walked too far away from the barrier, he might not be able to run out if too many ancient gods encircled him. As he did not dare to go too far, Jiang Fei kept walking around the barrier. Very quickly, an ancient god discovered him. Damn! A human being discovered this place? How is that possible? Or are you a damned adventurer? The ancient god who discovered Jiang Fei was surprised. However, when he sensed that Jiang Fei was only a lower celestial, he smiled. Today, he'll be able to contribute to society. Hey kid, you're dead meat. The ancient god laughed wickedly, then charged at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned after seeing this ancient god. He was not worried that this ancient god was too strong. In fact, he was afraid that this ancient god was too weak. The ancient god that was charging toward him was just a level 107 lower celestial. He thought that he was pretty strong among the lower celestials, so he was confident that he could kill Jiang Fei, who was also at a similar level. Jiang Fei was also confident. He could even kill an intermediate celestial, so what was an ordinary lower celestial? However, he was worried that other ancient gods would not be able to discover him if he killed this one. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to let this guy escape after bullying him for a bit so that he would report to the other ancient gods. This way, Jiang Fei could lure more ancient gods out from the seclusion. Seeing that the reckless ancient god was charging at him, Jiang Fei waved and the soul cutter automatically flew out. Then, it instantly split into more than 100 sharp blades. Sword form, blade dragon. A sword dragon formed. Following a dragon roar, it rushed straight into the ancient god's face. -16,874,210. -16,754,726. A huge number of damage figures appeared and the unlucky ancient god instantly suffered serious injuries. His health points decreased rapidly and there was no way he could stop it. Fortunately, Jiang Fei stopped attacking just in time. Otherwise, the sword dragon would have killed the ancient god. Chapter 1167, Maluya's Scary Irregularity. When the dying ancient god realized how powerful Jiang Fei was, he immediately turned around and ran as fast as he could. As Jiang Fei was fishing, he did not chase after the fleeing ancient god. He was now Jiang Fei's bait and his job was to lure more fish, optimally bigger ones. He should be back soon. I'm gonna stand nearer to the barrier. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he rode the sky-gliding dragon. The coming battle was not something that he could handle. The seriously injured ancient god had escaped to the depths of the Throne of Gods, so he would definitely lure a large number of celestial NPCs. If Jiang Fei was too far away from the exit, he might not have the chance to escape. In the end, Jiang Fei found a good position for himself. The exit was only a few tens of meters away. As long as the sky-gliding dragon accelerated, he would be able to rush out. After selecting a position, Jiang Fei split the soul cutter, but did not form a sword dragon. He planned to use sword burst the moment those ancient gods arrived to provoke them a little. Although the damage dealt would be negligible, such a blatant provocation would definitely anger those ancient gods. As long as they followed him out of the exit, Jiang Fei believed that Maluya would not let him down. The ancient god who escaped did not disappoint Jiang Fei. Just a few minutes later, a large number of red marks appeared on Jiang Fei's minimap. There were also a large number of red skulls. Damn! So many of them came? Jiang Fei was shocked after he looked at his minimap. Nearly 100 ancient gods were rushing over, and around 30 or 40 of them were high celestials. Subconsciously, Jiang Fei moved closer and closer to the exit. After all, in the face of so many ancient gods, Jiang Fei was a bit worried. It was a coincidence that so many ancient gods were coming to hunt Jiang Fei down. In actuality, these ancient gods happened to have gathered for a meeting. However, a seriously injured little brother of theirs suddenly came in crying for help. When asked, it turned out that a human adventurer had broke into the Throne of Gods. Such a thing was definitely intolerable to the primordial celestials. The ancient gods were already very embarrassed and the humans counterattacked into the ancient celestial realm. However, they were too busy with other things. The unknowns were being too aggressive. They had issued an ultimatum to these celestial NPCs, stating that those who did not want to join them would not be allowed to live. So, the ancient gods had no time to care about the adventurers that were entering the celestial realm. They could ignore the players that had entered only the celestial realm, but now, a player had actually broken into the throne of gods. They would not tolerate this. If the celestial realm was the home of the ancient gods, then the throne of gods was equivalent to their bedrooms. Now, to them, Jiang Fei was running all around their house and causing a ruckus. This naturally added fuel to the fire. Sword form, sword burst. Seeing that figures were appearing in the distance, Jiang Fei did not even think about talking to them. He directly commanded his sword and more than 100 sharp blades flew toward the incoming ancient gods like a rainstorm. Cling-clang. The unprepared ancient gods were hit by the soul cutter. Originally, these ancient gods thought that Verger Glider would immediately run, if not surrender himself, as there were so many of them. None of them expected Jiang Fei to actually dare to attack. Although his attack did not threaten the life of any ancient god, it succeeded in rousing their anger. Almost. Jiang Fei nodded. His mind was clear. Even though he was pretty strong, he knew his place. He was not a fool. Why would he have a head-to-head battle with more than 100 ancient gods? Go! Jiang Fei shouted as he tugged the EVOL. Sky-gliding dragon's reign. Then, he accelerated. Before those ancient gods could teleport near him, he already rushed out of the exit. Chase him. They were ready to torture Jiang Fei. However, before they arrived, Jiang Fei attacked them. Although they were not injured by the attack, they became mad. No one had ever provoked them like this before. So, all of them were furious. When Jiang Fei escaped from the seclusion, the ancient gods rushed out without even thinking twice. Maluya, I'll leave it to you. After Jiang Fei rushed out, he immediately spotted Maluya not far off. The girl was looking at him innocently, as if she was welcoming a hero home. Don't worry, big brother. Maluya smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. Then, she walked a few steps in front. However, the 10-headed guardian lion beside her was so terrified that it was trembling. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. White lights flashed. The angry ancient gods had rushed out of the barrier. Don't let him run. Chase him. Trust me, you won't make it back to the suppression region. Yeah. You adventurers aren't afraid of death, right? Let me see how many times you can die. After the ancient gods rushed out of the throne of gods, they did not pay attention to Maluya who was in front of them. Instead, they directly chased Jiang Fei. They were cursing at him continuously. It seemed like they hated Jiang Fei to the core. Swoosh. While the ancient gods decided to ignore Maluya and continue hunting Jiang Fei down, a faint light shrouded them. Obviously, Maluya, who had been neglected by these ancient gods, had started to attack. *T. What's going on? How can this be? Is this? Just as these ancient gods started to panic, Jiang Fei noticed that their health points had begun to decrease rapidly. At the same time, they began to age and all their attributes began to decrease. Decaying domain. Finally, an ancient god said the name of this domain. Decaying domain? This was the first time that Jiang Fei heard its name. Previously, when Maluya rescued Jiang Fei, Kuthrapali had said the name of the domain, but Jiang Fei did not hear it. Kuthrapali did not even have time to say any more than that after it broke as Maluya killed him almost instantly. *T. It's her. Everyone run. Return to the throne of gods. Why is she here? Run. When the decaying domain broke as someone said its name, these ancient gods became frantic. They gave up the chase and ran back to the barrier as fast as they could. Damn. You're still alive. You're. Everyone, run. She's. Whenever these ancient gods tried to say Maluya's name, they would explode suddenly. Maluya did not even do anything special. It seemed like anyone who said her real name would be condemned to death. Who is she, really? Jiang Fei became even more confused. He never thought that someone could be that strong. So strong that anyone would immediately explode and die if they tried to say her name. Her power had completely exceeded Jiang Fei's knowledge and imagination. Chapter 1168, Who are you, really? When those that almost uttered Malia's name got destroyed almost instantly, those that survived kept their mouths shut. There were those that knew Malia's real identity. However, due to the threat of being annihilated, they kept away from her, as far as they could. The others were completely clueless to what and who Malia was, to what the decaying domain was. If not all primordial celestials knew who Malia was, Jiang Fei, a player, would surely be clueless. To be honest, when he was about to figure out who Malia was, the reactions of the other primordial celestials provided further clues, raising more questions than answers. Even though he was craving to have his questions answered, his attention was more focused on the battlefield than on Malia. He was watching how the primordial celestials were being rendered debilitated. There was nothing they could do but despair. The few primordials that knew who Malia was, portrayed a similar expression that Jiang Fei knew too well. It was the same expression when Jiang Fei was about to deliver the killing blow to his enemies, the expression of intense fear. Although it varied from primordial to primordial, most of them were showing the same fear. Like how a defenseless lamb was being cornered by a pack of hungry wolves, a creeping sense of despair when escape was impossible. Malia's domain of decay was not that big, but when the primordials tried to escape via instant teleportation, Malia would appear behind them like their own shadow. Every one of them would go through the same process. They would start by running away, followed by Malia chasing them relentlessly, and it ended with them accepting their deaths. Please. Mercy. Don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. Please let me live. Mercy. Have mercy. Only those that did not know who Malia was started to plead, to appeal to her compassion. While pleading, they were careful enough to not even mention her name, else they would end up dying instantly. They could plea, they could beg, but Malia did not show a single shred of mercy to the NPCs. When all of that was happening, she was facing her back to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could not see how Malia was actually smiling, both eerily and sinisterly. It was a smile that Jiang Fei himself had made before, the smile of a killer that had nothing to lose, nothing to feel remorseful about. Just end my life. Stop torturing me. Kill me now. Spare me the torture. As long as it seems, those that could no longer take it finally crumbled. Death was but the end of the entire process of dying slowly. The pain of being tortured slowly by Malia was greater than actually dying. In the end, those who knew Malia's real name ended their lives. Even though they did not utter their name, the intention was there, and somehow, Malia knew it and activated some sort of skill which instantly made their body burst into smithereens. Those that did not know her real name had to suffer the entire process. They did not even have the chance to commit suicide. What the hell? This is torture on a whole other level, said Jiang Fei, overwhelmed by fear as well. Kill me. Please. Just kill me now. Oh, adventurer. I am but weak now. Come and kill me. End my life. Isn't that what you all crave for? Kill me and claim your prize. That's right. Kill me first. The surviving primordial celestials noticed Jiang Fei's presence and quickly turned to him, begging him to kill them instead of being forced to endure Malia's torturing. All eyes were glued to him now. Jiang Fei was stumped. He had no idea he would be hearing a primordial begging him to end their lives. Honestly, Jiang Fei was more than willing to kill them since he could earn experience points as well as loot, not to mention increasing the stack count of his title effect. However, Jiang Fei held back. Even though killing them would benefit him, something about the entire thing did not seem right. If it was Jiang Fei a few months back, Jiang Fei would have already participated in the killings than wait at the side to see the spectacle. He was hesitant today. Something about Malia did not reflect her usual self. Malia might have stained her hands before, but this Malia, the one that presented herself today, was merciless. It felt wrong. She was enjoying it. The entire thing was wrong. Hence, even though the temptation was there, Jiang Fei kept himself away. A few minutes of grunting, wailing, and squealing, all the primordial celestials were dead. Their bodies turned into a pile of dust. All it took was a gentle breeze to scatter their remains. Malia turned around, smiling innocently at Jiang Fei, the same kind when she was just a little girl. Big brother. I won. I won, the woman cried and cheered as she hopped, skipped, and jumped towards Jiang Fei. Out of habit, perhaps due to the feeling of alienation, Jiang Fei retreated away from Maluya. It was subtle as Jiang Fei had only taken a step back, yet Maluya noticed it. "What's wrong?" she asked, cocking her head like a curious little girl. "Ah. Nothing. I was just—" "The ground was uneven," said Jiang Fei hastily. Even though he knew, deep down, that Maluya was the same girl she was before, he could not help but think that the woman that was standing in front of him, gazing into his eyes innocently, was terrifying. "Where should we go next?" she asked with a gentle smile. "We should." Jiang Fei stopped to think for a moment. Right now, even though Maluya had killed so many primordials that Jiang Fei had lost count, there should be more of them scattered around the realm. There were still the 3 elemental lords that were still around. Based on what he remembered, Yezi had provided with an exact number of primordials. Initially, there were a total of 1024 primordials. After the first war of the heavens, over 300 primordial celestials were killed. Hence, there should be no more than 700 left. Amongst the 700, a good number of them, like Z0-11, had been taken out of the game to join the unknowns. Although there were no numbers provided, Jiang Fei estimated there should be around 300 primordials left in the game. Today's massacre should have been a massive blow to them. Jiang Fei himself had killed several primordials, but those numbers were too little to even matter. All in all, there should be over 100 of them left in the game, whether or not they were still hiding in the throne of gods. "We should just head back," said Jiang Fei. Even if there were still primordials out there, or even in the throne of gods, it was certain that they would not be cheated to come out again. Just who is this girl? Jiang Fei thought. Set aside the matter about the primordials, Jiang Fei was seriously considering to investigate what and who was Maluya. "Maluya? Who are you, really?" Jiang Fei asked after finally gathering all his courage. Chapter 1169, All the Celestials Must Die. "Why do you ask?" Maluya cocked her head again innocently with a puzzled face. "I'm just curious. Can you tell me? Please?" Jiang Fei pleaded. It could not get any more obvious that Maluya was no longer the same little girl as before. If she decided that Jiang Fei was a target, there was nothing Jiang Fei could do but to accept his death. "Maluya. Miluya," said the girl, exclaiming each syllable clearly. It was a far cry from when she was killing the primordials mercilessly. "I see," Jiang Fei accepted her answer with a simple reply. It could be for 2 reasons, either she did not know who she was herself, or she did and decided firmly that it should be a secret. It did not matter then. Maluya's answer had cemented Jiang Fei's decision to not pry further about it. Back at the safe zone, where players gathered, Jiang Fei noticed that Maluya, who once did not want to enter the barrier, had followed him in. "Maluya," said Jiang Fei but stopped. He wanted to say, "Aren't you afraid of being synced down to the player's level?" He stopped abruptly when he noticed Maluya had actually entered the safe zone. Her status was not synced as she remained at the high celestial tier status. How is that possible? Jiang Fei thought. The barrier was made by none other than Yezi, and he explained clearly that all NPCs, be it the elemental lords or even Jiang Fei himself, would be downgraded to only overlord tier. The barrier was a place where players could form a fort to attack. Without the barrier, bring one of the elemental lords and everyone would be killed. Yet somehow, the barrier was not working. Maluya still maintained her status as a high celestial when she stepped into the barrier. Did the barrier failed? No. It did not. Jiang Fei checked his own attribute and saw it clearly. He was now only an overlord, and all of the skills and effects coming from celestial tier were grayed out. Just who is this girl? Jiang Fei asked himself again. Even if he was dying to know, he had already accepted the fact that it would be impossible to force Maluya to reveal her true identity. If he tried, he might actually anger her, and no one in the entire game could stop her. Back in the safe zone, Jiang Fei stopped to think. He had eliminated almost half of the fighting force of the primordials, even though it was mostly achieved by Maluya, reducing their overall combat force. Even though the primordials were likely to be hiding in the throne of gods, Jiang Fei still had much to do. A while back, Jiang Fei came up with a method to complete his task. The first was to bait all the primordials into the main world and have the final war there. The other method was to reduce their overall numbers and persuade the human NPCs to bring the war to the primordials instead. After the war in Winter Islands, Jiang Fei learned the hard truth that his family will never be truly safe. It gave Jiang Fei a sense of urgency. Even though many human NPCs were in good terms with Jiang Fei, he could not guarantee that all of them would remain friendly with him once they were taken out of the game. Hence, to prevent the increasing threat of the unknowns, Jiang Fei would have to make the human NPCs to go to war. It was all accordance to 0541's message: all celestial tier NPCs and higher must die. How am I going back? Jiang Fei asked himself. The teleportation circle was a one-way means of travel. Coming into the primordial realm was easy, but going back was hard. Jiang Fei had unknowingly uttered his thoughts out loud. Maluya, who was standing next to him, heard it and asked, "Big brother, where do you want to go?" "I'm supposed to go back to the main world, but this teleportation circle doesn't work that way," said Jiang Fei on a spur. "Oh. This is an easy job for me," cried Maluya. She waved her hands, and after a hallowed mist formed, a teleportation portal appeared right in front of Jiang Fei. "What is this?" Jiang Fei stammered. "This portal leads to the main world. You can open a portal between realms?" Jiang Fei exclaimed. To think that even Yezi had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into building a teleportation circle when Maluya had done it easily with a wave of her hand. It was a proclamation, a statement of power. "I just learned how to do this," said the girl, puffing her voluptuous bosom out like a girl who had just picked up potty training. "Would you like to come with me?" Jiang Fei asked. "Can I?" "Yee-pee." Maluya cheered happily and jumped into the portal with Jiang Fei. What on earth is she? Is she a blessing in disguise? Or an omen to the apocalypse? Jiang Fei asked himself, praying that it was not the latter. As soon as Jiang Fei came to the main world, he activated the Moonstar Orb and appeared immediately in the heavens realm. In the next second, a bright light flashed beside Jiang Fei and Maluya came out screaming at him. "Wah! Big brother! You moved so fast. I almost lost you," cried the woman. "What power," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Maluya could still track him down even with instant teleportation. If she decided to mark a target, there was no place in the entire game that one could hide from her. "Follow me," said Jiang Fei with a straight face, masking his fear. He brought Maluya along with him, to where Yetzi's office was. "Ah Fei? Why are you here? Did something went wrong in the primordial realm?" Zhao Seng prompted when Jiang Fei was on his way to meet Yezi. "Nothing wrong. In fact, everything is going smoothly." "Well then, how did you die?" Zhao Sheng asked. The teleportation circle was a one-way trip. The only way to come back to the main world was to die in the primordial realm and revive back in the main world. "I didn't. It's a long story. I'll explain it later when I met with Master," said Jiang Fei as he continued walking. "That should be interesting." "Alright, I'll play along," said Zhao Sheng and quickly joined the parade. The three of them entered Yetzi's palace. When Jiang Fei entered, Yezi was seen writing something on a piece of parchment. "Brother! Look who's back so early!" Zhao Sheng exclaimed loudly. "Pipe down. Can't you see him trying to devise a way to overthrow the primordials?" Yezi barked. Just as he raised his head, he saw Jiang Fei and arched an eyebrow. "Ah Fei? Why are you here? Did you got yourself beaten to death by the primordials?" he asked. Both Yezi and Zhao Sheng shared the same thought when it came to how Jiang Fei had managed to return to the main world. It was a valid question to ask since the only way to return was to die once. Even when Jiang Fei was a player, or an adventurer from NPC's point of view, dying once just to return was not a viable attempt. Chapter 1170, Senseless Slaughter. Master, I. Just as Jiang Fei was about to continue, the unthinkable happened. Boom! Powerful energies quickly circled and wrapped itself around Jiang Fei's body at a speed that left him with no time to react. It did nothing malicious or invasive and merely flung him far away from where he was. Maluya, who was just next to Jiang Fei, slowly levitated to the middle of the sky. Her hair was floating without any wind, and dreadful energy pulses emanated outwards and shook the surroundings with her at its epicenter. The energies stretched out far and wide, covering every inch of the land, and soon, the entirety of Heaven's realm was under Maluya's domain of decay. "Maluya, what are you doing?" Jiang Fei screamed out in shock. His entire body was covered in a faint golden glow that acted as a barrier, shielding him from the decaying effects of her attack. Jiang Fei's cries seemed to have fallen on deaf ears as Maluya was just hanging there silently in mid-air, not even giving him as much as a glance. Impudent! Who are you? Zhao Xing bellowed, with fury coursing through every syllable of his words. The Celestial jabbed at the air with the silver spear in his hand, firing a silver beam attack at the levitating girl. Ho. Who am I is of little importance. What's important right now, is that all of you must die. Maluya's lips curled upwards into a sinister smile. Right before Zhao Xing's attack could hit its target, she instantly shimmered out of sight and appeared again not far from where she was, staring at them with a deadly gaze like a predator would. The difference in their power was too huge. Damn it! Verger glider, you bastard, how dare you betray us, how could you betray your own teacher? Zhao Xing and the other Celestials looked coldly at Jiang Fei with gazes that could spear him to death. He was the culprit who had brought Maluya here into their home. That's not. I didn't know. Jiang Fei was at a loss for words. He realized that anything he said would not be of any help to his defense. Amidst the chaos, a calm Yezi quietly stood up. He glanced towards the levitating Maluya with clear eyes that seemed unsurprised by the sudden invasion, as if he had long foreseen this encounter. So this day has finally come. Are you going to retaliate? Maluya spoke to Yezi like they have known each other from a long time ago. That won't be necessary. Yezi dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. I have survived for so long, and to be honest, it has been a very tiring journey. We should have perished ages ago, along with the rest of our brethren who've been extinct for a long time. The remnants of our kin do nothing but fight among ourselves. Maybe death would serve as a better ending than the way things are now. I'm glad you feel so. Maluya nodded at his reply, but her eyes were filled with sorrow, helplessness, and a hint of something else. Brother, what are you doing? We can still fight. By this time, Zhao Xing and many other Celestials in the heavenly realm have already gathered around them. They were not the only NPCs residing within the heavenly realm, there were also some surviving human forces that had yet to retreat after losing the battle. There were over 50 celestial-level NPCs entrapped within Maluya's decaying domain, which included every one of the high human elites. Even Ulysses the Great Demon King himself was unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only henchman-level NPCs like the Nephilim and merfolk minions who are still in their realms are safe from the attack. Maluya, what are you doing? Jiang Fei watched in horror as Yezi and others withered away right before his very eyes. He felt overwhelmingly powerless and dreadful as their life force was being forcibly depleted. But no matter how distressed Jiang Fei was, there was nothing he could have done. Even the high celestials were all helpless before the powerful Maluya, less a lower celestial like him. And if it was not for the barrier that Maluya had cast on him, he would have definitely been the first to wither and die. Oh, brother. Stop struggling pointlessly. You cannot win against fate. Yezi watched as the rest of his kin rapidly withered into nothingness. Until at last he himself too, turned into ash and floated away with the wind. Swoosh. By the time the girl was done, there were only 2 living beings left within the entirety of the heavenly realm. As soon as the domain of decay vanished, Jiang Fei found his feet back on the ground and his body was able to move again. Maluya had finally released him from his protective prison. He staggered towards Maluya and grabbed her by the shoulders before shaking them hard. Why? Why did you do this? He screamed angrily at her. Jiang Fei was devastated beyond reasoning. And in all his anguish and rage, he had fearlessly acted out against a frighteningly powerful entity who could have easily killed him several times over. Big brother. Tears streamed down Maluya's eyes as she looked at the distraught Jiang Fei. She did not offer him any respite for his lamentation, nor any explanation for her actions. She merely stood there right in front of him, taking in all the resentment from her beloved big brother. Why did you have to kill them? Why did they have to die? Jiang Fei was utterly devastated. Yezi and his people have been one of the few people that were very kind to him, and watching them die right before his eyes were simply too much, even for him. Jiang Fei knew that there was a high chance of the unknowns eventually extracting these NPCs and using them against him in the future. He was already bent on finding and killing each and every one of the NPCs before that happened, but the thought of actually deleting Yezi himself had never crossed his mind. And even though Maluya was the one who did all the killing, it was still Jiang Fei who had brought her there in the first place. To him, this was no different than killing them with his own hands. The whole world might be under the impression that Jiang Fei had a mysterious and powerful master who goes by the name Zhuge Shanzhen, but that was only a fictional persona created by Jiang Fei to serve his purposes. But to Jiang Fei, however, his real master was none other than Yezi, the NPC from the game. Despite only spending a short time together as master and disciple, the NPC's heartfelt care and concern towards him was more than enough to earn Jiang Fei's reverence. Now, Yezi was no more. Dead, and by Jiang Fei's own doing. And the guilt of being his master's murderer was suffocating him. Big brother, please don't blame Maluya. Tears were still streaming down Maluya's cheeks when she suddenly pushed Jiang Fei away from her and quickly disappeared in a flash of light. Wait! Where are you going? Jiang Fei was briefly stunned by her sudden disappearance, but his bewilderment soon turned into dread when a thought flashed in his head. Not good, he exclaimed as he opened an abyssal gate. And after entering it and arriving on the other side, Jiang Fei's mind instantly blanked out after seeing what happened. The abyss was rarely lively, but it was also never this quiet. Not a soul can be found within the grand expanses of the Nephilim Palace. Maluya, what are you doing? Jiang Fei raced to the royal chambers as fast as he could, but he was still moments too late. He arrived barely in time, but only to see the figures of King Augustus and Queen Aurora, as well as the royal guard, disintegrating into nothingness. Maluya silently looked at Jiang Fei from afar as she stood among the falling ashes, before disappearing in yet another flash of light. No! 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 Shit! 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 Jiang Fei did not give chase this time. He knew that catching up to the girl was impossible. And even if he did, he could not stop her from killing more people. Maluya's abilities were too powerful beyond comprehension. She was a bug-like existence within the game itself. If she wanted someone dead in dawn break, nobody in the game would be able to stop her. By now, she was definitely already turning the other celestial NPCs of Poseidon's palace into dust. It seemed like the girl's carnage would not stop until every celestial NPC has been erased from the game. Who the hell are you? Why are you doing all this? Jiang Fei pulled at his hair while trying to make heads and tails out of everything that was happening, but no matter how hard he tried to deduce it, he still failed to arrive at any reasonable conclusion. Overwhelmed and confused, Jiang Fei sat himself down on the steps of the royal chambers. He had no idea how he was going to break the news to Bella when he logs out later. Bella may have received a new lease on life as a living human in the real world, but her memories from her life as an NPC when she grew up in the abyss were still with her. Memories where King Augustus and Queen Aurora were, and still are her loving parents. Now, they were gone forever. And the murderer was someone who was brought to the overworld by Jiang Fei himself. He had absolutely no idea how he was ever going to be able to bring himself to tell her something this horrible. Jiang Fei was trying to come up with excuses to spin his way out of it. He explored the thought that he was not the one that brought Maluya into the overworld, but rather it was her instead that had helped him get back here. Thus he rationalized that even without him, Maluya could have entered the overworld and killed all these NPCs easily. Chapter 1171, Guilt and Remorse. After what seemed like an eternity to Jiang Fei, Maluya finally returned to his side. Big brother. Jiang Fei took a quick look at her and continued staring at the ground. He had no idea what to say to her. The celestial NPCs that Maluya had killed could become a threat to him in the future, but at least at this point in time, some of them were still his allies and even his master was one of them. Now, they were all dead. Thanks to Maluya. If anything else, he should be seeking justice for their deaths. But with his current abilities, was he even able to do that? In the presence of Maluya, Jiang Fei would not be able to do as much as raise a finger before she completely wiped the floor with him. Not to mention that they also shared a close bond with each other, and Jiang Fei still adored the little girl very much. Even though the very same little girl had teleported herself all over the overworld and murdered every celestial NPC that she could find, Jiang Fei still found it very hard to bring himself to fight her. Forget it, just go. Leave me alone. Jiang Fei waved his hands, shooing the little girl away. Maluya only nodded in response, before tearing a hole in the space-time fabric with a finger and returned to the celestial realm. Jiang Fei let out a sigh and delved again into his thoughts. When the daily gaming timer finally ran out, Jiang Fei was logged out from the game. Honey, are you awake yet? Jiang Fei woke up to find a smiling Bella entering his room. Oh, hey. What brings you to my room? Jiang Fei felt awkward talking to her. After all, he was somewhat responsible for her parents' death. His guilt made it hard for him to meet her gaze directly. I've been stuck in the medical bay for too long, so I thought I'd make up for all the time not spent with you right now. Bella clingingly wrapped herself around his arm. The demon princess seemed to have become much more clingy after stepping out of the medical bay. After a quick wash, Jiang Fei found himself still not ready to face Bella alone. He was afraid that the girl would pick up on his awkwardness, so he decided to get the other girls and inspect the construction of their new base together. Jiang Fei's efforts at misdirection may have been effective on Bella, but still fell short in getting past the attentiveness of both Ariel and Nina, who were both quick to discern that something was troubling. But luckily for Jiang Fei, the two thoughtful girls did not outright point out his abnormal behavior. They both chose to instead keep this to themselves for now and ask him about it later should the opportunity present itself, and hopefully help him resolve whatever it was that was bothering him. And just like that, the day went by without a hitch. Bella was not as sensitive as Ariel or Nina and missed all the signs. Coupled with the fact that it had been quite a while since she had last seen him, she was only fawning affectionately over him the entire tour and still did notice Jiang Fei's awkwardness. And after successfully enduring an entire day of walking on eggshells, Jiang Fei was relieved to be able to log onto the game again. Logging into the game felt different to Jiang Fei, as he was entering a familiar place with detached feelings. While the other players were still all going about clearing quests, farming mobs, and enjoying the game as usual, he was the only one player with the knowledge that the entire high human population went extinct. Every high celestial NPC on the overworld is gone, and there would no longer be any forces to stop players from taking over and becoming the dominant force in the game. Jiang Fei used a portal and returned to the celestial realm. The players were all rapidly expanding their territories, relentlessly hunting monsters and turning in dropped monster cores to the altars for the experience points reward and safe zone expansion. 7 Stars Warrior, any news about the primordial celestials yet? Jiang Fei asked casually. Although he still had no idea how to properly face Bella, but after getting a whole day to let things sink in, he was no longer as perplexed as he was before. He realized that no matter how much he revered Yezi and the others as his elders and how kind they were to him, they were all still nothing more than fictional characters with advanced artificial intelligence coded into them. After spending a day agonizing over their deaths, Jiang Fei slowly found it getting easier at accepting reality. Malia's unexpected onslaught might have caught him off guard, but he was already planning to hunt down and erase the remaining celestial NPCs anyway. Nope. 7 Stars Warrior shook his head. As per Jiang Fei's request, he had dispatched many guild members out on many scouting missions, but none of them seemed to have encountered any primordial celestials yet. You guys carry on. Let me know immediately if something turns up. Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Fei was no longer interested in the ongoing battle of the heavens, but had instead made hunting and reducing the number of celestial NPCs in the game his #1 priority. But little did he know that after the events that transpired yesterday, an enormous number of NPCs had already been extracted out of the game by the unknowns during the server shutdown time. Malia's celestial NPC genocide yesterday had implanted a deep fear of deletion amongst the primordials. And in their desperation, they chose to side with the unknowns, even if it meant giving up their free will. Although the unknowns had previously threatened them many times with death before, their objective was to extract as many Celestials NPCs from the game as they can for their army of androids and were not likely to kill them so easily. The unknowns had only killed about 7 NPCs as an example of resisting extraction, a number too small that it was not persuasive enough for the Celestials to consider submitting themselves to the rule of the unknowns. But before the unknowns could get to them, came this little girl out of nowhere. She might seem young and timid, but was many levels more vicious than the unknowns, wiping them all out without as much as a warning. Many NPCs died without the slightest idea of why they had to die, leaving the surviving Celestials with an intense feeling of injustice for the murder of their kind. Under the looming pressure of impending doom, more and more Celestials decided to choose survival over freedom, and entered an unholy pact with the unknowns. So when the server shut down that very night, a colossal number of the Celestials were extracted out of the game. More than half of the 200 or so surviving Celestials left the server. Only the underlings of the 3 elemental lords remained. Without their master's permission or orders, they did not dare try to desert themselves, even though they too were scared. Jiang Fei was oblivious to the fact that half of the remaining celestial NPCs had already been extracted and was still scouring the entire celestial realm searching for any trace of the celestials or Maluya. Meanwhile, deep inside the Hall of Kings, the three elemental lords have gathered there and were holding counsel with each other. "Sister, do you feel it?" asked Ragnaros the Fire Lord. "Yes, our brown nose of a brother is dead," replied Pharazane the Earth Mother. "Ah. Our eldest brother died a long time ago. Our seventh brother died by the hands of our second brother, whom we all slew him together. And now, even that ass-kisser is gone," sighed Neptulin the Tide Hunter. "Let's leave the past alone. Don't you all think that the third brother's sudden passing seems rather suspicious? I fear that there could be something happening behind the scenes that we are not made aware of," Pharazane said. Her thick brows frowned hard as she became deep in thought. "I think you're all thinking too much into this. Isn't the little doll still doing fine? All we have to do now is to sit back and wait. Once everything is almost finished on that end, well, just swoop in and reap the rewards," said Ragnaros nonchalantly. Chapter 1172, The Visiting Dragon God. 1 week came and went in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei's new base was still under construction, but it was making progress in good time. Some of the planned buildings had already been completed, and weapon production had also begun. The only setback to Jiang Fei was energy crystal production. After subtracting the necessary amount of energy for construction and operations, the yield from the base's energy compression facilities only amounted to 10,000 crystals a day. But despite Jiang Fei not receiving too much energy crystals from the base, it was still perpetually producing weapons this way. Eventually, Jiang Fei would acquire enough weapons to arm an army of powerful martial artists. Although the weapons production rate was low, it was still enough to afford Jiang Fei that confidence. So even if the amount of energy crystals he could get was only this much, he was content that it was also perpetual. While the unknowns could exponentially expand their numbers in a short period of time, the number of AIs inside the game that was available for extraction would not increase. Even without Jiang Fei's interference, there was still a limit on how much they can grow their forces, needless to say now that he was proactively hunting these AIs. And so with enough time, the size of Jiang Fei's forces would grow bigger than the unknowns, and that will be the day that Jiang Fei can finally get his revenge on them. While Jiang Fei's progress outside the game was going nicely, the same cannot be said for him in the game. Despite searching high and low for them for 1 whole week, Jiang Fei was still unable to find any traces of the remaining celestial NPCs or Maluya at all, as if they had all disappeared into thin air. Not only was Jiang Fei having a hard time finding any of them, but even many of the scouts dispatched from Imperial Dragon have also returned with nothing. He even went as far as to infiltrate the Hall of Kings to look for them, but still found nothing after thoroughly going through the whole place. Where the hell are they? Jiang Fei was frustrated. "Boss, the scouts we sent to the west have just sent us a message. They've already reached the edge of the map, but didn't find anything." It was Little Rain who brought him the disappointing news. "I see." Jiang Fei dismissed Little Rain and frowned. With this latest report, Jiang Fei had already received 3 disappointing news from the scouts. After deciding to abandon the war for the heavens, Jiang Fei also chose to disregard the opinions of the 500,000 members of his guild and sent them all on scouting missions to look for the missing celestials. In addition to Little Rain's report, Lady Casanova and Billy Boy had also reported that their scouts to the east and south had reported back with nothing. So now, Jiang Fei was placing his hopes on 7 Stars Warrior's scouting party to the north. 7 Stars Warrior, did you find anything? Jiang Fei had not received any news from 7 Stars Warrior and was feeling a little anxious. Nothing yet so far. The north seems to be bigger than the other 3 sides, we haven't even seen the edge yet. 7 Stars Warrior replied. Send me your location, it'll come to you right now. You guys keep searching. After learning that the other 3 regions have found nothing, there was no need for Jiang Fei to stay put and wait. Okay. 7 Stars Warrior quickly sent him his coordinates. As soon as Jiang Fei received the coordinates, he quickly summoned EVOL and rode it northwards. Although 7 Stars Warrior's scouting party had already departed a few days ago, they were meticulously combing through the area while Jiang Fei was flying directly towards them. It only took him a few hours to catch up to the scouts. Still nothing? Jiang Fei asked as soon as he arrived. Nope. This area is way bigger than we had previously thought. I think we'll need about 3 more days at least to fully uncover the entire map. 7-star warrior and the other guild members were puzzled by their leader's behavior. Their main reason to play the game was to have fun, and doing nothing but aimlessly scouting around for days was not the best way to do that. Although they were still getting rewards from the guild to do this, it was still an extremely uninteresting and mind-numbing thing to be doing. The only reason why they are willing to put up with it was that they were getting rewarded handsomely for the job, and their guild leader had never troubled them with anything before. So when Jiang Fei suddenly told them to stop whatever they were doing and scout the entire map, they followed his orders without complaining even though they had no idea what it was for. Continue scouting. And if you guys ever find a young girl, wait. If any of you find any females, let me know immediately. Jiang Fei wanted to describe Maluya to the guild members when he suddenly remembered that the girl's growth rate was extremely fast. By the next time he saw her, she was most likely to not look like the young girl that he remembered. So he just told 7 Stars Warrior and the others to report to him as soon as they find any females. Don't worry boss, we're all diligently combing through everything here. If there's any on this map, we will definitely find them. 7 Stars Warrior chuckled before continuing. But leader, I hope you don't mind me asking, what kind of quest did you get that you need all of us for? That's something I can't tell you yet. Jiang Fei shook his head. If it was merely a quest, would he need the help of hundreds of thousands of players to help complete it? There were also many details about his request that would be hard for him to explain, and so he simply chose to keep quiet and shoulder all the stress himself. Okay then. 7 Stars Warrior shrugged. He was already used to Jiang Fei being secretive and did not think too much of it. Soon, another day came to an end in the game. The scouts covered more ground and moved deeper into the north, but still did not find anything out of the ordinary. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the windows and into his room, Jiang Fei was ejected from the game. And after a quick clean, he was in the middle of chatting with his family when someone came knocking on the front door. Ah Fei, there's someone here to see you. Ariel came looking for him. Who is it? Jiang Fei was surprised. Bennett Straz, she replied curtly. The matter of the dragon god colluding with 0542 last time had left a bad impression on Ariel and made her harbor immense animosity against him. Oh, show him to the living room. Jiang Fei was aware of her resentment towards Straz, but both the dragon god and Z0-11 did risk their own lives to save his at the Battle of the Winter Islands, so he had no reason to turn him away. Wow Ah Fei, this place looks great. Bennett Straz exclaimed with a smile when Jiang Fei entered the living room, escorted by Ariel who was on high alert and staring daggers at him. It's okay, still nothing if compared to you guys. Jiang Fei returned the pleasantries. The base was built entirely using Namekian technology. But due to limited resources, it was still miles apart if compared to the one these two unknown billionaires own. Chapter 1173, A Private Meeting. So what brings you here? I doubt you're here just to admire the architecture. Jiang Fei was straightforward, he knew that Straz would not be here for no good reason. You know me well. My boss wants to see you. Straz replied. Meet me? Sure. Jiang Fei agreed right away. He had been wanting to visit the moon base and checking out the progress of Braveheart's reconstruction. Great. So when can we leave? Straz asked. Now is good. Come, Ariel, let's go. Jiang Fei turned his head to her and said. Yes. Ariel nodded as she prepared the teleportation sequence. Ah Fei, the boss wants to speak to you alone. Straz interrupted them before she could complete the teleportation. It was obvious that he meant for Jiang Fei to go alone. Absolutely no. Before Jiang Fei could even reply, Ariel instantly voiced out her disapproval. She did not feel that it was safe for Jiang Fei to be going there by himself. That's right. Honey, you can't go there alone. Bella said as she walked into the room. Ariel had shared with Bella that Bennett Straz had worked with 0542 before, and this gave the girls have a great sense of distrust towards them. Well, Ah Fei, what do you think? Straz glanced at the two girls and shrugged. Jiang Fei gave the situation some thought before turning to look at the girls. A private meeting is fine. Don't worry so much, it'll be fine. But dear, Ariel was about to continue when Jiang Fei motioned her to stop with a wave of his hand. Sister Bella, seeing how she was unable to persuade Jiang Fei, Ariel then turned to Bella for help. After all, Bella was his favorite among the girls. "I don't care, honey, I'm going there with you." Bella was not as meek as Ariel. Although the little princess did become much more clingy after spending all that time alone in the medical bay, her royalty personality still remained. "Bella, my dear, please listen to me this time. I promise that I'll be back before you know it." If it was anyone else who wanted to tag along, Jiang Fei could simply just give them a stern look or brush off their complaints and that would have been the end of it. But when it came to dealing with the spoiled princess, a much gentler approach was required. If Jiang Fei had tried to be strict with her, there would be no end to her tantrum after that. No. Bella was very stubborn about not letting Jiang Fei go by himself. She had already labeled Z0-11 as a villain after listening to what Ariel had told her. Even after getting rescued by them once before, it was still not enough to change her mind. And because of that, Bella was adamant about not letting Jiang Fei meet Z0-11 alone, and to their turf at that. "Well, if you are all so worried, then how about this? You ladies can tag along to the moon, and after Fei is done checking out the Braveheart, my boss is willing to come here to have a private chat with him," Straz suggested after seeing how adamant Bella was about Jiang Fei going alone. He was willing to make concessions to accommodate the girls but still emphasized that the meeting was to be private. Whatever it was that his boss wanted to discuss with Jiang Fei, it was extremely confidential. Then, the girls considered Straz's suggestion seriously. They would very much prefer it if Z0-11 came here to Earth and the meeting took place here on their own grounds where they could manage security better. If Z0-11's intentions were malicious, Jiang Fei was strong enough to avoid getting instantly killed, and they could easily rush into the fight. As for whatever secret it was that Z0-11 wished to discuss with Jiang Fei, it did not interest them that much. After all, they knew that if it was something that concerned them, Jiang Fei would naturally let them in on it. Why does a simple meeting have to be so cumbersome? Can't your boss just straight up tell me what is it? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as he complained. He could not imagine what it was Z0-11 wanted to discuss that could not be done in front of the girls. But since it was Z0-11 who requested it to be that way, he could not do anything but only agree to it. "So, can we go now?" Straz said as he struck a welcoming pose. "Sure." Jiang Fei nodded. "Splendid. I'll just activate the teleporter right away. And please don't resist it," Straz reminded Bella and Ariel. It would be bad if the girls suddenly resisted the process with their powers and damaged the teleporter. After seeing the two girls nodding their heads in acknowledgement, Straz sent out a request to the teleporter and soon, beams of white light shined on them as the moon-based teleporter transported them over. When the bright lights dimmed out, Jiang Fei and company were already transported to the moon base from Earth. "Ho! I see you guys made some upgrades." Jiang Fei smiled. The first thing that got his attention as soon as they arrived was a life support system. This new installation could save 0543 the effort of keeping them alive in outer space. "Indeed we have. This is something the boss has prepared for you," Straz explained. "You guys have my thanks." Jiang Fei smiled. He knew Straz was telling the truth. Every resident on the base were androids, so other than him and the girls, there was no need for oxygen there. It was obvious that Z0-11 had prepared this just for him. With Straz as their guide, the group quickly made their way to the base's hangar where the Braveheart was docked. It had been a while since Jiang Fei's last visit, and so there were a lot of changes to the ship from how he last remembered. The ship's hull was nearly completed, and many of the ship's machinery and systems were already in place. At this rate, the ship should be completed within a year or even sooner. "You guys sure work fast." Jiang Fei praised them for their speedy construction. "Oh, that's just okay. But too bad we're running low on energy crystals." Straz's tone sounded sarcastic, as if hinting at Jiang Fei that they would have been able to finish it faster, if it was not for Jiang Fei who had helped himself to a large portion of their energy crystals previously. "Hoo-hoo," Jiang Fei laughed cheekily, not eager to continue that conversation. When Jiang Fei arrived at the ship's bridge, Jiang Fei accessed the ship's core operating system by syncing 0543 to it and ran a diagnostic to check on the ship's building progress in detail. From the diagnostic results as well as the many other data charts that he acquired from the ship's operating system, he concluded that the ship's construction had now entered its final phase. The ship's body was basically completed, and all that was left was the installation of a few other navigation support and operation machinery. Some of these parts were reclaimed from the wreckage, but there were also parts that were damaged beyond repair and had to be rebuilt, thus slowing down progress. Looks good. Just a couple of months more and it should be completed. Jiang Fei thought to himself. By the time the Bravehearts is nearing completion, he would come again to set up the captain's administrative rights in the ship's operating system and unseal 0541. He was not planning on taking off into deep space immediately after that and did not need to wait for construction to finish for that. So Fei, how's your inspection so far? Straz asked. Well, I'm done here. Let's go home. Straz led Jiang Fei back to the teleporter where Ariel and Bella were already waiting and they quickly departed for home. All that was left was to wait for Z0-11's arrival. Chapter 1174, Never-Ending Betrayal. No sooner than right after they have just returned home, the doorbell rang. Z0-11 has arrived at their doorstep. Jiang Fei ushered the android into a guest room for their meeting, with Ariel and Bella standing guard just right outside. Alright, we're alone now. Let's talk. Jiang Fei smiled at Z0-11. He was still clueless about what the secret meeting was about. Plop. Z0-11 took out a small box and placed it on the table in front of them before saying anything. The box emitted a wave of energy that emanated throughout the entire room. The energy it produced was neither offensive or defensive in nature, but merely scanned the room for bugs and set up a privacy field to make sure that Bella and Ariel outside could not listen to their conversation. Ho, is that really necessary? Jiang Fei thought that Z0-11 was being overly cautious and unnecessary. With his close-knit relationship with the girls, it was just a matter of time when he was going to tell them the details of their discussion anyways. Yes, we can begin, Z0-11 said after the box had finished scanning. Now let's talk. Jiang Fei gave the guest his undivided attention. All the detours and secrecy that led to this meeting had been slowly building up his curiosity, and he was now eager to know what was Z0-11 here to discuss. Swish 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 swish. But while Jiang Fei's eyes were glued onto Z0-11, he failed to notice that the ring on his finger was flashing rapidly. Beams of light carrying data signals were being transmitted from the ring, and the recipient for the transmission was none other than Z0-11 who was just right in front of him. Thanks to the privacy barrier that Z0-11 had just set up moments ago, the ring's transmission succeeded in eluding the even Ariel who was sensitive to electromagnetic signals, and was just right outside the room. Mr. Jiang Fei, as you have just seen, Braveheart has reached a critical point in the rebuilding process. However, we are now beginning to run low on resources. In order to resolve this problem, we have come up with a plan to acquire more energy crystals. My purpose here today is to ask if you are interested to join us on this endeavor? Z0-11 spoke in a calm and casual manner. Acquire more energy crystals? You mean, you're planning to raid the unknowns? Jiang Fei's eyes lit up, he was now very interested in Z0-11's proposal. His immense obsession to wipe out the unknowns was too powerful for him to ignore any opportunity to bring them down, especially one that could allow him to disrupt their plans like this one. But little did he know that even after sealing off 0542, the new 0543 had already sold him out twice. That is correct. Z0-11 nodded. By now, Z0-11 had already finished receiving intel from 0543, and the ring had already stopped flashing and was now sitting idly on Jiang Fei's finger, as if nothing happened at all. When? The date of the operation has yet to be determined. But if you are interested in joining us, we can discuss the specifics right now. I'd like a few days to prepare for the raid if you don't mind. Then we will teach those bastards a lesson they will never forget. Jiang Fei said through grinding teeth. He was seething with anger. Jiang Fei was polite and kept his cool most of the time. But when it came to dealing with people who threatened the well-being of his family members, all that civility goes out the window. He had absolutely zero tolerance for people like that. No problem, we can still work with what we have for now. Z0-11 agreed to his request without a fuss. The android's real objective was to gather intel, and the plan to attack the enemy unknowns was merely a secondary reason to see him. Since 0542 was already sealed up, Straz was no longer able to gather intel through it. And in order to acquire any new information from 0543, Z0-11 had to personally come for it. The rest of the meeting was spent with the two ironing out the raid details. Thanks to the immense hatred that Jiang Fei harbored towards the unknowns, he kept throwing out ideas left, right, and center into the discussion, coming up with as many different ways as he could to hurt them. Z0-11, however, was not as enthusiastic as Jiang Fei was, and remained level-headed during the discussion. But although the android had already completed its main objective of gathering intel, it still had to chip in ideas and give some opinions in the discussion. Although only secondary, this attack was still one of its objectives and not a mere excuse. It still had to make sure that Jiang Fei did not dictate every part of the plan. After all, Z0-11 was a machine highly intelligent yet never impulsive, unlike humans. Under any circumstances, they would not execute a plan that had a success rate of less than 70%. When the meeting ended and Z0-11 left the premises, Jiang Fei was still hyped up for what was to come. He had previously planned to build an army by first accumulating a stockpile of equipment ready before slowly recruiting and training some low-level fighters until the army grew big and strong enough before starting a war against the enemy unknowns. But that was before Z0-11's coming here seeking his cooperation. This would not only give him an excuse to move his plans earlier, but also an opportunity to earn a good amount of energy crystals. This was an opportunity that Jiang Fei was not willing to miss. Honey? How did it go? As soon as Z0-11 had left, Bella and Ariel both came to his side. We were planning a raid. Jiang Fei then shared the plan with the girls without withholding anything. Dear husband, are you sure you're not being deceived? Did you two only discuss this and nothing else? Sylphie joined in the discussion while Jiang Fei was still explaining the details of the plan to Ariel and Bella. That's right. Ah Fei, I don't think this meeting is as simple as it seems to be, Nina chimed in. Wait. If this was just all you two discussed in there, why are we not allowed to listen? Ariel voiced out her suspicion. Something's wrong. After listening to the girls, Jiang Fei finally snapped out of his excitement. But just what could its purpose be by meeting with you alone? Bella frowned. Purpose? Ariel suddenly exclaimed as an idea crossed her mind. Honey, quick. Check 0543's deep layer protocols. Okay. Jiang Fei was stupefied. Ariel was the one to suspect that 0542 was in collusion with Bennett Straz when it happened. But even back then, 0542's logs were clean when he checked them at that time. Now, Ariel was suspecting the same thing with 0543. Although Jiang Fei believed that Ariel was being overly cautious, but he still checked it anyway out of the trust and respect he had for her. Since 0543 was a new AI support system, Jiang Fei had yet to form any meaningful bond with it and did not feel troubled at all about auditing it. He quickly accessed 0543's operating system and scanned through the logs, but found nothing wrong with it. Everything was in order, and there were no instruction code violations. And because 0543 was only created recently, the logs showed that it had yet to evolve and still appears to be in a very early stage. Nothing wrong here. I doubt it can just betray me right after being created so recently, that just doesn't make any sense. Jiang Fei replied. But, hearing that 0543 was clean only brought Ariel more confusion. It was true that 0543 was a newly created system, and if it really had already betrayed Jiang Fei, then sealing it would also be pointless. Because even if they sealed 0543 and created a new one, 0544 could just betray him all the same. An endless cycle of betrayal. Then just what is going on here? After failing to find a suitable explanation for Z0-11's actions, everyone became more confused. Chapter 1175, The Witch's Hut. Jiang Fei and the girls were very skeptical of Z0-11's meeting with Jiang Fei. They believed that there was more to the meeting than meets the eye. But without any evidence, there was nothing for them to work with. As for 0543, Jiang Fei did not believe that it was possible for it to betray him, and what Ariel had was only a hunch. After all, Z0-11 came well prepared. Its device had countered Ariel's ability to detect electromagnetic waves, and also left without leaving any evidence behind. But regardless of how puzzled they were about the meeting, they eventually brushed the matter aside after considering the fact that 0543 was just created not too long ago. If 0543 had already double-crossed them, then Jiang Fei would really be at his wit's end. Even if he could just use his administrative authority to seal up the assistant, but wouldn't 0544 and 0545 also turncoat just as easily? So before uncovering the root of the problem, replacing the assistant was not going to resolve it. Also, because the whole idea of 0543's betrayal was merely a hunch on Ariel's part, as much as Jiang Fei trusted her, even Ariel herself was not sure if her hunch was true. At the end of it all, Jiang Fei decided to put the matter to the back of his head. With their heads full of unanswered questions, the day passed and soon it was night. Jiang Fei returned to the game once more. "Boss, one of our scouts found something interesting." It was late afternoon in the game when 7 Stars Warrior finally brought Jiang Fei valuable information. "Where?" Jiang Fei's eyes lit up and quickly walked over. "Not far from here, just right up ahead." With 7 Stars Warrior leading the way, the two made a beeline towards the site. "What did you find?" Jiang Fei asked as soon as they arrived. "You. Come here and tell the boss what did you find." 7 Stars Warrior pointed to the player responsible for the discovery and called him over. "Boss," the player saluted and started detailing his encounter. It turned out that while the players were scouting the area, they stumbled upon a witch's hut. Witches' huts are rare encounters that were common knowledge among the players, and they are limited to only one per map. Inside the hut, players would find an old witch who would offer the player a minigame when interacted with. Be it a dice or card game, when the player won against the witch would then uncover the entire map they were on to the player, saving the player the effort of exploring through the whole map by themselves. But if the player lost the bet, the witch would take 100 gold coins from the player. Only one player was allowed in the hut at any given time. The player that was reporting to Jiang Fei was lucky enough to win the minigame and had the entire map revealed to him. "Then, did you find anything unusual on the map?" 7 Stars Warrior asked the lucky player. "That's not important right now. Take us to the hut." Jiang Fei interjected. He figured that instead of listening to the player explain in detail about his discovery, it would be easier and faster to just see it for himself. "Yes, boss. It's just right over there. Follow me." The player led them onto a winding trek and soon, a familiar-looking small grass hut came into view. "The witch is right there. Boss, you'll have to go in alone," the player said while pointing at the hut. Since only one person was allowed into the hut at any point, if there was another player in it, Jiang Fei would not be able to enter. But after getting word that their boss was coming, the guild members have already secured the perimeter and barred anyone else from entering the area. Though what they did was unnecessary at that point because they were the only people that are in the area. The other non-guild players were all busy hunting monsters for drops near the safe zones and there was no one outside the guild that was remotely close to where they were. "I'm going in." Jiang Fei nodded and strode towards the entrance. Creak. Jiang Fei pushed the door open, light poured through it, revealing nothing but darkness inside. After entering the hut, he shut the door behind him. As soon as the door closed, the light from the outside world was cut off, allowing the inside of the hut to fall back into darkness once more. The only thing visible to Jiang Fei was a dimly lit candlelight set upon a small desk close to the entrance where he came from that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. A tiny flame the size of a pea lit the candle. It was only bright enough to cover half the table and was the only source of light inside the hut. Jiang Fei took only 2 steps through the darkness to make his way towards the dimly lit table and sat down on a chair he found nearby in the darkness. This was not his first visit to a witch's hut, and he was familiar with the rules of the game. The owner of the hut sat across the table from where Jiang Fei was. The old witch was clad in an oversized, dark-colored cloak that covered her facial features. But her hands she placed on the table were bony and full of wrinkles, revealing an obvious hint of the NPC's old age. Although he was dealing with a female NPC, she was not at all affected by the effects of the Romeo title's buffs. Jiang Fei's Romeo title may be effective towards female NPCs, but has little to no effect on minors or elderly women. Without saying a word, the witch dropped a deck of cards hard onto the table and spread them out in a fan right in front of Jiang Fei. "Pick a card." The witch's voice sounded old and ancient. It was also shaking, either from her old age or maybe from something else. Despite having been to many other witches' huts before this one, but this was a minigame that Jiang Fei had never played before. But since the witch asked him to pick one card, he could only oblige. Jiang Fei randomly picked a card from the deck and flipped it up to reveal it. However, to his surprise, it was not a normal playing card that he was expecting, but a tarot card. The artwork on the card he held in his hand had a big wheel in the middle with a sphinx on the top and a demon at the bottom. They were surrounded by various other smaller drawings of a goddess, a swan, a snake, and so on. The Wheel of Fortune. That was the card that Jiang Fei revealed. Crack crack crack. After looking at the card he revealed, the card started tearing into many tiny pieces and disintegrated into a trail of dust and disappeared into thin air. Fate is now in your hands. Upwards or down, only you know the answer. The witch said to him, her voice still croaking like an old toad. What does that even mean? Did I win or lose the bet? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. The witch's hut had always only been as a means to help players to reveal the map. He had been to many other witches' huts over the course of his career and never had he encountered any witch that was as mysterious or as spooky as this one. You should leave now. The witch waved away at him. She did not answer his questions but only shooed him out of the hut. What the hell? Jiang Fei was befuddled. He could not make heads or tails of what just happened. After exiting the hut, he checked and found that his game map was not updated, or did he lose any gold. He has absolutely no idea if he won or lost the game he played just now. Boss, how did it go? 7 Stars Warrior came over and asked. I have no. Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, the small grass hut behind him suddenly burst into flames. Tall red flames licked the sky as the fire quickly burned the hut down. Within the fire where the hut once stood, a silhouette of a person can be seen. What the f***ck? What's going on? Everyone in the vicinity was shocked to see that. Witches' huts were not supposed to be a single-use facility and were a place all players could benefit from. There had never been any cases of them self-destructing before. Chapter 1176, Maluya returns. Jiang Fei could vaguely make out the silhouette of a person inside the fire, but the blaze made it hard for him to recognize who it was. The witch took off her cloak, revealing a frail old woman beneath it. She had a face full of wrinkles, and a head full of receding white hair. The creases on her face were so deep that they could trap flies in it. The old woman was not alone. Lying under the table was the body of another elderly woman much younger than the witch, but hidden away from sight by the fire. The corpse was still fresh like it had just died not too long ago, but it was definitely there even before Jiang Fei stepped into the hut. Dead NPCs did not show up on the map. Coupled with the darkness inside the hut, this caused Jiang Fei to miss the lifeless body on the floor while he was still in it. The witch lowered her head and muttered words softly that only she could hear them. Father, I've completed everything that you have asked of me, now all that's left is the final instruction. The elderly woman then glanced up towards where Jiang Fei was standing before continuing her monologue. Sorry big brother, but Maluya can't bear to let you see me in this state. This is goodbye, my beloved big brother. Swish. Maluya tore open a hole in the spacetime fabric and disappeared in a faint glow of light. Where did she go? 7 Stars Warrior gasped as he was startled when he saw that the silhouette had mysteriously disappeared. I'm not sure, but I don't see her anywhere on the map. Maybe the witch is dead. Jiang Fei guessed. Boss, I know it feels bad to lose a bet, but isn't silencing the witch and burning down her hut a bit too much? Little Rain asked timidly. Really? You think him that narrow-minded? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. And even if I really did kill her, do you think I can actually able to set fire to the hut? The witch's hut was an NPC structure inside the game. Unless it was a requirement from a quest, it was impossible for players to destroy, less setting fire and burning it to the ground. Now that you mentioned it, that's really weird. Everyone started to find the whole situation bizarre. It did not take long for the fire to finish its job. The hut itself was tiny, to begin with, and could not possibly contain enough materials to fuel the fire. Soon, all that was left was a pile of ashes where the hut once stood. Boss. We found a body. As soon as the fire burned out, the guild members went in and checked out the remains. Jiang Fei quickly made his way over to inspect the charred corpse left after the fire. But unfortunately, the corpse's face was already burned beyond any recognition. Looks like this witch is really dead. 7 Stars Warrior sighed in disappointment. He did not have his map uncovered yet. Aw man, that sucks. Many of the other guild members there were also waiting to get their maps revealed and were also disappointed by the witch's death. But no one there, including Jiang Fei himself, could tell that the charred corpse was not the same witch as the one that had read Jiang Fei his fortune. The dead elderly woman was in fact, the real owner of the hut. But somewhere between the time when she had helped the first player with uncovering his map and before Jiang Fei's arrival, Maluya had gotten to her first and killed her inside the hut, out of sight from the other players. She then proceeded to don the witch's cloak and impersonated her, eventually leading to the events that took place there. Maluya was now almost at the end of her lifespan. The girl was aging at a much faster rate than what Jiang Fei had assumed, and was still aging faster. It had only been 1 week since Jiang Fei last saw Maluya, but the girl had already gone from looking like a lady in her mid-20s to an 80-years-old grandma. Maluya knew that her life force was nearing its end, and was overjoyed to be able to see Jiang Fei once more before she died. Her shaky voice was a direct result of her trying to contain her excitement when speaking to Jiang Fei. Burdened with the guilt of killing Yezi and her unwillingness to allow her beloved big brother to see her old and wrinkly like this, she chose to hide behind the cloak during their reunion. Welp, she's dead now, nothing we can do about that. Get that guy back here, I want to see what did he find. Jiang Fei looked at the body and instantly knew that he would not be able to uncover his map now. He then remembered the player who had first discovered the hut and had his map uncovered. Boss, my map shows an area on the map that was still covered by the fog of war even after the witch had uncovered it. It feels like something is covering the area up on purpose, the player reported. That's interesting. Send me the coordinates. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows when he heard the player. Yes boss. The player quickly gave Jiang Fei the coordinates to the unrevealed part of the map. That's so far away. Right after Jiang Fei checked the coordinates he received against his map, he was surprised to find that the entire celestial realm was much bigger than he had initially thought. Boss, are you really sure about going there alone? Do you want me to get a few members with flying mounts to escort you? 7 Stars Warrior knew that their boss would decide to go there immediately after acquiring those coordinates. No need to do that. Jiang Fei dismissed the proposal. 7 Stars Warrior was currently the strongest member in the guild. But even his character was only at level 99 and had yet to ascend to celestial tier level, which puts him in a similar position as the other guild members. Against the celestial NPCs that Jiang Fei is planning to fight, the guild members would not be able to help him and would only end up as cannon fodder. But boss, 7 Stars Warrior wanted to persuade Jiang Fei to change his mind but was immediately turned down with a wave of his hand. It's fine. If you guys really want to be of any help then go level up more. As long as you guys still don't make it to celestial tier, going with me won't be of much help, and you guys would also be dragging me down. With that said, Jiang Fei summoned the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon and took off towards the direction of the mysterious shrouded area. After a few hours of continuous flying, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the border of the shrouded area. But he was running out of gaming time for the day. Well, I don't think I can find out much if I go in now. And if I get forcefully logged out midway of a fight, that would be really bad. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He decided to continue his investigation the next day. Jiang Fei logged out from the game to another peaceful day at the base. He crafted a few sets of equipment using some of the newly generated energy crystals and also drafted a small team of fighters from the Martial Art Alliance to begin training them to adapt to new weapons. These martial artists were not used to operating firearms. Without sufficient training, they would not be able to properly unleash the full potential of their weapons in battle. Jiang Fei had initially wanted to take things slowly, and gradually build up his army over time. But after the meeting with Z0-11, he wanted to quickly whip them into shape for the raid on the enemy unknowns. Jiang Fei had assigned Bella and the other girls as weapons and equipment instructors which upset the fighters and made them reluctant to follow their orders. They were not content with having a bunch of young girls in charge of their training. But they were also not expecting their instructors to be level 5 metahumans. After a simple demonstration of the difference in their power levels, the fighters finally ate humble pie and started learning how to operate energy weapons in earnest through Jiang Fei's training program. The girls had all been implanted with some basic knowledge on Namekian technology upon their revival in the medical bay and were already familiar with the use of energy weapons. But as level 5 metahumans themselves, these weapons were nothing more than just toys to them. However, that did not prevent them from performing their given duties. With the matter of training going smoothly, Jiang Fei had nothing more to worry about in the real world and could now give his undivided attention to hunting down the remaining celestial NPCs in the game. To him, this was just as important as bolstering their fighting strength in the real world. Every single NPC killed inside the game was one less android to fight later. And when nighttime finally came, Jiang Fei logged into the game and began his investigation of the shrouded area. Chapter 1177, A Girl Once More. As soon as Jiang Fei stepped inside the mysterious zone, the three elemental lords in the throne of gods opened their eyes all at the same time. He's there. He's finally there. Neptulin spoke first. Took him long enough. We have been waiting so long for this day to come, said Therazane. Enough talk. Let's get to work, exclaimed Ragnaros impatiently. Ho ho. Let's start. Therazane and Neptulin both nodded in agreement. As soon as the three elemental lords finished their conversation, a soft tremor could be felt from every corner across the entire world of Dawnbreak. And at that very same moment, the area Jiang Fei was in suddenly fell into complete darkness. What's happening? Jiang Fei was caught off guard by the sudden change. Big brother. What are you doing here? Surrounded by darkness, Jiang Fei suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to him from behind. Malia? Jiang Fei turned around reactively. And as he turned, the darkness faded away and there stood Malia in her lowly form. She was not in the body of a young lady like when Jiang Fei last saw her but appeared as a kid who was barely 8 years old. Big brother. Did you miss me? Malia playfully skipped her way towards Jiang Fei and latched her arm around his before playfully pulling at his sleeve. How did you become young again? Jiang Fei asked the girl. He was obviously confused by the girl's sudden age regression. He. I don't know how, but I just turned out like this somehow, Malia replied while looking back at him with her clear, innocent eyes. There was nothing different about her from Jiang Fei's memories. Well, that's great news. But what brings you here? Jiang Fei found it mind-boggling that Malia had reverted back to her younger self, but it seemed that even Malia herself could not explain how it became so. Jiang Fei had always been worried about Malia's rapid aging and dreaded the thought of her dying too soon, but seeing her alive and well before him, he surmised that the girl's life cycle must have been some form of a continuous loop. I came here after looking for you, big brother, the young girl said with a sweet smile. Looking for me? Okay. Jiang Fei accepted her answer. With Malia's powers, finding him would be a piece of cake to her. Big brother, let's play. Malia said in a kittenish manner while swinging Jiang Fei's arm. Okay. Jiang Fei briefly hesitated before agreeing to the little girl's request. Jiang Fei's purpose in entering the shrouded zone was to search for the missing celestial NPCs. But even if he did manage to find any, he would have a tough time eliminating them because there's a limit to his own power. However, with a powerful escort like Malia by his side, killing them would be a lot easier. As long as there were any celestial NPCs hiding within the shrouded territory, they would not be able to leave alive. Jiang Fei brought the little lowly along as he explored further into the shrouded area, searching for any trace of the celestials. But the deeper they went, the worse Jiang Fei's luck turned out to be. Instead of finding any NPCs there, they only found themselves swarmed by waves upon waves of mob spawns. What's wrong with these monsters? Are they crazy? Jiang Fei was bewildered by the monsters' unusual behavior. Normally, monsters would flee as soon as they see Malia. But now, they were all charging at them without holding back. This would suggest that the mobs were either crazy or protecting something. There must be something inside. Let's kill our way through. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. With Malia by his side, he was not afraid of getting into fights, but rather the lack of it. Huh. Big brother, look at how strong I am. Malia laughed happily as she threw gray flames at the monsters surrounding them, incinerating them upon contact. Although Jiang Fei and Malia were slaying mobs at record speed, the waves of monsters seemed endless. They kept pouring out from the depths of the ravine and charged straight at the two, but were all reduced to ashes even before they could reach the two intruders. Why are they being so persistent? There's no end to them. We can't go on like this. Jiang Fei was beginning to get annoyed by the endless waves of monsters. Although the mobs were of no threat to him, especially since he had Maluya, their numbers were endless. The path into the valley was so densely packed with monsters, making it challenging for them to break through. Big brother, let's kill some more. Maluya was having a blast. She kept throwing flames at monsters while shouting out to Jiang Fei, asking him to play with her. Maluya, let's stop killing and just fly over them. Jiang Fei suggested. But I still want to play some more. Big brother, please play with me. Maluya pouted, still unsatisfied despite having already killed so many monsters. Alright. But only for a bit more, okay? Seeing how reluctant she was to leave, Jiang Fei gave in to the little girl's request. He did not want to hastily enter the ravine by himself, so he decided to let the girl have some more fun out here. Time slowly ticked away, and soon it was approaching sunset. More than half of the day had already passed in the game. Jiang Fei was not willing to delay entering the valley any further. Maluya, let's go in now. We can still kill monsters when we get inside. Jiang Fei said to Maluya, who was still burning monsters and enjoying herself. Oh okay, the loli was reluctant to stop playing like how a child would with a new toy, but was not willful and obediently went with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei summoned Evol and also pulled the little girl up with him. And with a flick of its reins, the dragon let out a roar and took off into the ravine. Yay yay yay. Maluya was cheering while she kept throwing fire at the monsters as they soared over their heads, burning the defenseless monsters alive and turning them into ash. I wonder what is hiding inside. Why are there so many monsters guarding it? Jiang Fei thought as they flew deeper into the ravine. Ha ha ha. Faster. Fly faster. Maluya was still burning every monster they flew over with her grey flames, while constantly urging the sky-gliding dragon to fly faster. She seemed to be having the time of her life. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. F***CK. Where is that sound coming from? It's so annoying. Jiang Fei frowned. He has been hearing static noises since the moment Maluya appeared. The noise was barely audible at first, and he did not mind it. But as time went on, it gradually grew louder and was now irritating him. ZZZZ. The more irate Jiang Fei felt, the louder the noise became. It became so loud that it made Jiang Fei felt like his head was splitting. Big brother, are you okay? Maluya noticed Jiang Fei's discomfort and asked. I'm fine. Jiang Fei was not able to discern where the noise was coming from and so chose not to tell Maluya about it. Let me help you. Unexpectedly, Maluya seemed to know the source of Jiang Fei's distress. Maluya set up an energy shield that quickly wrapped itself around Jiang Fei, and the static noise in his ears immediately quietened down. Although he could still hear it if he paid close attention, it was significantly softer than it was. As long as Jiang Fei did not focus on the static, he would not even know that it was there. Chapter 1178, Bella's Discovery. After being shielded by Maluya's energy field, Jiang Fei's ears felt a lot better. The two flew at maximum speed and soon found themselves in the deepest parts of the ravine. But unfortunately for them, Jiang Fei had already reached his daily gaming time limit. Swoosh! Jiang Fei logged out from the game. It was just the break of dawn when the skies were slowly lighting up, but the sun still yet to rise above the twilight. Honey, quick! Come with me. Right after Jiang Fei had just opened his eyes, the door to his bedroom swung open. Where are we going, Bella? What's the hurry? Jiang Fei curiously asked. Just follow me. Bella stormed over to Jiang Fei and dragged him out of bed. Give me a minute, I need a shower. Jiang Fei disgruntledly said. Shower? You can do that when we get back. Bella snapped as she continued dragging Jiang Fei out of bed. Alright. But where are we going? Jiang Fei was not able to wrestle himself free from the girl and surrendered. I'll give you directions as we go. Bella was still clinging on to Jiang Fei like glue. Even though the girl was a level 5 metahuman and was able to fly on her own, she still rode together with Jiang Fei on his gigantic sword. What is it that you want to show me? And do you have to be so secretive about it? Jiang Fei asked her curiously. You'll know when we get there. Bella gave Jiang Fei her sweetest smile but did not elaborate on the issue any further. TSK. Well, if there's no good surprise, I'm gonna give you a spanking later. Jiang Fei teased. Okay. Bella blushed and winked back at him. The massive sword lifted off and flew at top speed. Its destination was not anywhere within the Chinese borders, but southwest away from it instead. Jiang Fei's base was situated right next to the snow mountain sect on Mount Kunlun. That meant that they were already close to the country's western borders and were soon flying out of the nation's airspace. Bella, seriously, where are we going? Jiang Fei asked her again. But when Bella spoke, Jiang Fei did not hear the girl's voice at all, as his ears were ringing with a familiar loud static noise. What's going on? Jiang Fei shook his head and the static noise disappeared. Oh, just something interesting that I found. You'll definitely love it. Bella said as she wrapped herself around Jiang Fei's arm. Something interesting? Well, what is it? Jiang Fei inquired. Bella was the most powerful member of Jiang Fei's camp, so her ability to sense anything suspicious over long range came as no surprise to him. I'm not telling you. Bella said cheekily. Fine, well, see what it is soon enough anyway. Jiang Fei laughingly said as he pinched her cheek. After flying for a while, Jiang Fei finally brought the sword down on a mountain forest that Bella had pointed at. So tell me, why are we here? Jiang Fei briefly scanned the area around them but found nothing unusual in the surroundings. Wait here. Bella smirked as she ran towards one of the big trees. Crack. She placed her small hands on the tree's trunk and gave it a light swipe, and the huge trunk that needed at least 3 grown adults to hug around it ripped apart without much resistance. With part of the trunk being torn off, Jiang Fei could now see that the center of the trunk was hollowed out. And inside the hollow of the tree laid an odd-looking creature. The creature had an octopus-like head, and a human-like body but without arms. It had 2 large webbed feet like an amphibian and looked absolutely bizarre. Whatever it was covered and protected by a glowing membrane that also masked its presence from being detected outside. But the most important part of the discovery was that there were breathing movements on the creature's chest, meaning that it was still alive. A Namekian? But that's impossible. Jiang Fei was baffled by the discovery. He knew very well what the creature was. It was a real Namekian. I discovered it here by chance. It must have been gravely wounded, but at least it survived inside the tree. I've already wrapped my powers around him so that his level 5 energy won't leak out into nature. But how is this even possible? Jiang Fei had yet to recover from his shock. 0541 had assured him many times that the Namekians no longer existed. Even the video logs he found on the Braveheart had shown him that they have all gone into extinction. He even got rid of the bodies himself. It's not going to stay alive for long. Honey, quick. Take out your biopod and start extracting its energy. Either way, it's still a level 5 Omega level being. It would be a pity if we let his energies go to waste. Bella said to him. Oh. You're right. Jiang Fei rebounded from his shocked state after processing what Bella told him and wholeheartedly agreed. Jiang Fei was afraid of ever coming across a live Namekian. After all, he had inherited the legacy of their people, and the one reason why he was able to claim the Braveheart as his own was simply because the Namekians had gone extinct. Now, if a surviving Namekian were to suddenly appear like this, then his position as acting captain for the Braveheart would come to an end. Thinking about that, Jiang Fei felt murderous intent gradually building up in him. He had long since considered the Braveheart to be his personal property. And if a Namekian suddenly showed up and seeked to lay claim to the ship, he would definitely not give it up so easily. Other than his intention to kill, Jiang Fei's previous experience of extracting energy from rebirth eggs taught him just how much energy can be extracted from a level 5 being. So when Bella mentioned extracting the alien's energy, he also decided that it was the best course of action. Jiang Fei also thought about his plans to fight the unknowns for revenge. He was severely lacking energy crystals and could only produce weapons at a slower rate. But if he used the energy extracted from this Namekian, not only could he eliminate the risk of losing the Braveheart, he would also significantly profit from this. Jiang Fei had absolutely no excuse to reject such an opportunity. Swoosh! With a bright flash of white light, Jiang Fei had summoned his biopod. Hum! Bella waved her hand and the Namekian floated up and entered the pod. Done! After seeing the dying alien securely placed into the biopod, Jiang Fei proceeded to put the machine away. Dear, there's something else that I need to tell you. Just before Jiang Fei could store the biopod, Bella suddenly came and talked to him. What's up? Jiang Fei was curious about what she was going to say and stopped what he was doing. Bella's lips were moving like she was talking, but all Jiang Fei could hear was that damned static noise again. What the hell is going on? Jiang Fei shook his head hard again like he did previously. But this time, the static only grew louder. Zzz. Beep beep beep. The static kept growing louder and louder. But Jiang Fei could sometimes hear clear distinct sounds that made up the noise, like the beeping of an alarm. Bella, Jiang Fei's head felt like it was about to split open, and he instinctively turned to Bella for help. Zzz. Beep beep. Warning. Warning. Telepathic attack detected. Threat level, unstoppable. Beep beep. Warning. Warning. Telepathic attack detected. Threat level, unstoppable. Finally, the static noises in Jiang Fei's ears became clear and distinctive. It was a warning from 0543. Chapter 1179, Hypnosis. A telepathic attack? **T. After Jiang Fei could finally clearly hear the warning behind the static, he became shocked. Hold on. Something about this is off. He frowned. Honey. Honey, while Jiang Fei was trying to figure things out, he heard familiar voices calling out to him and felt someone shaking him by the shoulders. He quickly turned to look at Bella and was stunned to see her slowly fading away. What's going on? F***CK. Jiang Fei's heart sank. Honey, please wake up. Please wake up, my dear. Jiang Fei felt his shoulders being shaken harder this time, but there was no one next to him. Mother****. This is an illusion. I've been hypnotized. Jiang Fei was now clear on what is going on, but was unable to break out of the illusion. He could only watch as the Bella in front of him slowly fade into nothingness. Honey. Please wake up. Jiang Fei felt his shoulder being shaken again. But this time, his vision suddenly turned pitch black. And by the time he opened his eyes again, he was face to face with an anxious-looking Ariel on the verge of tears. Beep beep. Warning terminated. Telepathic attack has stopped. 0543's alarms finally stopped. Ariel, what happened? Jiang Fei turned and looked around. The sky was still dark, unlike the dawn that he saw in the illusion. And based on the stars in the sky, he discerned that the time was around 3 in the morning. I'm not sure, but babe, you were like a demon just now. You suddenly barged out of your room in the middle of the night, got on your huge sword and took off flying towards the southwest. We were worried, so we asked Nina and Sylphie to be on high alert at home while me and Bella came chasing after you. Ariel summarized what she saw to him. Bella? Did she come chasing after me with you? Jiang Fei asked. That's right. Ariel nodded. No wonder. Jiang Fei was much more certain that he was being hypnotized. If it wasn't, how could there be two Bellas? 0543, why didn't you protect me? Jiang Fei asked with a frown. This was not the first time he has experienced a telepathic attack before, but 0541 and 0542 had protected him well against these attacks before. Why did 0543 fail? Captain, the enemy's telepathic powers are too strong, my defenses were penetrated. I have continuously been trying to wake you up, but the enemy's attack was just too powerful. It was only until just now, with Miss Ariel's help, that we could wake you up, 0543 explained. As she has yet to undergo evolution, there was no sense of guilt whatsoever in her words and she only gave standard answers. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed after listening to 0543's answer and checking his own data. 0543 was right, he had experienced a very powerful telepathy attack while he was still in the game. Although 0543 had deployed a defense against the attack, it was still broken too easily, leading to Jiang Fei being hypnotized. Under hypnosis and the enemy's control, he had left the base and came here alone and even brought out both the biopod and biolaboratory. Oh right, where did my biopod and lab go? And where is Bella? Jiang Fei looked around and did not see any signs of his biopod and lab anywhere. I don't know. When we rushed here, we saw only you here and someone else running away. Bella went and chased after that person. Ariel replied. **T. Jiang Fei punched a tree nearby. It did not take much for him to figure out that both the pod and the lab have been stolen by that mysterious person. Honey, don't worry. Bella might be able to get them back. Ariel tried to calm him down. Let's hope so. Jiang Fei sighed. It was obvious that the assailant had hypnotized him to get their hands on the pod and the lab. This was all planned out in advance, and he doubted that they would still be able to recover the two equipment even if Bella caught up to the thief. The only one capable of hypnotizing him while in the game and then rob him in the real world is definitely the unknowns. But unlike Jiang Fei, the unknowns did not possess a ring like his, so in order to transport two large equipment like the biopod and biolab, they are definitely using a huge teleportation array. Whoever it was that Bella was chasing was only responsible for providing the teleportation coordinates. So even if they killed him, it would only serve to blow off steam. After some time, Bella returned to the two while carrying what's left of an android with her. Crash. Bella threw the android's remains hard onto the ground. It was obvious that the machine did not survive the pursuit. After sending the coordinates to teleport back to his base, he was supposed to return through the teleporter after they have first teleported the pod and the lab over. But unfortunately for him, Bella and Ariel got there in time before he could get the second teleport ready and forced him into running. These androids may be on par with level 5 metahuman in terms of strength and defense, but he lost to Bella in terms of speed. That was how Bella was able to catch up with the android and the rest was history. Forget it, let's just go home. We'll settle the score another day. Jiang Fei forcefully stepped on the android's remains and shattered its core. After getting back to the base, Nina and Sylphie ran out to him. They had wanted to chase after Jiang Fei as well but were both stopped by Ariel. They were not sure if this was a ploy by the enemy to get them to leave their base, so they decided that the two would have to stay behind and keep watch. But now that Jiang Fei has returned, the two girls naturally came to see if he was hurt anywhere. Only after seeing him unscathed and home did the girls stop worrying. No one had told Jiang Fei's parents about what had happened as they were only normal human beings and knowing too much would only cause them sadness and worry. They hypnotized you for the lab and the pod? Sylphie asked. Well, based on the things that have happened, it would seem so. Ariel nodded. We can't rule out the possibility that they were after all the facilities Jiang Fei has, but only had enough time to steal the biopod and biolab before you two arrived. Nina deduced after listening. That's also possible. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. The biopod and biolab were not all that useful to the supreme androids, even Z0-11 never asked him for these two facilities before while working together. But the theft of these two items was a huge loss to Jiang Fei because if he wanted to revive girls from the game and bring them into the real world, he must have both the two facilities together. There's no point in talking about this any further. But now since it's not safe inside the game, honey, why don't you stop logging in for now and concentrate on increasing our fighting strength here? Let's go and take all of them back when we go raid the Unknown's base in a few days' time. Bella exclaimed. Chapter 1180, Prelude to Battle. Jiang Fei stayed silent on the living room sofa, quietly pondering about the events that had just transpired. Something was wrong and he could not put a finger on it. 0543, what happened to me? Shouldn't I be immune to any psychic attacks? I did fuse with the core of will, no? Jiang Fei asked suspiciously. Captain, it is but a theoretical conclusion. However, it seems that there has been a problem during the fusing process, leading to a subpar fusing result. Although your mental powers were stronger than any level 5 metahumans, it is still a far cry from what the estimated true numbers are, 0543 explained. That aside, why did you stop the attackers from mind-controlling me? Jiang Fei asked again, this time, his tone was full of contempt. Take Ariel as the standard benchmark. She possessed powerful psychic ability yet she would never be able to break through the AI support system's defenses. If that was the case, how strong were the attackers? How did they manage to break through 0543's defenses? Captain, I sense that you have not fully understood the concept of psychic attacks. The attackers might not be a single entity but a large group of specialized psychic attackers that joined forces to attack you. By working together and focusing all their mental power onto a single target, their power output would be much stronger than a single level 5 metahuman. It is technically possible to penetrate your mental barrier even though you have achieved optimum mental power through the core of will. Could that mean I'm in danger? Jiang Fei barked. Not exactly. Joining forces with other psychic users is a complicated feat. The attackers must have anticipated your move, striking with coordinated timing and cooperation. In fact, to attack someone such as you, a target with powerful mental defense would require them to time their attacks. In which, when you are most vulnerable. The F***ck is that explanation? You're saying they had been planning this? Jiang Fei roared. To be honest, Jiang Fei had gotten overly confident about himself after fusing with the core of will. He had genuinely thought that he was completely immune to any psychic attacks. That was why he had never bothered to be wary about any mental assault. Jiang Fei thought about the attack and realized that the psychic attack, in the form of illusion, started as soon as he entered the Shadow faction map, when everything went dark. The Maluya he met there was nothing but a fictitious character. The attackers planted the mental image in his mind, tricking him into following Maluya. Even after he was forcefully logged out, the illusion remained, tricking Jiang Fei into thinking that he was kicked out of the game instead of logging out on his own. After that, the attack persisted. He was tricked to follow Isabella to the mountains, leaving the base bare-handed. If Ariel was not on the alert, Jiang Fei would have been, figuratively, stripped naked, or perhaps, literally, killed. Bunch of rapscallions. Ill have their heads. Being on the receiving end of a psychic attack was not a prank that Jiang Fei could swallow and forget. First, the ambush on the Winter Islands, second, was the illusion trickery that cost Jiang Fei the biolab and the main biopod. The thought of actually being vulnerable to psychic attacks, creating the possibility of him losing everything he has rendered Jiang Fei fuming with rage. When night came, Jiang Fei refused to log into dawn break. This unorthodox habit lasted for more than a week. During this period, night was as boring and dull. Sometime later, Jiang Fei received a call from Bennett Straz. "Ah Fei, we have prepared everything for the attack," said Straz. Took you guys long enough." "Here I am ready for my grandchild to get married," Jiang Fei sarcastically replied. During this time, Jiang Fei had created more than 150 sets of armors and weapons. Even so, their performance highly depended on its user and hope seemed bleak at best. Bella and Ariel had managed to train over 100 lower-tier martial artists. Due to the lack of training period, these fighters were still weak, to be honest. Even so, armed with Namekian's armor and weapons, Jiang Fei had the confidence that his army would triumph. Their combat ability would surely surpass the unknowns as the martial artists possessed a keen sense of their surroundings, not to mention an agile body. Interesting metaphor. Straz failed to understand Jiang Fei's sarcastic comment about his tardiness as he laughed it off. Even though he was the dragon god, he was still a machine with a computer for a brain. Thinking out of the box, or rather, thinking like humans was still a far-fetched feat. "We're done here." "Well, attack tomorrow," said Jiang Fei, ending the call as he did. It had been a week since he was able to do anything to waste his time. Being on edge for so long, Jiang Fei could not wait for the next day to come. The urge to break metal bones and crush metal skulls was itching in his hands. Keep the rest of the armor and weapons as backups. "Bella, please start the final training session with all the martial artists." "Tomorrow is the big day," Jiang Fei ordered enthusiastically. Jiang Fei had been waiting for a long time to attack. Everything was already prepared and he was only waiting for Z0-11's side to get ready. To think that they would delay for such a long time got Jiang Fei slightly on edge. "Will do," Bella replied while Ariel simply nodded in acknowledgement. The two left quickly to start the last training session, the last preparation for war, the prelude to chaos. The day went by just as quickly as it came. When night came, Jiang Fei felt discouraged as he did for the past week. He dared not enter the game. He went to bed, but since he was not used to sleeping naturally for some time, he rolled around the large king-sized bed for a good hour before he could truly doze off. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up the earliest. He had everyone ready for war and rallied everyone to the courtyard of his house. He was taking charge of the attack and naturally, those who stood beside him, were the four strongest ladies, Nina, Isabella, Ariel, and Sylphie. "Darling, when would they arrive?" Sylphie nudged, emphasizing the word which was referring to the unknowns. Although Jiang Fei felt that the friendly unknowns were trustworthy, the girls thought differently. Everyone was ready to jump and attack if any of Z0-11's machines had any hostile intent on Jiang Fei. "Should be any time now," said Jiang Fei even though he was not sure. He thought since they were all machines, chances of them being tardy on the day of the attack was low. As soon as Jiang Fei finished his sentence, pillars of light came down from the sky and Z0-11's men stepped out. Sorry for being late, Z0-11 was the first to greet. Contrary to what it said, they were not late but precisely on time, down to the second. Let's not waste any more time. How shall we proceed from here? Jiang Fei cut to the chase. Teleporting would generate a powerful impulse of power that could be easily detected. If they were to teleport to the enemy's base, they would have to choose a location far away from the target location. We fly, said Z0-11. For this event, Z0-11 had brought in many facilities, one of which was a large transport shuttle. Chapter 1181, The Strongest System. Following Z0-11's lead, Jiang Fei and his army went on board the shuttle and proceeded. "MHM. I see that you really went all out for this," said Jiang Fei after he had toured the entire craft. There were cargo bays loaded to the brim with supplies and equipment. "This is but necessary. We want to make sure our forces are optimized," said Z0-11. "I understand. Shall we take off?" "But of course. As soon as the last of my men is on board, we will proceed with the takeoff procedure," said Z0-11. After only 30 seconds, Strez waltzed in to inform that all members were aboard the shuttle. Z0-11 then ordered the ship to start flying. The target was within China's border. The unknowns were born within China and most of their operating bases were located close to the capital. Before the attack, Jiang Fei had preemptively sent a report to the military to inform them of their incursion. To be fair, even if he did not report, the military would know about it. Informing them earlier was only to prevent unwanted attention from the military. Not that they could do anything about it. A large flying vessel coursing through the skyline of China would be a sight hard to miss. This would not be a stealth attack but an open assault. As such, there was no need for Z0-11 to equip and allocate extra energy for the cloaking system. Just by informing the military, Jiang Fei did not need to take precautions to avoid restricted airspace. If he did not inform the military, a large flying vessel intruding Chinese airspace would trigger a nationwide alert. Fighter jets would be scrambled to disturb Jiang Fei's journey. Although earthly-based weaponry could not put a dent on the Namekian shuttlecraft, they would still be a bother. The ship rose to the sky and zoomed off with speed. Since the shuttle was not meant for space travel, it would succumb to Earth's gravity. Even so, it was powerful enough for it to travel short distances. With speed, the entire army arrived at close proximity to their target. "Leader, we will soon enter the enemy's airspace," said the pilot. "Stop the ship," said Z0-11 abruptly. "How do we go from here?" Jiang Fei asked. From the looks of things, he concluded that the enemy would have deployed some form of defensive measures to prevent intruders from coming close. They would undeniably be attacked if they were flying closer. "This is where you come in," Z0-11 said. "Me? What can I do?" Jiang Fei exclaimed. Jiang Fei was sure enough that he would not survive charging into the enemy base by himself. Even with Isabella protecting him, they would not make it to the enemy base without first being shot with holes like a honeycomb. "I'm not asking you to charge in head first," said the pilot as he could not hold his frustration for Jiang Fei being too dumb. He switched on the autopilot and turned to Jiang Fei. "We would require the help of the support system. Both the enemy and us are using the same Namekian defensive system. The only way we could breach in is to have the superior support system to hack into the enemy system and disable their defense." Jiang Fei was taken aback when they asked for the help of 0543. From where he stood, he thought they must have overestimated 0543's power. Jiang Fei had always thought 0542 and 0543 were useless systems that could not do anything. Not like how 0541 was. Jiang Fei was rendered speechless when they were asking to rely on 0543's superior capabilities to hack into the enemy system. Ariel was only able to assume 0543 had been leaking information to the unknowns whereas she had personally caught 0542 sending information to Straz. Since 0542 had almost zero evolution progress, the only explanation would be Z0-11 had managed to hack into 0542's deep layer protocols. That would explain that 0542 being weaker in capability. However, they were now stating that the support system was the superior system, which would, as they claimed, able to break into the enemy's system and disable their defenses. Jiang Fei was confused. If 0542 and 0543 were so strong, how did it allow itself to be hacked in the first place? If 0542 was not hacked, that would only mean it had betrayed Jiang Fei on its own volition. What was that about? Jiang Fei, time is of the essence here. If we do not disable the enemy's defense system, it would only be a matter of time before we will be attacked, Stress chimed in. Very well, Jiang Fei stuttered. He knew well that that was not the time to be dwelling in his own thoughts. Even though there were still questions that he wanted to tackle, he gave the order anyway. 0543, hack into the enemy's defense network and disable the defense system, Jiang Fei ordered. Yes, Captain. Attempting system breach. Captain, without the main data management center, would take up to 12 hours 35 minutes to break into their system, said 0543. What the F***CK? 12 hours? By the time you're done, we would all be dead. Jiang Fei roared. At the same time, he hoped that Z0-11 and the others were listening. He wanted them to know just how useless this support system was. I've brought the data management center, said Z0-11 immediately. Huh. Ugh. Very well, Jiang Fei acknowledged. It really looked like they were going all out this time. That was probably the reason why they had sorted out in a large shuttle. It was to bring along all the important facilities to aid their assault. Z0-11 quickly escorted Jiang Fei to the back of the shuttle, where the data management center was stored. With a quick link, the ring connected to the center and it started whirling. Connected to the data management center. Disabling enemy defensive system ETA, 60 seconds. 0543 reported. As soon as 0543 reported, it had started to work its magic to break into the enemy's system. At the same time, Stress frantic calls could be heard. The enemy is changing their formation. How long until they have a lock on us? Jiang Fei asked. About 45 seconds. That's all the time we need. Jiang Fei claimed. It was already 30 seconds since 0543 had started working. With only 30 seconds left, they would have more than enough time to disable the enemy's defensive system, allowing them to enter the enemy's airspace without being pummeled to the ground. Seconds ticked away and this time, Z0-11 was also counting down the seconds, hoping to hear 0543's good news. When the atmosphere was cold and tense, Jiang Fei felt a sudden whoosh. He could hear a loud roaring engine coming in from afar and approaching them at high speed. Boom! A loud explosion was followed by a violent shake of the ship. What's going on? Jiang Fei roared. The enemy is attacking us. Bennett Straz reported as he quickly took the co-pilot's seat and activated the ship's shield. Another explosion was heard but the ship was not shaking violently as before. The enemy was obviously attacking even before they could lock onto the shuttle. The system breach, albeit only an attempt, had rattled the enemy into desperation. Currently, they were shooting into the sky blindly, hoping by luck they would be able to bring down the shuttle. Chapter 1182, Sudden Attack. The enemy was unable to obtain their precision aiming. Even so, that did not stop them from beginning the bombardment. Most of the cannon shots were not hitting their targets. 1 out of 10 shots landed but most of them were just a graze, dealing nothing more than just minor scratches. A few shots later, their aiming became more accurate but they were still missing a good number of shots. There were more than tens of thousands of shots being fired and only a few had landed. Even so, most of them were absorbed by the shield Straz deployed. The ship would shake violently upon taking a hit. The damage dealt was minor. Hurry! Jiang Fei cried. The others in the ship that knew what was going on cheered on. If 0543 failed to breach into the enemy system, they would be sitting ducks against a hailstorm of cannons. Once they had a locked target, the entire ship would be ground down to dust. The tension in the air grew worse by the second. 0543 returned with a report. Breach success. As soon as 0543 reported, the cannons stopped working and the sky was cleared. Attack! Z0-11 yelled out, ordering the pilot to make full advancement. Straz acknowledged and quickly took charge of the ship. Once Straz became the main pilot, he dived downwards and proceeded to glide the ship with speed. Since Z0-11 and every other android that were under her once served the unknown organization, they were familiar with the base layout. A few minutes later, the ship was already approaching the landing bay and ready to open its cargo bay door. Just like that? Isn't it too easy? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Attacking an enemy base played out much easier than he had imagined. This is just the start. We have only disabled the surface defense system. The main battle will be inside the underground base, said Z0-11. Oh. Jiang Fei merely nodded while the other four girls quickly shared a look with each other. They were in the heart of the unknown's base and there might be traps and ambush waiting for them. If they were unfortunate enough to fall into the trap, even if they were level 5 fighters, they would be in for a fight. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was paying attention to the details of the base as it was entirely built based on Namekian tech. 0543, activate the super radar system. Jiang Fei order. By far, the super radar system was the most valuable ship part that greatly helped Jiang Fei in his journey. Following Jiang Fei's order, 0543 immediately activated the super radar system. Even though using the radar system would cost Jiang Fei a good amount of energy crystals, moving around without proper sight would only get him in deep sh*t. While Jiang Fei was only getting ready, Z0-11's team was already on the move. The shuttle hovered inches above the ground and the first team that got off the ship was the ground infantry team. The infantries were armed with heavy armor and powerful shield units. They were also the team that carried the highest number of compressed energy crystals. They were armed with a minimal amount of firepower but possessed superior defense capability. The ground infantry team was tasked to clear a safe landing zone and to protect others to deploy into the battlefield. About 20 of them jumped down and started to form a tight formation about the shuttle. No sooner, they fanned out equally and formed a perimeter to prevent enemies from attacking. LZ is secure. No targets found in close proximity, the leader of the G.I team reported. Acknowledge. Please proceed. Z0-11 commanded. Straz disembarked from the pilot's seat and quickly equipped himself with armor and weapon. He then led a team of supreme androids into the back of the ship. After a few seconds, the cargo bay door of the other side of the ship opened up, revealing smaller transport vehicles that were being driven by the team. On top of the transport vehicles were facilities, equipment, and many other supplies which were being driven off the shuttle. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei was convinced that Z0-11 was really giving everything it had to win this fight. Let's go. Jiang Fei barked after almost all of Z0-11's men were already off the shuttle. By the time they were off the shuttle, the other androids were already deployed and ready to proceed. Let's move out. Straz gestured as he cried. Just when Straz was about to lead the way, Jiang Fei leaped to the front and stopped him. Wait, he said nervously. Something was right and Jiang Fei could not shake the ominous feeling. The entire advancement was too easy that it was scary. Did you discover anything? Z0-11 asked. No. Please wait here. At least until I have a report from the radar system, Jiang Fei explained. At the same time, he turned to 0543 and asked, how long till it's done? In about 300 seconds. That's too long to be standing here. Jiang Fei said to himself. 5 minutes was not a long time, but to be positioned in a fixed location for 5 minutes would only serve as a beacon to the enemy. The proper strategy was to move constantly when lurking in an enemy's base. Fei. We don't need your information. We already have data about the internal schematics. If you want, I could send it to you now. Straz interjected. No. We wait for the precise data, said Z0-11. Right. In the meantime, we need to be on the alert. I don't think it's this easy, said Jiang Fei. Ever since he stood on the ground, in the middle of the enemy's base, he had this ominous feeling that he could not shake off. Bella, did you sense anything? Jiang Fei asked. Nothing yet. I can feel a presence underneath. Nothing out of the ordinary except for the fact that everything underground is like trying to sense the inside of a black hole. I hate it. I hate the fact that I can't sense anything. Bella grunted. That is normal. It's one of those Namekian disruptors. We have one of those as well, said Strez nonchalantly as if it was completely normal to not sense anything. Minutes went by and everything started to be on edge. Each second literally felt like a day. When 0543 was about 2 minutes away from obtaining a detailed analysis of the enemy's base, Isabella jumped forward whilst screaming from the top of her lungs. "Watch out," she cried as she jumped to the front to protect Jiang Fei. Not far from where they stood, the ground beneath tore open from the inside and many could be seen leaping out of it. Seconds later, attacks that came from the sky came raining down. "We are under attack," the leader of the G.I team alert. In an instant, the G.I team formed a defensive formation and deployed their shields. Their reaction was fast and quick. It was their main function as they were programmed to do just that. When an attack was detected, they would mobilize first, forming a defensive formation to protect everything behind them. While the G.I team was in action, the rest of the androids started to move. Those that were tasked with the transport vehicle were also tasked with operating the machines they were ferrying. Those that were carrying energy crystals started to transmit power into the vehicle that was carrying a shield generator. It took some time to charge it up, but as soon as it did, a large protective barrier was deployed, protecting even the G.I team in the front. Chapter 1183, Aerial captured. Attack! Attack! Compared to the instantaneous reaction of the androids, Jiang Fei and the other martial artists were as slow as turtles. It was only expected since the martial artists were not adequately trained. The weapons in their hands were only just given to them, and to be able to react in that short amount of time was given proof that Bella and Ariel's guidance had paid off. In no time at all, beams of high-energy compressed particle beams filled the sky, coming and going from both sides. What caught Jiang Fei's attention was not how they were ambushed but the reaction rate of the enemy. Their attacks were clearly using the same level 5 Namekian weapons, but the users were clearly not human. The same thing could be said for Jiang Fei's own troops. That concludes one thing: the enemies were not androids. Mutants? Jiang Fei roared angrily when he eyed his enemies and spotted them coming from the horizon. "Jiang Fei! I've told you that I shall have my revenge. Your life for my sons," roared the leader of the mutants, Lincoln. His sons had been killed by Jiang Fei and now he sought revenge. Confound it. How are the mutants in league with the unknowns? Jiang Fei muttered disgruntledly. Even though they were armed with the same kind of handheld weaponry, the same kind that Jiang Fei had armed his troops, the mutants had the superiority in the fight as they had the advantage of numbers. Worst of all, they had a good number of level 4 fighters. Jiang Fei could even detect hints of level 5 presence amongst the enemy swarm. When the mutants were all in hiding, they were all protected by the unknowns. Not even Bella could sniff them out. It was only when Jiang Fei was ambushed, presence of level 5 fighters could be felt. At that moment, Jiang Fei sighed disappointingly. There are many other times, including this one, that Jiang Fei felt the arrogance of the martial artists has gotten the better of them. Even though they were able to set aside their pride to help Jiang Fei, it was but for a moment. The higher-ups had merely told their lower-ranking disciples to join Jiang Fei, not to help Jiang Fei, but to get them out in the field, to taste the world as it is. Those that were sent to join Jiang Fei in his endeavors were all but weaklings, talentless or slow learners. All of these fighters were looked down on in their respective sections. The only way they could stand out was to seek that opportunity with Jiang Fei. Z0-11, do you really think you are the only one that could work with humans? Let's see whose allies are stronger here, someone bellowed. Its voice was coming from all around the place, echoing without a source. After the war in the Winter Islands, the unknowns had suffered a great loss. The leader looked back at their move and had to look at the reason of Z0-11's victory. If Z0-11 could work with humans, why couldn't they do the same? If they were going to work with humans, they should look for those who can fight. Who would be best to fit the role than metahumans? The Chinese Martial Artist Alliance was in league with Jiang Fei. Not to mention the grudge they bore against the machines. The other option was to look towards the west, the one faction that both hated Jiang Fei and would wish for his destruction, the Mutant Brotherhood. All the machines did was sent an emissary to discuss their stance, but the result was extremely positive. When they mentioned Jiang Fei's name, the mutants quickly established an alliance with the unknowns and were willing to fight. Both the Mutant Brotherhood and the United States of America moved as one. Back when the Americans were utterly trashed by inferior technology, they had to forfeit expanding their interest to the Far East. This created a tension between nations, against the country of China for putting them there. The mutants, led by Lincoln, were more than willing to move against Jiang Fei. As a result, both the mutants and the unknowns had reached an agreement. The mutants were quickly recruited and were prepared to attack. When the unknowns had known about the attack, the mutants were quickly armed with powerful weapons and were dispatched to deal with Jiang Fei. "Leader, do we proceed? Or shall we retreat?" Bennett Straz asked. From his point of view, the chances of them winning the fight was dropping exponentially. The enemy had the advantage, both in terms of numbers and preparation. Z0-11 remained quiet and dared not answer. "We fight." Jiang Fei chimed in immediately after. If Z0-11 were to retreat, taking all the unknowns, Jiang Fei and the rest of the humans will perish. If this war were to be lost, the martial artists would be reluctant to send any more reinforcements. Fighting the mutants would be hard, and it would only be harder when they were in league with the unknowns. All four girls around Jiang Fei to each other and nodded in unison. They knew what must be done in order to boost the troops' morale. With a flash, the four of them flashed into behind enemy lines. The lower-ranking martial artists might be years away from being proficient in shooting, but Bella and the other girls had no trouble in defeating them with their bare fists. They might not have the range, but their speed was more than enough to allow them to kill the enemy. Isabella, strengthened with the core of life, struck first. The petite little Lolita flashed herself to the back of a mutant. With 3 strikes, Isabella broke through the enemy's armor, and with one last strike, the level 4 mutant was blasted into oblivion, leaving no traces of what he or she had ever existed. Ariel and the other girls came up slower. Although they were not as brutally strong as Isabella, they were still able to kill their enemies. Breaking the enemy armor takes more than 3 strikes, but killing them were still just as fast. Just when the 4 girls were killing as fast as they could, a beam of white light blew past the battlefield and encased Ariel with a barrier. A split second later, the barrier expanded and became a cube-shaped prison, trapping Ariel inside it. This was one of their methods to stop any level 5 enemies in their tracks. "Oh no! Bella, save the girl!" Jiang Fei roared. He had never seen the unknowns capturing a level 5 metahuman. That was why he had not anticipated this move. Another beam of light flashed across the battlefield and was heading towards Sylphie. "Humph, you're light years away from ever touching me." Sylphie scoffed and flashed away from the light with ease. The girl was born and raised as an assassin. Speed and agility was her bread and butter. Not only was she fast enough to escape the light prison, but she was also fast enough to even swap positions with another mutant. The light beam captured the mutant and encased him in the prison. "Darling. I can't free her." Isabella roared in panic. She had tried many times to break the prison with her monstrous strength but failed to even make a dent on it. The prison was replenishing its integrity with more than enough energy. Chapter 1184, Rest in Peace, Never. Use the dispersion beam. Z0-11 immediately retaliated. One of the transporters stopped in its tracks. Its backload covers started to unfold, revealing a plethora of machines which started to whirl. A gun-like weapon protruded out from a cube and fired out a dark beam of light. Once the dark beam hit the light prison, which was holding Ariel in place, it dispersed immediately, turning into countless light sparks that faded off. The dispersion beam, which Z0-11 had just deployed, was alien to Jiang Fei. He had never seen the light prison in the first place. However, for Z0-11 and the other unknowns, this sort of technology, to change photons into solid tangible matter, was considered as old tech. Namekian technology was like 2 sides of a coin. If there's one to create, there's one to destroy. If there's one to condense light to make a prison, there's one to release them from their shackles. The unknowns had only used this technology as a means to capture level 5 metahumans. Obviously, Z0-11 had used the same counter-tech to save them from it. As soon as the light prison broke apart, violent sparks of electricity were released from Ariel's palms. A girl like her, one that did not get angry easily, was now mad. Now that she was mad, there was one thing that she would want to do first: find that someone that dared to imprison her and ripped its head off its shoulder. This isn't going well. Z0-11 has the same kind of technology we are using against the metahumans. This means it will only be rendered moot, said the current leader of the attacking party. He turned around to his unknown brethren and quickly bowed. Looks like it is up to you. This is well within the aspect of war. We are allies and we will do what we are meant to do, said a man, which was revealed to be the leader of a group of level 5 mutants. Leader, there's no telling what they would do next. We need to retreat this instance. Bennett Straz whimpered. Z0-11 remained quiet. The leader of the other unknown faction was torn as Z0-11 examined the radar system. The current situation of the battle was not as pleasing. Isabella and the other 3 women had killed a great number of enemies, which had bolstered the morale of the troops. However, the difference in strength between both sides was too great. The radar had picked up several other stronger humans, and their numbers were no less than 7. The group of mutants dashed into the battlefield and quickly clashed with Jiang Fei's women. If they were left unattended, the weaker mutants would be weeded out quickly. Isabella and the girls were facing off the level 5 mutants 1-2. Ariel was the only one that was facing one enemy. Although she had the power of a level 5, her powers could never match up with a genuine level 5's power. Her electric powers, albeit gives her superiority against any unknowns, was rendered useless against the mutants, especially the level 5 ones. The table was turned almost immediately when the group of level 5 mutant entered the battlefield. Besides Isabella who could still fight against them, all other girls were struggling to even stand. Isabella activated her domain ability, materializing solid dragon armor around her body to increase her defense. This time, she had gained a new ability. Besides the armor, she was able to materialize a set of claws, measuring at 6 inches and more, growing out from her hands. Ariel did not have any domain ability. Nina and Sylphie had only just managed to master theirs. Sylphie's domain ability was speed while Nina's domain ability was specialized towards defense. Unlike Sylphie super speed granting her near light speed movement, allowing her to handle 2 level 5 metahuman Ninas was just a barrier. Even so, be it Nina or Sylphie, both of them would not last long. Activating one's dominion power would burn away their energy at a rapid rate. Isabella and Jiang Fei had fused with cores, allowing them to use the core's energy as a substitute. The others were not so lucky. Isabella had perfectly fused with the core of life, granting her an almost inexhaustible amount of energy to allow her to use her dominion ability for as long as she wanted to. At this point, she had a slight advantage in fighting the 2 level 5 mutants. The fight got so intense that one of the level 5 mutants had to activate his own dominion ability. Leader, we need to retreat. Once the girls fall, we would be next. Straz insisted. Not too long ago, the tables had turned. However, both sides were at a stalemate once more. The humans were fighting aggressively while the unknowns were burning away a stupendous amount of energy in both offense and defense. The winner would only be decided after one side had burned away all their resources, which would take a vast amount of time. However, that result would be discovered extremely quick if even one of Jiang Fei's women fell. Z0-11, still cloaked under a large cloth, turned to Jiang Fei. Z0-11 was torn. If they left the battlefield now, the girls would surely be defeated. In a way, it would be beneficial for Z0-11 if they were defeated. On the other hand, if Jiang Fei would lose, which was only logical after the defeat of the girls, Z0-11 would lose a powerful ally. Losing the girls would drastically weaken Jiang Fei's overall fighting force. Any conflicts of the future, fights against the other mutant per se, could not be overcome even if Jiang Fei willingly offered to help Z0-11. Be it raiding Unknown's facility for energy crystals or rebuilding Braveheart, Z0-11 could not achieve anything without Jiang Fei at his best. Z0-11's predicament was not noticed by Jiang Fei, who was having an episode of psychotic rage. Seeing his beloved being attacked and pummeled to the ground, triggered the wrath in Jiang Fei's heart. Machines might be out of my hands but the lot of you will surely be in my hands. Jiang Fei snickered before he unsheathed his blade and dashed out of the absolute defense line. Jiang Fei had been passive for the entire time, not because he could not fight the unknowns, but because he was just downright weak. Figuratively speaking, he was basically a tiny little infantry in the face of tanks and bombardier planes. He would be easily defeated with a stray beam attack to his face. He could survive if 0543 was fast enough to deploy a shield. Things had changed when level 5 mutants had shown their hands and slapped the girls. Jiang Fei might be a little infantry but he was the bane of all level 5 metahumans. Girls, time to get out of my way. Leave the 7 of them to me. Jiang Fei roared as he flung himself in the middle of the level 5 metahuman fight, activating his dominion ability of enfeeblement. Like Bella, Jiang Fei did not need to burn his own energy to activate his ability as the core of will was used as fuel. A pulse of energy blasted out with Jiang Fei as its center. All level 5 metahumans, even Isabella and the girls were affected by it. Like flies, everyone dropped from the sky. The girls were still in good shape as they knew about Jiang Fei's powers and had already experienced it before. All they needed to do was to move out of Jiang Fei's effective range and trample the other level 3 and level 4 mutants. The ones that were taken aback by Jiang Fei's power were the 7 level 5 mutants. For as long as they can remember, they were in the realm of level 5. Being dragged down to level 4, the realms of mortals had taken a toll on their mental well-being. What's going on? I'm losing power. Weak. Could this be the works of the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen? Is he here? Stunned by what they are experiencing then, the 7 mutants shat bricks with the thought of Zhuge Shanzhen participating in this fight. They had never learned of Jiang Fei's enfeeble ability, hence, they had only thought of someone stronger than them, which was the fictitious level 6 metahuman known as Zhuge Shanzhen. The fault lies with the unknowns not informing the mutants of Jiang Fei's true power, which led to this current situation. Time to die. Noting that the 7 bastards were just stupefied, Jiang Fei, with the Chengying sword in hand, cleaved downwards and beheaded a level 5 mutant. The confusion of being stripped off their godly status was one and being beheaded by a level 4 martial artist was a whole other thing. The unfortunate victim of Jiang Fei's Chengying sword died without even knowing the reason he had lost his power. Even in death, he would never rest in peace. Chapter 1185, The Bane of all level 5 metahumans. Zaft's presence is gone. How could it be? In that instant, the remaining 6 level 5 mutants froze. Losing one of their comrades was nothing to be concerned about as there was something far worse than that happening. Being a level 5 means having near immortality. The only way to kill a level 5 metahuman was to use a god blade. Nothing else could come close to killing them. Even if one managed to find a way to utterly destroy their earthly flesh, a level 5 metahuman's psychic power was so strong that they could exist even without a body. All they needed was to possess another body to be revived once more. Right then, the man known as Zaft was obviously dead. His existence, his presence was snuffed away with a single slash of a young man's blade. Such a wound meant nothing, or it should have been nothing for a level 5 metahuman. If Zaft could be killed by that young man, what about the rest of them? You. 2 of the 6 remaining level 5 mutants choked at the thought of Jiang Fei being able to kill them. They were shocked to the core, thinking that a man, not even a level 5 metahuman, could dethrone them from their level 5 realm and into the mortal realm. If someone were to inform them about Jiang Fei's ability, not a single level 5 metahuman would believe it. The only way to prove it to them was to kill another level 5 metahuman in their presence. This man's power has a limit. We need to get out of his range, cried another level 5 metahuman after he had regained his composure. At this moment, everyone snapped back into reality and got to work. They may be stunned for a brief moment, but they were veteran fighters, humans that had lived for more than hundreds of years. Being overwhelmed by sudden grave news would only be detrimental to them for a brief moment. Move, cried the leader of the mutants as he led the rest of them away from Jiang Fei. 2 of them had deployed their domain ability, but as they were enfeebled, they had lost their powers and could no longer sustain activating their ability. The general consensus about domain ability was that only level 5 metahumans could use them. Jiang Fei was an exception as he had the core of will to provide the energy required to sustain the domain ability. These level 5 mutants had lost their powers and even got dragged down to the mortal realm. Even though they outnumbered Jiang Fei by 6, they did not dare to fight Jiang Fei. The stronger one is, the longer one lives, the more one would be afraid to lose it all, to die. These level 5 mutants had lived too long a life that they would never want to fall back into the realms of humanity, to own a feeble body and soul that was too fragile to take care of. That was why, even though each of them possessed strength that rivaled Jiang Fei, no one had even thought of working together to take down a single Chinese young man. All 6 mutants took their leave, making it extremely hard for Jiang Fei to take them down individually. Once they left Jiang Fei's effective range, they could easily teleport away once they had regained their level 5 powers. Jiang Fei was fortunate to trap them once, but fooling them twice would be a test. Leaving so soon? You think you could just have your way and just leave? I'm not going to let either of you go. Jiang Fei roared. The wrath that had been building out for so long was unleashed. How could he let them escape when the only way to vent his anger was to kill them? Jiang Fei steeled his mind as he used the ultimate skill 0541 had crafted for him. Blood Rage. Whoosh. The air around Jiang Fei burst away as his powers leaked out of his body, forming a powerful uprising of power, pushing his very limits into the realm of level 5. Right now, Jiang Fei possessed the strength of a pseudo-level 5 which only lasted for 10 seconds. After that, he would be severely weakened. Even so, 10 seconds was more than enough for Jiang Fei to execute his move. How long would a level 5 metahuman take to deal with 6 level 4 metahumans? A powerful wave of psychic energy blasted out with Jiang Fei as its center. The enfeebled level 5 metahuman might run, but they could never run faster than psychic energy. Ugh. Arg. Blarg. Ugh. This is not what I signed up for. Besides the strongest one that could still talk after being enveloped by the psychic energy, all 5 mutants succumbed to the sheer intense psychic powers and died. Jiang Fei flashed himself in front of the last surviving mutant and glared down at him with eyes that burned with rage. You. What are you? Ugh. The last mutant could only muster so much of his remaining energy to speak before spilling blood from all orifices on his body, a scene too gory for the likes of humans. From the start of Blood Rage activation, to when the last of the 6 mutants were killed, Jiang Fei had only taken 2 seconds. Now that he had accomplished his mission, he chose to deactivate Blood Rage. Even though becoming a level 5 metahuman, even though it was only a pseudo-state of it, was intoxicating, having to last 1 second longer in that state would put a strain on him when he exited Blood Rage. The moment Blood Rage was deactivated, Jiang Fei was immediately brought down to his knees. The stress on his body was so strong even though he had only lasted 2 seconds in Blood Rage. Jiang Fei could not help but shudder at the thought of actually being in the state of Blood Rage for 10 seconds. After catching his breath, Jiang Fei quickly withdrew 2 grand restore pills and consumed it. The pills were a saturated version of the health potion. Consuming it would restore physical wounds almost instantly. Once Jiang Fei managed to restore his vitality, he quickly ran back to the defense line and entered the power barrier Z0-11's men had erected. Even though he had killed 7 level 5 metahumans, the reason for his success lies greatly at the element of surprise. These level 5 mutants were oblivious to Jiang Fei's trump card. If they knew about it, they would have taken measures against Jiang Fei. They would go all out in preventing Jiang Fei from getting close to them or perhaps eliminating Jiang Fei from a great distance. Mr. Jiang Fei. You have been nothing but a surprise. What else could you do? Z0-11 smiled and complimented. Due to 0543's Espionage Act, Z0-11 was all but informed about Jiang Fei. Now since Z0-11 was a machine, Jiang Fei's dominion ability would not affect their kind. Even so, Jiang Fei's performance was truly surprising. Psychic attacks would never affect machines, but it was just too powerful against any other living biological being. Nothing for now. Besides, that was already my limit, said Jiang Fei with a weak smile. To be fair, even though the battle of the 7 metahumans was literally a second, Jiang Fei was happy and satisfied. For so long, Jiang Fei had never had the chance to truly bring himself to the limit and fight. The situation was always against him. Whenever he was useless, he could only cower behind the girls. It was truly scarring for a man such as he. Now, he had his fair share of the fight. Even though he was still an unknown distance away from reaching true level 5, he could still kill other level 5 metahuman with his enfeeblement power. As long as they were within effective range and did not sneak up on him before he could activate the skill, Jiang Fei could kill the strongest level 5 metahuman. Chapter 1186, Leaders Revealed. Jiang Fei and his team had unexpectedly killed all the level 5 enemies. Now, no one would be able to stop Bella and the other 3 girls anymore. Although the unknowns could use large equipment to capture them, Z0-11 and his people were around. Even if Bella and the other girls were caught, they could be easily released the next moment. Since 4 level 5 metahumans were allowed to kill freely, the results were disastrous. Although the mutants had individual shields, they were not really level 5 metahumans. They only managed to block a few attacks before they were killed. Moreover, Jiang Fei had instantly killed a group of level 5 metahumans. This brought the mutants a horrifying amount of psychological pressure. One had to know that, in the minds of metahumans, level 5 metahumans were invincible. However, their invincible elders were all instantly killed by a mere teenager, so all the remaining level 3 and 4 mutants were almost scared to death. At this time, although these mutants had the power to resist, they were not in the right state of mind. Moreover, as Bella and the other 3 girls were attacking and killing continuously, the mutants quickly retreated. Kill them. Originally, Z0-11 was still hesitating between retreating and not retreating. However, as soon as the tables turned, Z0-11 commanded to attack. The next moment, Jiang Fei's joined army initiated an attack and the mutants became even more discouraged. Oh God, I don't want to fight anymore. This is suicide. As soon as the first deserter appeared, the mutants' defeat was inevitable. As the mutants had lost the will to fight, the unknowns were bound for defeat. Even if the unknowns wanted to prevent it, it was too late. After all, the mutants were only cooperating with them for planet Namex technology. To them, it was not worth dying for. When the mutants retreated, the unknowns were dumbstruck. They were relying hugely on the large mutant army. They had also spent a lot of money in order to equip these mutants with weapons and shields. However, these mutants actually fled away from the battle. This made the leader of the unknowns extremely angry. Damn it! I knew we shouldn't have trusted these humans. At the core of the underground base, the main leader of the unknowns cursed. Leader, what do we do next? Another unknown in a white robe next to him asked. If Jiang Fei was here, he should be able to recognize the 2 unknowns. In actuality, 2 of the unknown's principal leaders were Jiang Fei's acquaintances. The one in the white robe was the divine light god, a great enemy of Jiang Fei which he wanted to kill. The main leader who hated Jiang Fei to the core was also someone that he had met before. It was the first ancient god that Jiang Fei had ever met, the blood god Vhagar. Forget it. I told you human beings are unreliable. You said that they would treat others the way they are treated, but that's clearly not the case and it's been proven now. All human beings are treacherous scums. Blood god Vhagar sneered. Yes, indeed, you are way too far-sighted, my dear leader. A subordinate like me is far inferior to you. Divine Light God quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake, taking the chance to flatter Vhagar as well. It could not be helped, as he came later than Vhagar. Even though he managed to climb up to second in command with his own abilities, he was programmed to obey Vhagar absolutely. So, the Divine Light God was still a mere subordinate that had to bow down to his leader. Fortunately, I've prepared for this. I knew these humans would betray us, so I made some plans in advance. It's obvious that this base is done for, so blow it up. Vhagar was also really sly. This was their main base, but he still decided to blow it up before Jiang Fei and his army even managed to get in. Yes, leader. Divine Light God nodded quickly. This time, he was the one who proposed the idea to cooperate with the mutants. Now that the mutants actually fled, he was the main person responsible for it. So, at this time, he did not dare to have the slightest objection towards Vhagar's commands. Jiang Fei and the others had just dispersed the mutant army. Although Bella and the other 3 girls had an overwhelming advantage in level and strength, the weapons and shields of the mutants were quite advanced. They could resist energy attacks and defend against soul attacks, so they were not easy to kill. Bella, stop chasing. Our goal is the energy blocks inside. Jiang Fei stopped Bella who wanted to continue hunting the mutants down. To Jiang Fei, even though the mutants were abominable, his main enemies were the unknowns underground. As long as he killed those devious unknowns, the mutants would not pose any threat at all. Mr. Jiang Fei, the threats have been removed. Now, we need you to cooperate. At this time, Z0-11 came over. What do I have to do? Jiang Fei was surprised. He was just about to follow the path into the underground base. I need your assistance system to crack the defense inside the base. Otherwise, we might suffer very high casualties. Z0-11 said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Z0-11 had said so, he naturally would not take risks to save trouble. After all, the people around him were all living martial artists. They were not androids who could be reborn as long as their chips were fine. If these martial artists died, they were totally dead. After all, Jiang Fei still did not experience much. Even though he had killed a lot of people, he still valued the lives of others very much. 0543, get working. Jiang Fei placed the ring on the data processing center, then issued an order. Yes, Captain. Intruding the system, 0543 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order and began to intrude the underground base's system. 0543's authority was far higher than that of the assistance systems used by Z0-11 and Vagar. Although they were all technology from planet Namek, 0543 was the captain's alternate assistance system. As long as she had enough time, 0543 could absolutely take complete control over the base. Time passed by. After 2 minutes, 0543 suddenly said, reporting, Captain. The initial invasion has been completed, the base's defense has been lifted. Let's go in, then. Jiang Fei smiled. Warning. Warning. The base's self-destruction program has been activated. The base will blow itself up after 300 seconds. 0543's voice suddenly became louder. Damn. Jiang Fei frowned. Such a thing often happened in movies. However, when he thought about it, he understood the idea. If his base was compromised, he would also choose to do this. He would rather his base be destroyed than fall into the hands of the enemy. Terminate the self-destruction program. Although he knew that the base was self-destructing, Jiang Fei was not anxious. Since 0543 could invade the base's system, it should not be difficult to terminate the self-destruction program. Sorry, Captain. The base's self-destruction device is not linked to the central control system, 0543 replied. Just like that military base, the self-destruction device here was not connected to the central control system. This time, however, the difference was that Jiang Fei did not know how to deactivate the self-destruction system. Chapter 1187, Split Up. *T. Jiang Fei cursed. If 0543 could not deactivate the self-destruction program, he would not dare to rush into this underground base. There were many interferences in the base. Moreover, at this time, Jiang Fei did not have a detailed map of the base and it would take time for 0543 to retrieve such information. If they rushed into the underground base, they would probably die if they could not stop the self-destruction in time. Leader, what do we do? Bennett Straz looked back and asked. Just like Jiang Fei, they were also faced with the same difficult choice. On one hand, there was a lot of energy stored in the base, and on the other hand, there was the risk of being killed along with the destruction of the base. Hence, Z0-11 did not know how to choose. Damn it, Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. He had more things to consider compared to Z0-11. Z0-11 was just reluctant to give up the energy blocks stored in the base, but Jiang Fei was worried about much more. They were currently in China. Although there were no signs of human activities around, it did not mean that the base would not cause a disaster after self-destruction. There were a lot of energy blocks stored in this base. Considering the evil nature of these unknowns, as soon as the base self-destructs, they would almost certainly detonate these energy blocks. The magnitude of the explosion would probably be a few hundred times stronger than that of a nuclear bomb. The disaster caused by an earthquake alone would be enough to kill half of all the people in China. F***ck. These unknowns should really be damned. Jiang Fei cursed. However, at this time, 0543 had some good news. Reporting, Captain. The super radar scan results are out. 0543's words were like a message from heaven to Jiang Fei. Show me. Jiang Fei immediately asked 0543 to project the map of the underground base. Buzz. While Jiang Fei observed the map, Z0-11 and Bennett Straz's eyes flashed with blue light. Obviously, they had made a copy of the map. Found it. The self-destruction device is here. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. The super radar was amazing. Even though the base was filled with planet Namek's interference instruments, the scanning of the super radar could not be stopped. It's pretty far away. Let's move. Jiang Fei did not dare to delay. The base would self-destruct in 300 seconds, and they had already wasted some time. There were probably only about 250 seconds left. Wait, Ah Fei. Look, there are two paths here. Bennett Straz said as he pointed at the map. Just pick any one, it'll be fine. Jiang Fei had no more time to waste. Although the base's defense system has been lifted, what if some people are there to stop us? The passages inside this base are relatively small, it'll be difficult for us to rush through. Bennett Straz was an android, so he always wanted to ensure that no impediments would arise. Well, if that's the case, well, split up. Jiang Fei nodded. Bennett Straz had a point. Even though the base's defense system had been deactivated by 0543, it was hard to be sure that no unknowns would stay behind to try to stop them. The interference system in this base was not connected to the central control system, so it was still working. Ariel and Bella would not be able to use teleportation, so Jiang Fei and the others could only use their legs. If one of the passages was blocked, it would take them a lot of time to break through it. Okay. Let's meet at where the self-destruction device is. Z0-11 nodded. Z0-11 had done some calculations. It would only take 50 seconds to get to the self-destruction device from the entrance of the base. Even if they encountered any enemies, they should still be able to arrive on time. Jiang Fei had no time to talk to them anymore because of time constraints. He immediately rushed in with the 4 girls. He did not bring the low-leveled martial artist army in with him and just told them to keep watch outside. As the passages inside the base were small, it was not advantageous if they moved in big groups. Moreover, the martial artists cared too much about their pride, so they would probably end up being burdensome. Let's go. After Jiang Fei called out to the girls, he was the first to rush into the underground base. At this time, there were only 220 seconds left before the base would self-destruct. Bella, keep guard. You 3 be careful, too. Jiang Fei warned. Although the supreme androids were not that powerful, the energy cannons in their hands should not be overlooked. In such a narrow passage, it would be hard to dodge their attacks. They could only rely on their own strength to resist the attacks. Okay. The girls nodded, then surrounded Jiang Fei to protect him. Although Jiang Fei had instantly killed a group of level 5 metahumans previously, he was actually not strong enough to face the unknowns here. First of all, Enfeeble was ineffective towards these androids. Secondly, Jiang Fei was only level 4. He could not survive the attack of a level 5 energy cannon. Moreover, they were in a narrow passage. If they encountered a surprise attack, he would not even have a place to hide. So, if Jiang Fei led the way, it would be extremely dangerous. When Jiang Fei and the girls entered the underground base, Z0-11 also rushed in with around 30 or 40 supreme androids. As there was no real level 5 metahuman among them, they brought with them a lot of strange equipment in order to deal with possible enemies. Boom! Just as Jiang Fei and the girls rushed forward, an energy cannon suddenly fired at them. Boom! The energy cannon landed in front of Bella. Bella had resisted the attack with her own energy. She had even expanded the protection range of the energy shield so that the explosion of energy would not hurt Jiang Fei, who was behind her. Go to hell. After blocking the attack, Bella roared and her body began to change. Dragon scales formed with energy enveloped her body, making her look like the legendary Dragonoid. As the power of the domain was born by the core of life, Bella could easily activate her domain, just like Jiang Fei. As soon as she encountered an enemy, the first thing she would do was activate her domain. Boom! The second energy cannon attack came but was torn apart by the dragonized Bella. The powerful energy beam was as good as fake in the face of Bella. Boom! Bella punched the enemy's energy shield, causing ripples to form. At the same time, the medium-sized energy shield generator started to spark. It seemed like it was overloading. This is the first line of defense, my job is done. The enemies are about to break through. Requesting withdrawal. While the unknown inside the shield launched another attack, he began to request for withdrawal. After she activated her domain, Bella's attacks were way too powerful. Originally, the unknown who was in charge of the first line of defense thought that he would be able to hold at least 30 seconds. In actuality, however, he only lasted less than 10 seconds. Boom! Swoosh! Just as Bella tore the energy shield apart and destroyed the shield generator, a white light flashed and the unknown teleported away. Damn! He ran away. Bella complained, obviously dissatisfied. Chapter 1188, Z0-11's true identity. Don't worry about him, let's go. Jiang Fei frowned. Bella broke through the first line of defense pretty quickly. However, if there were more lines of defense behind, they might not have enough time. Yeah. Bella nodded, then began to lead the way again. Be careful. Jiang Fei and the girls only managed to walk a few tens of meters forward before they were attacked for the second time. 0543, shield me. Ariel, Sylphie, help Bella. Jiang Fei had figured out what the unknowns were trying to do. They were at an advantage as they could teleport in here, so they were trying their best to delay Jiang Fei and the girls. Since Jiang Fei and the girls could not use teleport in the underground base, they would be seriously injured if not dead when the base self-destructs. Okay. Sylphie and Ariel nodded. The two girls followed Bella and began to attack the enemy's shield. Nina was left to protect Jiang Fei because she only had defensive powers. After Ariel and Sylphie joined the fight, Bella could destroy the enemy's shield significantly faster. When the seventh line of defense was broken, the unfortunate unknown did not even have time to teleport away before Bella killed him. Come on. Jiang Fei kept urging them because 0543's countdown timer continuously reminded him that time was running out. When Jiang Fei and the girls got near the self-destruction device, there were only less than 100 seconds left. Quick. It's right in front. Jiang Fei felt slightly relieved. Boom. After the three girls destroyed the 46th line of defense, they finally arrived at the place where the self-destruction device was located. It was an extremely large warehouse. There was nothing in the warehouse except for one huge square instrument. The various lights on the instrument were constantly flashing and there was a countdown dial showing planet Namek numbers. Darling, can you stop this? Ariel asked as she pointed at the huge machine in front of them. It looks complicated, Nina gasped in horror. 0543, can you do it? Jiang Fei asked. If 0543 could not stop it, he would have to give up. Captain, please connect the ring to the device. 0543 replied. Jiang Fei was overjoyed hearing 0543's answer. This meant that it was possible. Reporting, Captain. I can stop the self-destruction device, it takes 15 seconds. 0543 shared the good news. Do it. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, there were more than 30 seconds before the device would self-destruct. They had more than enough time. Yes. Captain. 0543 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order. Girls, keep watch. Jiang Fei warned the girls. He did not want anything to go wrong at the most critical moment. The clock continued to tick while Jiang Fei and the four girls concentrated on their surroundings, for fear that the unknowns or mutants would catch them off guard. However, Jiang Fei's fears were obviously superfluous. Up until 0543 completely deactivated the self-destruction device and removed the danger, the unknowns and mutants did not appear again. Reporting, Captain. The self-destruction device has been deactivated. 0543 said. Phew, only after receiving 0543's confirmation, Jiang Fei was able to relax. However, another doubt appeared in his mind. Darling, where's Z0-11 and the others? Why aren't they here yet? Bella said exactly what Jiang Fei was thinking. Could it be that the unknowns are putting up a strong fight against them? Nina was too kind, so she would never think of others badly. Impossible. According to the information we have, there aren't that many unknowns. Considering how many attacks we encountered on our way here, Z0-11 and the others probably did not encounter many particularly strong attacks. They should have arrived here before us. Sylphie shook her head. *T. We've been tricked. Jiang Fei slapped his thigh, then rushed out of the warehouse. What's going on? Although the girls were confused, they immediately followed him. After he exited the warehouse, Jiang Fei went straight to the location where the energy blocks were stored, according to the super radar scan results. Previously, Jiang Fei had also seen the warehouse where the energy blocks were stored. However, the problem was that, if this base blew up, it would cause a devastating disaster to the whole of China. So, he had to try his best to prevent the base from self-destructing. However, Jiang Fei had forgotten that Z0-11 did not care about humans. It was none of Z0-11's business even if all the human beings on Earth died, let alone China being destroyed. Therefore, while Jiang Fei tried to break through countless lines of defense to prevent the base from self-destructing, Z0-11 and the others went directly to the energy block warehouse according to the map they copied previously. F***CK. They made a fool out of me. Even though Jiang Fei was angry, there was no other way. After all, even if history repeated itself, he had no choice. As a human being, he could not just let other humans suffer from the catastrophe. So, he had to give priority to the self-destruction device. When Jiang Fei led Bella and the girls to the energy block warehouse, it was already empty. The unknowns working for Z0-11 were also gone. Only Z0-11 and Bennett Straz were waiting for them there. What do you mean by this? Jiang Fei asked angrily. Ever since Z0-11 sacrificed a whole lot to save his family members previously, Jiang Fei started to treat them as allies. Although they probably invaded 0542 before this and stole information about him, he did not intend to interrogate them regarding this as they had helped to save his family members. Today, however, after being tricked by Z0-11, Jiang Fei no longer dared to take them as allies. Ho ho. Ah Fei, Bennett Straz was planning to say something to Jiang Fei, but he was stopped by Z0-11. Jiang Fei, Verger Glider, we need to talk. Z0-11 walked 2 steps forward, then removed the black leather gloves, revealing a pair of fair, tender hands. At the same time, her voice was no longer mechanical. Instead, it was a pleasant female voice. The scariest thing was that this voice sounded familiar to Jiang Fei. Bella's brows furrowed. Ho ho, my master, long time no see. Z0-11 yanked the hood that had always shrouded her head, revealing a delicate and charming face. It was none other than Akatsiris. It's you? Jiang Fei was shocked. Although he had once thought that Akatsiris had been extracted by the unknowns, he never thought that she could get such a high status and even split the unknowns organization up. Big sister? Bella could not believe it. Although Akatsiris was Bella's older half-sister, she was obviously Jiang Fei's enemy now. Bella found this extremely hard to accept. Chapter 1189, Akatsiris' Purpose. My dear master, you didn't expect this, right? Akatsiris smiled at Jiang Fei. She had been holding it in for so long. In order to be able to trick Jiang Fei at the last minute, she always resisted the impulse to show Jiang Fei her true face. Now, she finally got what she wanted. How did you become their leader? Jiang Fei was very confused. He could accept it if Akatsiris was extracted into the real world. However, he never thought that this girl, who was once his little, meek, obedient pet, would become such a strong figure. My dear master, as to why I can lead them, there's naturally a reason behind it. But I can't tell you now. Akatsiris smiled. Big sister, what do you mean by this? Bella frowned. If it was anyone else that had taken the energy blocks that belonged to Jiang Fei, she would have already charged at them. However, it was Akatsiris who was standing opposite of them. This made Bella a little hesitant. Although they were always quarreling and bickering in their past lives, they were still sisters after all. Ho ho, nothing. We've always been fighting for toys since we were kids. This time, I won. Akatsiris smiled at Bella. In the game, as Bella was a legitimate child of the king and Akatsiris was not, Akatsiris was treated far worse than Bella. This time, after she took Jiang Fei's energy blocks, Akatsiris felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. Big sister, this isn't a toy. Bella screamed at Akatsiris. These energy blocks were important for Jiang Fei's future development. Even though it was her sister, Bella would not give them up. Well, but what can you do? You and your little lover can try snatching the energy blocks away from me. He, Akatsiris laughed happily. She was always fighting with Bella for things, from toys to boyfriends, but she never ever won. When Bella died in the game, Jiang Fei could not forget her. He even left Akatsiris all alone for someone as irrelevant as Sheraz. Hence, Akatsiris hated him to the core. In actuality, Akatsiris' feelings for Jiang Fei were very complicated. Although supreme androids like her had been separated from the game for a long time, some character settings and memories from the game would not change. So, at this time, it could be said that Akatsura's feelings towards Jiang Fei consisted of hatred which originated from love. In the game, Jiang Fei's various acts of neglecting and ignoring Akatsura's had hurt her very much. So, when she confirmed Jiang Fei's identity in reality, she had always wanted to retaliate against him. However, as she still loved Jiang Fei, even though she set him up several times, she would always go to his rescue whenever his life was in danger. This was why Akatsura's made the blood god Vagar bring people to attack Jiang Fei's home. At that time, when Jiang Fei risked his life to fight back, Akatsura's went to help him even though she knew that her team could possibly be annihilated. To put it bluntly, Akatsura's just wanted to kill all the girls around Jiang Fei through the hands of Vagar, but she did not want to hurt Jiang Fei at all. Precisely because of these contradictory thoughts, Akatsura's made a lot of decisions that did not fit the android's ideals. Jiang Fei stared at Akatsura's for a long time, not able to say anything. At this time, Jiang Fei really did not know what to say. In the game, Jiang Fei clearly felt Akatsura's feelings towards him. However, he thought that the key figure 0541 was talking about was Sheraz. Therefore, he disregarded Akatsura's. He, too, felt that he was being excessively mean towards Akatsura's, especially when Sheraz appeared. When Jiang Fei finally figured out who was the key figure that 0541 was talking about, Akatsura's had disappeared. Even though Jiang Fei wanted to mend their relationship, he could not find her anymore. Now, Akatsura's appeared and had even taken his energy blocks. Jiang Fei knew that she definitely hated him. No matter what he said, she would never return the energy blocks to him. Well, my dear master, I've finished what I wanted to say. If you still want to see me, come to my base. Akatsura's smiled. Then, two white lights flashed. Akatsura's and Bennett Straz returned to the moon base. Previously, as the space signal in this underground base had been interfered with, teleportation could not be used. However, when they were desperately trying to deactivate the self-destruction device, Akatsura's and Bennett Straz had already cleaned up the warehouse and removed the interference. Dear, what do we do? As Jiang Fei was still in a daze, Ariel tugged his sleeve. Well, I don't know, Jiang Fei's mind was in a mess. Akatsura's sudden appearance was unexpected. Although the energy blocks were very important to him, it was difficult to get them back. Even though Jiang Fei had 4 level 5 girls around him, the moon was Akatsura's base. They definitely had equipment capable of capturing level 5 metahumans. So, even if Jiang Fei and the girls tried to fight, they might not be able to break the moon base. Frankly speaking, Jiang Fei felt a little apologetic towards Akatsura's. Moreover, she had helped him and his family members during the Winter Islands attack. As he did not know that she was the one who planned this attack, he could not bring himself to fight her now. Let's go back for now. Nina came forward. She was always the kindest and most delicate, so she could understand Jiang Fei's distress. Yeah. Bella nodded. She was also feeling down. She was now enemies with her own sister. Even the hot-tempered Bella was a little overwhelmed and at a loss. Before we leave, check if there's anything valuable left in this base and bring it back with us. Jiang Fei sighed, then ordered 0543 to check the inventory inside the base. Although Vagar had removed all the important equipment and Akatsura's had also taken all of the remaining energy blocks, Jiang Fei still had to look for something to take. If he returned empty-handed, this attack would be considered a huge loss. After a few hours, Jiang Fei and the girls had ransacked almost everything valuable in the base. Then, Jiang Fei contacted the military, asking them to send a transport aircraft over to help move the stuff. There were some remaining equipments in the base which were of no value to Jiang Fei. So, he decided that these would be used to cover military shipping costs. Chapter 1190, A Message from Within the Game. When they returned home, Jiang Fei ordered 0543 to work with the girls and go through the things they had looted. Although Vagar had removed the most valuable equipments and Akatsura's had taken all the energy blocks, there were still a lot of good things left behind as they had all left in a hurry. After he sent them away, Jiang Fei sat on the sofa and became lost in thought. Today, Akatsura's appearance shocked him. Originally, in Jiang Fei's mind, it was already clear as to who was an enemy and who was not. The mutants and the unknowns that allied were undoubtedly his enemies. They attacked Winter Islands and put the lives of Jiang Fei's family members in danger. This alone was enough to make Jiang Fei despise them. As for the other forces, the European Vatican was currently not making any moves, but they have always been working together with the mutants. So, although they were neutral for the time being, Jiang Fei did not really like them. In his view, even though the European Vatican were keeping quiet now, they were still hostile. Jiang Fei considered the martial arts alliance an ally. Even though the martial artists were arrogant, they were upright. If Jiang Fei was in trouble, they would definitely help, especially since they now owed him a favor. Lastly, there was Akatsiri and her team of unknowns. Jiang Fei did not know how to classify them. He could consider them as enemies, as they had once obtained his information without his consent and had also robbed him of his energy blocks. However, they had saved him more than once, so Jiang Fei was caught in a dilemma when it came to Akatsiri and the unknowns working for her. This was also because Jiang Fei had no idea that the attack on Winter Islands was all Akatsiri's plan. Otherwise, his affection for Akatsiri would instantly disappear and she would become his top enemy. Other than this method of weighing the good and the bad sensibly, Jiang Fei knew at the back of his mind that he should not treat Akatsiri as an enemy for the time being. Currently, there were only a few forces on Earth. There was Jiang Fei himself, China's martial arts alliance, the mutants, the European Vatican, the vast majority of the unknowns, as well as Akatsiri and the small group of unknowns under her. There was a total of 6 forces which varied in sizes. However, it was already difficult for Jiang Fei and the martial arts alliance to fight against the alliance between the mutants, the European Vatican, and the unknowns. If Akatsiri also became his enemy, Jiang Fei would be done for. So, for now, even though Jiang Fei was a little unhappy with Akatsiri, they had to maintain such cooperation. Precisely because Akatsiri knew this, she deliberately and fearlessly took the energy blocks away from Jiang Fei to provoke him. While Jiang Fei was thinking about how to deal with Akatsiri and her team of unknowns in the future, he suddenly heard 0543's voice. Reporting, Captain. The loots have been sorted out. 0543 sounded slightly more mechanical than usual. This was because she was just executing Jiang Fei's clear instructions, so the intelligent program was temporarily blocked off. Anything valuable? Jiang Fei asked. There are only some ordinary equipment and instruments that are not that valuable. 0543 replied. Forget it, then. If it's useless, give it to the military. Maybe they can acquire some technology from it. Jiang Fei waved. Ordinary equipment did not interest him. After all, he had a lot of information regarding planet Namex technology stored in his spatial ring. He could make such equipment whenever he liked. Yes, Captain. But you might be interested in one item. 0543 added. What is it? Jiang Fei raised a brow. Braveheart's original aerial combat simulator. 0543 replied. What's that? Jiang Fei did not really understand. It's a relatively high-end game console which was later transformed into the server for the game Dawn Break. 0543 explained. Dawn Break server? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Although this thing was of little value to others, it was extremely valuable to him and the unknowns. It was not this game machine that was valuable, but the high-level artificial intelligence stored inside it. Yes, Captain. 0543 confirmed. Come on. Let's go see it. Jiang Fei immediately stood up and rushed towards the temporary warehouse. Very quickly, Jiang Fei arrived in front of the high-tech gaming console from planet Namek. It was pretty big. It took up almost half of the room's space. Did you check the data inside? Jiang Fei noticed that Ariel and the other girls were also there, so he asked, but the question was mostly directed toward 0543. Reporting, Captain. I have already checked. The high-leveled artificial intelligence inside have all disappeared. 0543's answer almost made Jiang Fei's heart pop out of his chest. There were more than 200 or 300 celestial NPCs inside. If the unknowns had extracted all of them, it was not a good thing at all. The whereabouts of the advanced artificial intelligence is unknown, but I found an encrypted message for you in the server, added 0543. What message? Who is it from? Jiang Fei immediately asked. This Dawn Break server was only an empty shell now. To an ordinary player, it had almost no impact, but to Jiang Fei, it was already worthless. I'm still trying to crack the encryption of the message. The encryption is quite advanced. 0543 replied. Even though 0543 was the most powerful assistance system on planet Namek, she could not easily crack the encryption technology. Hence, if Vagar and his unknowns tried to crack it, they would probably fail. After Jiang Fei anxiously waited for about 2 hours, 0543 came with good news. Captain, the encrypted message has been cracked. Should I play it immediately? 0543 asked. Go ahead. Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, Captain. 0543 immediately executed Jiang Fei's order. Big brother, it's me, Maluya, a child's voice came out of the instrument. This voice sounded quite familiar to Jiang Fei. It was the unique voice of the little lowly Maluya. Maluya, Jiang Fei was a little confused. After Maluya killed all the celestial humans, he had never seen her again. He only knew that this girl grew amazingly fast. In the end, however, she just disappeared without a trace. No matter where Jiang Fei looked, he could not find her. Chapter 1191, Maluya's Final Goodbye. Jiang Fei was experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. On one hand, he felt guilty, ashamed, and regretful towards Akatsiri. On the other hand, the loss of Maluya and her last words had shaken Jiang Fei to his core. He had been there for her since she was only a little girl when she looked no older than 6 years old, all the way until she was a fully grown woman. Although he did not know it, he was there as well, when Maluya was an old woman. Even though she was merciless in her killings, and did not justify the reason why she had killed all the NPCs, including Jiang Fei's own master, Yezi, and his father-in-law, the Demon King, Jiang Fei had no anger or resentment towards Maluya. Even after the day she had disappeared, Jiang Fei mobilized the entire guild, and yet no one had returned with a shred of information regarding Maluya. Right now, a piece of message, the last words of Maluya, was waiting for him to be played. His fingers trembled at the sight of Maluya's face as he pressed the hovering play button. Big brother. It's me. Maluya. I guess, it's been a while and I hope that Big Brother would still remember me, said the little girl. The innocent, sad voice of Maluya immediately made Jiang Fei choke on his emotions. Please forgive me, for all that I've ever done, all the sins that I have committed, was for your sake. My father. My father had created me to help you kill all the celestial tier NPCs in the game, Maluya explained. She started off stuttering as if she was struggling to suppress her sadness. This made Jiang Fei shed a tear in seeing her like that. However, after she regained her composure, she began to explain things, like an old man, reciting an old tale. Ironically, she was explaining in a young, innocent voice of a little girl. The girl did not originate from the game but was created by none other than 0541. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, 0541 had preemptively created a program and injected it into the game before he was sealed away for violating the A.I support system protocol. That was why Maluya was so powerful, so overwhelming, like a program bug that could never be purged from the system. Her true nature was a virus program, created to sabotage the system codes. 0541 did this because he understood Jiang Fei too well. Jiang Fei could never be a perfect warrior as he was too emotional to engage with things that should not have affected his combat prowess. Most importantly, Jiang Fei was human, an emphatic being. Even though they were stronger, if you asked him to kill the primordials, Jiang Fei would find a way to accomplish that goal. However, Jiang Fei could never harm those that were his allies, those that had formed a bond with him. Hence, as Jiang Fei's assistant, 0541 had concluded that Jiang Fei should not plunge himself into the abyss just to accomplish some goal. A night before he was sealed away, 0541 created a masterpiece, a powerful artificial intelligence worm program called Maluya. Before he could become the strongest A.I support system, 0541 had lived a long life, assisting many other captains and had gained intelligence evolution that was almost human-like. His programming was so strong that no firewall, even the likes of those unknowns, could stop him from breaching into the Dawnbreak system core. All of this was not accomplished discreetly. The true leader of the unknown, Vega, knew all about it, yet they were powerless to stop 0541 from injecting a virus. The product of the making of the strongest A.I support system, Maluya, was too invincible against all of Vega's attempts to purge her out of their system. When they finally understood what she was and what she was supposed to do, Vega quickly pushed forward their plans to extract in-game NPCs to prevent them from being truly deleted by Maluya. When Vega pushed his plans forward, Maluya had only just activated. She was still in her infancy state and was too weak to do anything then. In the spur of the moment, Maluya had decided to speed things up on her side, by accelerating her growth. That was the reason why Maluya was growing older at an accelerated speed. As a worm program, her task, bestowed by 0541, was to find and delete all celestial tier NPCs, the same task that was given to Jiang Fei. 0541's original plan was not to have Jiang Fei to be the main force. That role was given to Maluya. She was meant to spearhead that while Jiang Fei was only the assistant. Her role, aside from killing the NPCs, was to reduce and if possible, cut off the supply of soldiers for the unknowns. When she realized that the unknowns had influenced and gathered hundreds of NPCs to be extracted, it was her chance to strike. It was during the time when Jiang Fei was out of the game, creating weapons and armor for the war against the unknown when Maluya held nothing back and unleashed her full potential, burning the last of her life force to finish her mission. On the day Jiang Fei had launched his attack, Maluya had reached the limit of her potential. However, her mission was still not done. At that moment, she unlocked the limiter that was placed by 0541, temporarily granting her a plethora of abilities, making her an exact copy of 0541. With that power, Maluya swam across the internet, finding and destroying data that was linked to the unknowns. She had even managed to trace their physical location and destroyed their mainframe. It was an instant, the power similar to 0541 himself was unstoppable. Before the unknowns could do anything to salvage their losses, Maluya went ahead and destroyed the unknown's own AI support system. If it wasn't for that, 0543 could never hack into their defense system and disable all their defenses. The unknown's own support system was, much like 0543, a newborn program. Throughout the entire playback, Jiang Fei was struggling with having a meltdown. The others were still able to hold themselves together, albeit not too well. Maluya was a stranger to everyone but Jiang Fei, yet they could still understand what had happened. They knew that a self-aware program had sacrificed her own life to protect Jiang Fei. Maluya was just a newborn. Being able to achieve the same level of computing power as 0541 was commendable, to begin with. Even so, she was, in the end, not 0541. The immense data flow and processing power had taken a toll on her. In the instant her mission was accomplished, her entire system core was damaged. Isabella and Sylphie was solemnly mourning while Nina and Ariel were already crying a river. Even though everyone then were more than willing to put their lives on the line for Jiang Fei, Maluya's act of self-sacrificing was still able to inspire people. When 0541 created Maluya, the only mission he gave her was to eliminate all celestial tier NPCs. Maluya went out of her way to accomplish even more. There was no time limit, no method of restriction, no preordained path that she was meant to take. Knowing that sacrificing herself would benefit Jiang Fei more, she had gladly went on the darker path. Everyone was shedding a tear for the poor Maluya, except Isabella. She was touched, but there was one other feeling that no one else had then. It was the feeling of anguish. She understood that if all celestial tier NPCs were dead, that would only mean that her own parents were killed. Even though she knew that her parents were just fictional characters created by humans, the memories that were imprinted inside her were still there. Isabella could not hate Maluya since she had only accomplished her mission and even sacrifice herself for Jiang Fei's sake. However, Maluya was dead, Isabella could no longer avenge her dead parents. It was also impossible for her to direct her vengeance towards Jiang Fei. Chapter 1192, Another Message from 0541. The last words of Maluya were, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Stay well, big brother. Farewell." Jiang Fei did not know what to feel then. To be honest, he really liked the little girl, and if she had not grown so fast, Jiang Fei would actually see her as a little sister that he never had. Now that he had learned the truth about her, Jiang Fei felt more and more devastated. Beep. Program number 709 activated. 0543's voice blared in his mind. This time, her voice was extremely monotonous. Executing program. Captain, if you are listening to this, I can only assume that all celestial tier NPCs in the game have been dealt with. Please forgive me once more for moving behind your back. As your support system, my task was to make sure that no harm to befall on you. Even so, I am not omnipotent. The most I can do is to stop the enemy. That is why I have proceeded with my plan to delete the NPCs in the game. 0541's voice ranged in his head again. The nostalgic male husky voice triggered Jiang Fei to stand on his feet. You stupid idiot. Jiang Fei roared in the next second, smiling yet crying at the same time. The Maluya incident was not the first time he had gone behind Jiang Fei's back. The incident which led to Phoenix's death was also indirectly caused by 0541. Back then, Jiang Fei and 0541 had the means to help her control her irrepressible powers. However, at the spur of the moment, 0541 had decided to allow Phoenix to die. Even though it was unethical, Jiang Fei could not say anything against it since without Phoenix's death, Ariel would not have been born into this world. Unlike 0542, 0543, or even future AI support systems of the future, 0541 had existed for a vast number of years. His AI programming and intelligence had evolved so far that it had granted 0541 a human-like personality. Furthermore, after supporting Jiang Fei for so long, it had grown attached to him, like brothers in arms. For everything 0541 had done, it was ultimately for Jiang Fei's own good. Some of his deeds, of those that Jiang Fei would definitely disapprove of, 0541 had accomplished then without Jiang Fei's own knowledge. 0541 had concluded that getting Jiang Fei involved in his decision would hinder Jiang Fei's own progress to power. Jiang Fei knew all this, and even though he could not deny that he was not truly on board with everything 0541 did, Jiang Fei was still reminiscing the past, when 0541 was still around. The nostalgic feeling only grew stronger after he learned of the 0542's betrayal and 0543's uselessness. When 0541 was still running things, Jiang Fei had never felt more capable of doing this. Never would 0541 deny his request, the way 0542 and 0543 would. The words, sorry this, sorry that. It was like a mantra for him now. Whenever Jiang Fei was trying to do something, both 0542 and 0543 would recite that mantra and deny Jiang Fei of his request. Captain, I am now ready to face my punishment for breaking the protocol. I do not have much time to say, but heed this. Be careful of Akatsiri's. She would soon be your BS. The message was cut short, replaced by a loud static noise. What's going on? Jiang Fei roared. 0541's last words were too important to miss out. Captain, the content of the program is deemed as a violation to the system protocol. It has been deleted. 0543's reply made Jiang Fei frown madly. Just when Jiang Fei was thinking about 0543's uselessness, she had proven it to be true by actually allowing the content to be deleted. F***CKU. Jiang Fei roared. Due to the violation of protocol, the entire message by 0541 was deleted. Jiang Fei could not even play back the previous part of the message. Be careful of Akatsiri's. Why? Who would she be? Jiang Fei muttered. Could it be that she would be your enemy? Isabella gave her own speculation. When 0541 was sealed away, Akatsiri's was still Jiang Fei's pet. That might explain why 0541 would say something like that. Perhaps 0541 knew something about Akatsiri's. I disagree, Sylphie chimed in. As Isabella's enemy, she would always try to disprove anything that Isabella says. I want to hear an explanation, Jiang Fei demanded. He did not care about the family feud as 0541's message was the pressing matter at hand. 0541's messages had proven to be extremely helpful. Darling, hear me, said Sylphie as she rushed towards Jiang Fei and pressed Jiang Fei's hands into her cleavage. At the same time, she puffed out her chest and glanced at Isabella, as if she wanted to show off something. 0541's message was only prompted after Maluya had killed all the celestial tier NPCs. That means something. It would be impossible to have Akatsiri still inside the game when all those NPCs were killed. 0541 must have calculated that event and set the message trigger moment at the precise moment. 0541 was sealed away when Akatsiris was still in the game, so I hypothesize that 0541 knows that Akatsiris would be extracted out of the game and perhaps even knew that Akatsiris would become one of the leaders of the unknowns. That makes sense. With that in mind, perhaps Akatsiris knew something that we do not. Nina chimed in. Exactly, Sylphie added. But we could not really jump to that conclusion without first knowing the last part of 0541's message. Ariel refuted. 0541's choice of words was clear. To be careful of Akatsiris was to imply that Akatsiris would become a threat. Are we still going to maintain this alliance with Third Sister? Isabella asked promptly. Although she did not want to admit it, Sylphie's statement made sense. Still, Akatsiris was a potential threat. Be it as it may, Akatsiris was still her sister. If possible, she would not want to fight a member of her own family, especially since she learned that Akatsiris was the last surviving member of her family. I say we maintain our current status quo until we could clearly discern that Akatsiris is our enemy, said Jiang Fei hesitantly. Jiang Fei could not put a finger on their relationship. It was coming back and forth between ally and enemy. They were not close enough to be called an ally but not hostile enough to be called an enemy. Both of them shared a common enemy, and to truly make a stance against them, he would need to be in good terms with Akatsiris, especially since the unknowns had garnered the alliance with the mutants and even the European Church. The discussion reached an end even though there was a true result. Things were left hanging when Jiang Fei was already tired. The moon as high in the night sky, and after a quick, moody dinner, Jiang Fei headed to bed and logged into the game. Since the psychic manipulation attack on him, Jiang Fei dared not enter the game. However, since the physical game server was in his possession, he had nothing else to fear. However, there was one glaring matter: there were no celestial tier NPCs left in the game. There was no more content for him to unlock anymore. All in all, he had lost the drive to actually play the game. Even though he was already set to never set foot into the game, what Nina added in then, about something Akatsiris knew, coerced him back into playing the game. Chapter 1193, Regroup the Harem Troops. Since the game no longer had any stronger NPCs, Jiang Fei initially wanted to enter the game for the last time to say his farewell with all the members of the Imperial Dragon. However, after thorough consideration, Jiang Fei had decided to investigate the thing that Akatsiris might know, that they do not. Most importantly, he was reminded of another task that he was supposed to do but was long forgotten. Jiang Fei had already revived Isabella, Ariel, Nina, and Sylphie, but the females that he had wooed were more than he could count. If Jiang Fei did not have a conscience, 0541 might persuade Jiang Fei to actually get down with 10,000 girls. A lot of things happened since then, and Jiang Fei was not willing to even approach new girls in the game. He already had a harem troop in the game, and out of the sea of girls, the 4 girls that he treasured most were revived. Sheraz was killed, but there was one left, Hua Mulan. Compared to the 4 girls in the real world, Hua Mulan was the only one that was truly a soldier. Being raised to fight, it was difficult for her to cultivate her emotions, especially romance. This, unfortunately, hindered her progression, which hadn't achieved 0541's standards. It had truly been a long time since he had actually talked to her, since he had gotten so busy with the Battle of the Heavens and the search for the Primordials. Hua Mulan was unable to help him since she was only of Overlord tier. It was a cruel treatment for her since Jiang Fei had truly forgotten about her existence in the Demon Dragon Fortress. Besides Hua Mulan, the other NPC girls that were in the same squad as she showed very little progress. Still, there was still hope. Jiang Fei had too many enemies to count, and considering the convoluted situation with Akatsiris, Jiang Fei would be rendered moot if she suddenly retracted her friendship. One way to prevent that, or rather, an insurance against it, Jiang Fei could build his own army. He could not rely on martial artists. After interacting with them for so long, he understood their code of conduct. These bunch of self-righteous folks would only work with you if they could each earn a slice of the cake, and would disappear when there was nothing to be gained. The only reason they were still lovey-dovey with Jiang Fei was because of Zhuge Shanzhen. They wanted to befriend Zhuge Shanzhen through Jiang Fei. That aside, Jiang Fei knew that if the unknowns worked closer with the mutants, the persona of Zhuge Shanzhen would be torn to shreds. When that happened, even if the Martial Artists Alliance would forgive him, they would not be willing to work with Jiang Fei ever again. Worse things would happen when the threat of the enemy grew stronger. Once the situation escalated to the point of complete annihilation, these bunch old farts might even abandon Jiang Fei to fend for his own. In the end, the best person to rely on was not of outside forces, but of one's own. Jiang Fei reconsidered what Nina said earlier and thought it might actually work out to enter the game. The physical server was in his hands now, there was no need for him to worry about psychic attacks. It was the best time for him to just connect with the girls in the game. Even though non-celestial tier NPCs were not as intelligent as celestial tier NPCs, their evolution rate was still high. The chances of them actually evolving further, in terms of intelligence, was certain. Once Jiang Fei entered the game, he ordered all officers of the guild to gather for a grand meeting. There, he promptly handed over the title of Guild Master to Lady Casanova. Jiang Fei demoted himself to become a regular member with a title called Elder. Jiang Fei, being just a guild master of Imperial Dragon, was merely a symbol. He was the number one player in the entire game and his presence alone would bring prosperity to the guild. When all things were settled, all the contracts were signed, all the power relinquished, Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress. There, Jiang Fei was hit with a powerful sense of nostalgia. Almost everyone in the game had ventured into the primordial realm. The Demon Dragon Fortress, one of the many player bases in the faction region, was empty. It took him quite a while to remember the last time he had set foot in this fortress. Just as he did, the swarm of NPC girls came to him. "My lord! You've returned." Hua Mulan rushed to his side to report for duty. Although she did maintain her posture as the general of the army, the look in her eyes betrayed her. "It's good to be back," Jiang Fei replied, softly and warmly. He could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart when he saw how Hua Mulan reacted to his presence. It had been more than 2 months since he had last seen her. "My lord. Have you missed us? Have you missed me? My lord. I have long waited for you. My lord. I love you. Please allow this one to service you tonight." Before Hua Mulan could say something, the Naga priestesses came and swarmed Jiang Fei like flies to a cup of sugar water. These Naga priestesses too had missed Jiang Fei dearly and did not care about their stature. It was as if they had starved for 2 months and Jiang Fei was the piece of steak that was fresh out of the oven. Holy shai eat. Jiang Fei was taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Fei immediately gave up wanting to revive all the females that he had under his wing. If he had revived these Naga priestesses, Isabella would tear him a new one, before the unknowns could. "Mulan, come with me," cried Jiang Fei as he grabbed Hua Mulan's jaded hands and ran away. "My lord. Please don't leave me. My lord. I assure that tonight will the night you'll never forget." When Jiang Fei heard how the Naga priestesses suddenly suggested a night of pleasure, he increased his speed and actually ran out of the Demon Dragon Fortress. The Naga priestesses dared not follow him as Jiang Fei himself did not give them the order to leave the fortress. "It's been too long. You must have waited for me this whole time. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me for not coming over to see you," said Jiang Fei apologetically. "My lord, you need not apologize. You must have had things to tend to." "I am but forever loyal to you," said Hua Mulan as she held back her tears. She was trying extremely hard to not let her emotions get the better of her, but there was still a limit to what she could do. Her trembling lips and cracking voice had betrayed her too. "Mulan, would you come with me? To the outside world?" Jiang Fei asked. "I do," said Hua Mulan almost instantly. "All right. Thank you for your answer. I needed to hear that. Sometime later, I will come and get you, but before all of that, I have some lessons that you need to learn," said Jiang Fei with a smile. Before he entered the game, he had discussed with 0543 about Hua Mulan's progress. Even though the general's progression was significantly slower than the other girls, Jiang Fei had been cultivating her emotions towards him for a long time. Right now, the progression rate was reaching the standard 0541 had set. All Jiang Fei needed to do now was to further develop those feelings. It would not take too long before Hua Mulan would be ready to come to the real world. "Yes, my lord. Mulan would not let you down," said Hua Mulan with a stoic expression. All of her sisters Isabella and the others were already in the real world with Jiang Fei. She would be lying if she admitted that she could wait longer. For the next few days, Jiang Fei would enter the game and spend all his time with Hua Mulan. His lessons were actually general information about the real world, about how human society worked. During the day, Jiang Fei would be with Ariel and the other girls, training the lower-rank martial artists, to help them master the new weapons. Chapter 1194, Stealing Energy. Time flies when everyone was having fun. Everything was as cool as a cucumber. Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan were hitting it off, and according to 0543's analysis, Hua Mulan would be ready for transmigration to the real world. Besides Hua Mulan, Jiang Fei had arranged for the revival of the rest of the new Saints Guard. Even though he already had more than 100 lower-ranked martial artists under his wings, Jiang Fei could not befriend all of them. Even if he did, there was no absolute certainty that they would all be loyal to him. It was hard for them to earn Jiang Fei's trust. Truthfully speaking, Jiang Fei wanted nothing more than to grow his own troops, but if he had included the Naga priestesses, things would be messy. Or, in the worst-case scenario, bloodied. Jiang Fei was too worried about Isabella. By the end of the week, Hua Mulan was ready for her revival, but there was a problem. Energy. The one problem that would always come creeping back to him was the lack of energy. With the backup teleportation core, Jiang Fei was earning 100,000 energy crystal in a day. Even so, it was merely a drop of water compared to the sea of requirement. Jiang Fei was prepared for the revival of the new Saints Guards. While courting Hua Mulan, he had also brought along a small group of female knights. These knights could never reach the limit of emotional attachment of Hua Mulan. They could never survive being subjected to a level 5 body. Still, as long as Jiang Fei could get them to reach infatuated level of relationship with him, he could revive all of them at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Having mastered the technology of biohuman creation, Jiang Fei had already revived Hong Yu and her team of 20 or so soldiers to help him before. They were all completely left out during the war in the Winter Islands before Jiang Fei had deemed it so. They were too weak to do anything then. However, to compensate that disparity of power, Jiang Fei had prepared weapons for Hong Ye's team, allowing them to gain stronger fighting power compared to the lower-ranking martial artists. Hong Yu and her team would be able to subdue any opponent, as long as they are not of level 5. Ariel, Bella, I need both of you to accompany me for a bit. We are going to visit Akatsuris, said Jiang Fei. He was not confident enough to launch an attack, to steal the unknown's energy stash. Hence, he thought of having a shot with Akatsuris, asking for her help once more. Darling. I would go too. Sylphie shot to her feet and flash-stepped to Jiang Fei's side. Be good. You and Nina are to stay back and guard the house. We will be back before you know it, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei had only wanted Ariel and Isabella to come because he loved them both more than the others, but that was not the sole reason. Jiang Fei did not want to wrong Akatsuris in any way. Taking Sylphie with him to visit her might only offend Akatsuris since she was not used to having too many level 5 coming with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was not going to risk it since Braveheart Mk2 was still in construction and in Akatsuris' possession. Jiang Fei wanted nothing more but to revive 0541 back by seizing control of the ship and taking over it as the ship's official captain. Anything could go wrong, and if Akatsuris deemed it so, Jiang Fei could never set foot in the moon base. That was why he had brought Isabella along. Akatsuris might still be hovering in between ally and enemy status, but Bella was her younger sister. The two share a bond that Jiang Fei could utilize. Sylphie, on the other hand, was a complete stranger. If things went south, she might ignore the diplomatic way of solving it and instead rely on her fist and dagger. Ariel was brought along as insurance against Isabella herself. Even though Isabella was more than capable of teleporting, she was not as good as Ariel. In case of an ambush, Ariel could instantly teleport everyone back to Earth in a flash. Having to fight Akatsuris and her men in the moon base would be dire since Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella were still living beings. On the one hand, not taking Sylphie was a better idea since Isabella and she were always at each other's neck. Before Akatsuris could even do anything to him, the two babes might already have a go at each other. Having Sylphie alone at home was not good enough for him. 3 was already a crowd, hence he had decided to have Nina stay at home. Leave the house to me. I'll make sure nothing will go wrong, said Nina with a gentle smile. Of all the girls, Jiang Fei had really preferred Nina and Ariel since they were both emphatic and understanding. Most importantly, she was the kind that would simply seize the chance to spend time with Jiang Fei. I am grateful for this, Nina. Also, please keep an eye out for Sylphie. Do keep her away from trouble, said Jiang Fei before leaving the base in the Winter Islands. TSK. Fine, it'll be good, Sylphie grunted and stomped her feet like a little girl. If Jiang Fei did not ask Nina to keep an eye on her, she would immediately enter stealth mode and follow Jiang Fei. After traveling to the moon for so many times, Jiang Fei and the others had gotten used to the procedure. Ariel teleported everyone to the far edge of the Winter Islands, where Akatsiris men had already built a small base. Once they arrived, the operators there contacted Bennett Straz. It's always nice to hear from you, Jiang Fei. How have you been? Straz replied with a bright smile, as if nothing such as the previous betrayal has ever taken place. Don't waste your breath. Take me to the base, I want to check on Braveheart's progress, said Jiang Fei sternly. He did not bother to inquire about energy crystals to him but instead using Braveheart as an excuse to visit the base. He had already decided to discuss with Akatsiris about the issue. Jiang Fei's plan was rather straightforward. When an opportunity presented itself, Jiang Fei would steal Akatsiris energy crystals. It would not matter if his gambit was caught by them once the energy crystals were deposited into the ring. Right now, the relationship between Akatsiris and Jiang Fei was hanging by a thread, a very thin thread. They were only forming an alliance because they shared a common, powerful enemy. Even if both sides had to take advantage of each other, as long as the damage was not too severe, both sides would brush it off as minor casualty. Both Akatsiris and Jiang Fei recognized that if they started to fight each other, they would only be benefiting their mortal enemy, the Divine Light God and the Mutant Brotherhood. If Jiang Fei's objective was accomplished, he could acquire a large amount of energy and having retribution with Akatsiris. If Akatsiris had protected her stash of energy crystals tightly, not allowing Jiang Fei to even get close to it, Jiang Fei would then attempt to discuss with Akatsiris to borrow some. And if that failed, he would then have to rely on the plan to work with Akatsiris to launch another attack to another unknown's base to steal more energy crystals. All three plans were viable. The first two plans were of low risk and low success rates. The third one was the worst of all since the risk was too high and the aftermath would be dire if things went south. Chapter 1195, Say It and I'm All Yours. Since the agreement about Jiang Fei coming in unscheduled to check on Braveheart's construction progress had been established long before Akatsiris had revealed her identity, Straz did not ask further questions about it and allowed Jiang Fei to come to the moon base. Once they arrived at the teleportation pad, Jiang Fei did not promptly ask about meeting with Akatsiris. He was there to steal some energy crystals first. As such, with Jiang Fei's request, Straz led everyone to visit the hangar bay. The construction was going speedily. The hull of the ship was already completed and the constructors were seen working on the interior of the ship. The entire ship was almost completed and was now docking outside the hangar bay, in the void of space outside the base. The entire thing was at least 10 kilometers long, making it the largest object Jiang Fei had ever laid his eyes on. Please follow me to the bridge, Straz gestured while summoning a hovercraft to ferry them to the ship. Once they arrived, Jiang Fei was presented with a newly modified bridge. Not only did they add more equipment and facilities, but they also repainted the interior walls. Damn! They must have gathered a vast amount of energy crystals. Jiang Fei thought. Based on the readings on the control console, the ship was already at 70% completion rate. Another 20% more and Jiang Fei could register himself as the captain of the ship. He could, not only, restore 0541 back, but he would be able to steal the entire ship. Akatsiris was only able to achieve this much progress because of her betrayal, of which she had taken Jiang Fei's share of energy crystals. Even though Jiang Fei did not know what Akatsiris would do once Braveheart was completed, Jiang Fei understood that she would have the power to truly defeat all the other unknowns. Until then, she would have to maintain her alliance with Jiang Fei to survive. Not bad. You guys sure work hard, said Jiang Fei, pretending to admire the ship's construction. At that moment, he gave Ariel a look. It was a go signal which they had discussed earlier. Ariel was to mark this exact spot, the bridge of the ship to ease future teleportation, to facilitate Jiang Fei's attempt to rob the ship's control. Fei, if you're done, please follow me. This is a working zone. It is messy and not comfortable for us to have a conversation, said Straz. Even though he was presenting a manner of courtesy, the likes of a steward on an expensive first-class airline, it was merely a mask to chase Jiang Fei away. The interior of the hangar bay was filled with equipment and instruments for construction, not to mention caches of energy crystals lying around. Straz had been keeping both eyes peeled, to prevent Jiang Fei from doing anything suspicious. Shit. The F***ck is he onto me? Jiang Fei thought. Then again, Straz was once the dragon god, an entity of greed and avarice. The man, or machine, was already built in with a habit, a behavior to never let go of things that belonged to him. No. I'll skip that. Please inform Akatsiris that I want to talk to her, Jiang Fei gestured back. With Straz sticking close to him like an overly obsessed girlfriend, Jiang Fei had no chance to slip some of the energy crystals that were just laying around. It was unfortunate, but the first plan of obtaining energy crystals was a dud. Please hold, said Straz before his eyes flashed blue. From the looks of it, it seemed Straz was now communicating with Akatsiris via wireless communication. On the one hand, Jiang Fei was impressed at the method, on the other, suspicions rose. Why did he not contact Akatsiris via this same method a long time ago? Our leader will be waiting in the lobby, said Straz in less than 5 seconds. Awesome. Lead the way, said Jiang Fei. It was time for Jiang Fei to try the second plan. Straz nodded and proceeded to take Jiang Fei on a long journey around the base. It was a long trip as it took nearly 1 hour before Jiang Fei arrived at a small room, which clearly was not the lobby. You're here. My beloved master. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the room, he could hear the seductive voice. There was a rapid increase in pitch followed by a sudden sigh that was incredibly suggestive. Akatsiris, we are no longer in the game. I am not your master anymore, said Jiang Fei bitterly. After all that had happened, he knew that the woman bore a vengeance against him. What's the matter, my sweet loving master? Are you afraid of my little sister being jealous? Or are you regretting not ravishing me when I was not all iron and metal, said Akatsiris. Like Straz, the memories of her being a succubus manifested, even though she was now completely machine. She got up from her seat, chest up and out before she leaned in purposely to Jiang Fei. Sister. Please don't, Isabella choked. She could not say anything then. If anyone else, any girl at all that dared to try seducing Jiang Fei the way Akatsiris did, Isabella would hold her head on one hand, and a lifeless body on the other. Akatsiris was probably the one person in the entire world that had the pass to do anything she wanted with Jiang Fei. No matter what sins she had committed, Akatsiris was still Isabella's elder sister. Most importantly, from Isabella's vantage point, Akatsiris had no feelings towards Jiang Fei. She was only acting this way to purposely disturb Isabella, like how she always did when the sisters were growing up together. It was unfortunate for Isabella since when Akatsiris came into Jiang Fei's life, Isabella was only just killed and sealed away. Jiang Fei did explain everything that had happened, but Isabella was not physically present to truly understand the bittersweet emotion that Akatsiris had for Jiang Fei. This love-hate relationship of a woman was extremely hard to understand, especially for someone outside the loop. Girls that behaved like this would always try to do something, either harmful or beneficial, just to hurt their used-to-be paramour. Alright. I'll stop, my cute little sister. I've not said anything, yet here you are, defending Jiang Fei, said Akatsiris as she rolled her eyes. She then turned to Jiang Fei, leaning in closer and said, Tell me, my great master, what can I do for? Could it be, you wanted to rekindle the fire that has been put out? Jiang Fei choked. When Akatsiris was so close to him, Jiang Fei could not find the heart to ask for a favor. The woman that he had indirectly wronged once had asked you, dead in the face, whether you wanted to rekindle the flames that had been put out. Yet here you are, trying to ask for a favor. How could Jiang Fei bring himself to ask such a thing? You. Akatsiris grinned as she repeated Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei got flustered and she noticed that. In the spur of the moment, Akatsiris leaped to her feet and hung her metallic hands over Jiang Fei's shoulder, pulling him closer to her face. Say it, Akatsiris said, ever so lustful and seductive. Jiang Fei choked again. It took several tries, but in the end, Jiang Fei had decided not to ask. Say it. Say the words and I am all yours. Akatsiris' robotic eyes sparkled with emotions. Straz, who was standing at the side, could not help but eavesdrop. Since he was made of metal and wires, he was incapable of exhibit the sudden jerk, or flinch. If he could, he would be cringing so hard at the sight of how his leader was presenting herself. Chapter 1196, Would You End Me? To be fair, Akatsuris was completely made of metal, yet her appearance, despite the different outfit, was exactly the same when she was in the game. Her metal skeleton was completely covered with living tissue. Besides the mechanical eye, she could not be discerned from a regular human being. That was why Jiang Fei choked on his words when the beautiful babe was only inches away from his face. The guilt, coupled with his inability to reciprocate woman's feelings, had rendered him mute. No matter how Jiang Fei tried to think otherwise, he could never bring himself to ask for energy crystals from Akatsuris. He could not even ask about teaming up again to fight the unknowns. Sister. Please stop. Isabella cried out. We are here to set things straight. Jiang Fei could not be more thankful for Isabella. And thank God that she thought Akatsuris was only trying to mess with Jiang Fei. On the contrary, Akatsuris was being serious. Set things straight? Akatsuri stepped away from Jiang Fei and snarled. The anticipation that was flaring in her eyes vanished. It was then she realized something cruel. All the time she was hoping Jiang Fei to confess his feelings to her, hoping that Jiang Fei would have space for her in his heart. Sadly, she understood from how Jiang Fei had reacted, how Jiang Fei had decided to keep quiet, that he never had feelings for her, from now and ever. At this point, Akatsuri steeled her already dead-cold heart. Her hatred for him was only getting stronger. Tell me, what do you need? Said Akatsuri. The warmth on his voice was completely gone. She was now back to how she was, Z0-11, the stone-cold unknown. Straz, who was monitoring the entire conversation, sighed with relief. The thought of Akatsuri still harboring feelings for Jiang Fei had frightened him to his core. Bennett Straz was the dragon god. He was extremely famous for his insatiable lust for women. He would not stop at copulation only, as he also wanted to own the women's heart. Being the master of courting, he would know what was going on with Akatsuri. The flare in her eyes, the unrelenting deep breaths she took, the unfazed stare of lust into Jiang Fei's, it was all signs of wanting, signs of carnal desire. He was afraid that Jiang Fei might actually reciprocate her feelings. If that happened, the leader of the Supreme Android would immediately revert back to become Jiang Fei's pet, the succubus daughter of the third princess of the royal Nephilim. It was fortunate because Jiang Fei was silent all the way. With Isabella's sudden uproar, the entire tense atmosphere was dispelled. If Akatsuri had offered herself to Jiang Fei, every unknown that was under her wing, her leadership, would be given to Jiang Fei. If he could, he would refuse it wholeheartedly, but because of their structural hierarchy, their built-in absolute command, they could never disobey Akatsuri's order. We would want to work together with you again, said Isabella. No one, including Jiang Fei and Akatsuri, noticed how oddly Straz was behaving. Work together? Is it to steal some more energy crystals? Akatsuri asked, smiling ever so slightly. Yes, Jiang Fei answered quietly. Sorry. Not interested. Akatsuri croaked before Jiang Fei could repeat louder. Because of the previous incident, Akatsuri now had more than enough energy crystals to finish her work. Even though starting the ship would require a tremendous amount of power, Akatsuri had everything within her calculations. She had the energy teleportation core in her hands, the main one even. The speed of which it produced energy crystals was much faster than Jiang Fei's backup teleportation core. There was no need for her to go out of her way to steal more energy crystals. Based on her calculation, by the time the ship was ready, she would have gathered enough energy crystals to start the ship and even operate it for some time. Having sufficient energy crystals was not the main reason why Akatsuri rejected Jiang Fei's request. She had only done so because Jiang Fei had let her down for the last time. She had doubts, but she remained optimistic about Jiang Fei. She took a huge blow when she discovered that Jiang Fei had no feelings for her. She blamed herself for this. How could she allow herself to dwell on Jiang Fei for so long? With so much hatred built up, Akatsuri would never agree to help Jiang Fei. Even if she had so many energy crystals, more than a lifetime's worth to power the entire ship even, she would never help Jiang Fei. For what it's worth, she decided to dedicate herself to cause trouble for Jiang Fei. When love turns to hate, one would do anything just to make sure the used-to-be paramour suffered greatly, even if it meant suffering together with him, even if it meant to pay greater than he. Sister. Isabella grunted. Until now, she was still believing in the premise that Akatsuri was merely toying with Jiang Fei just to get on her nerves. Have you thought this through? Can you please reconsider it? Jiang Fei asked. Although he was panicking, Jiang Fei managed to conceal his emotions well enough. If Akatsiri's downright rejected his request, Jiang Fei would be forced to attack the enemy on his own. I didn't say I want work with you. I'm only not interested in the energy business, said Akatsiris. She was purposely playing around with words just to cause trouble for Jiang Fei. Even though it was just one attempt, it did make Jiang Fei felt bad. And this made her feel satisfied. What are you suggesting? Jiang Fei asked, after he had drawn a deep breath. He could feel it deep in his bones that Akatsiris was punishing him for his wrongdoings. What could he do then but swallow it whole? Right now, Akatsiris had the higher ground. There was no one to blame but himself. He had misunderstood 0541's message and had wronged Akatsiris for it. Humph. Let me think about it. You will hear from Bennett Straz after 3 days, said Akatsiris, grinning from ear to ear. She was thoroughly enjoying this moment. Savoring every suffering that Jiang Fei had. Every time Jiang Fei flinched or frowned, it brought an inexplicable joy to her. And with that, I shall take my leave, Jiang Fei answered lifelessly. He was tired. He was sad. Most prominently, he was filled with guilt. Today was not a good day for him. Wait. Akatsiris came to Jiang Fei and held his hands. What more do you want? Jiang Fei answered lifelessly. I have something to talk to you. Alone, said Akatsiris, emphasizing the last word loudly before she turned to Isabella. Sister, could you please take the other muse out? I'd like to have a word with your little lover boy. What? Isabella was shocked. She quickly turned to Jiang Fei, which he then quickly replied, "It'll be fine." Isabella nodded defeatedly and took Ariel out. You too, said Akatsiris as she nodded toward Straz. Yes, my leader. Straz answered immediately, bowing respectfully before leaving the scene with Isabella and Ariel. What do you want? Jiang Fei asked. My master. Oh, my sweet loving master. I only wanted to ask. Akatsiri's eyes flared with hope once again. Speak your mind, Jiang Fei said. In his heart, he thought he knew what Akatsiris wanted to ask until she actually spoke. If I've done something terrible. Something so grave, would you end me? Akatsiris asked as she looked into Jiang Fei's longingly. At the same time, her finger flinched, beaming out invisible energy to the ring. The ring flashed and blinked repeatedly for a brief moment. Chapter 1197, A Change in Attitude. Jiang Fei was floored. What happened then was not how he had imagined in his head. He was preparing himself for Akatsiris to pop the question, "Do you love me?" But instead, the question she asked was something completely out of this world. To be completely honest, Jiang Fei could not do it. Given any circumstance, Jiang Fei could not bring himself to actually end her life. He was still overwhelmed by guilt. Still, 0541's message about her, about Akatsiris possibly being a factor that could change his life. But he could not be sure. Was it something positive? Or would it be something detrimental? Stop, Akatsiris read Jiang Fei's body language, and when she had already gotten the answer, she interjected him immediately. She smiled before turning her back to him. In that glimpse of a second, Jiang Fei saw a glint of emotion in her eyes. Sorry, Jiang Fei apologized. He was never good at dealing with a woman's emotion, much less reciprocate their feelings. He would regret not learning about it if he knew that in that moment of hesitation, Akatsiris had steeled her decision. We're done here. You can leave now, Akatsiris barked out of the sudden. Her attitude changed instantly. Jiang Fei could not deal with that sudden change and left the room. What he did not know was that 0543 was leaking information to Akatsiris, the same way 0542 did. When all of Jiang Fei's attention was focused on Akatsiris, he had failed to notice the ring's odd behavior. The ring was blinking madly, like fireworks in the sky, as it transferred all the latest information about Jiang Fei to Akatsiris. As of then, Akatsiris knew the real reason why Jiang Fei came to visit her. Naturally, she was not happy with it. She would not lend energy crystals to Jiang Fei, nor would she be working with him to attack the unknowns. Let's go, said Jiang Fei, defeated, as he entered the oval hall where Ariel and Isabella were waiting. The two nodded and walked along. They did not want to cause a scene as they were in enemy's territory. If anything happened, all they could do was teleport away. They made it to the teleportation pad, and after all three humans were sent back to whence they came, Straz paced quickly to the room where Akatsiris was. "Leader, I have reasons to believe that Jiang Fei came here with not one motive in mind," said Straz. "I know. He came here to steal energy crystals. Thanks to you, he could not steal from us," said Akatsiris. "What would he want energy for?" "It's to build his own force. The martial artists were not aligned with him. He may have the best biotechnology facility and equipment, but he lacks the energy to actually use them," Akatsiris explained. "So it seems. It's funny. He may be the captain of the ship, but he lacks the power to accomplish anything. Compared to Vagar, and to us, he's nothing but a piss-poor bloke," Straz sneered. "Leave him be. If he had energy, we might not get away from him," Akatsiris laughed bitterly before adding, "How is the ship?" "We have made significant progress now. Based on the updated prediction, we will be finishing all construction by 20 days. After that, it would take another 50 days until the ship is battle-ready," said Straz. "Emicham. I must warn you. I predict that Jiang Fei will come after 20 days to seize control of the ship. Be sure to increase all security then," said Akatsiris. She knew everything Jiang Fei had done, had prepared to do, and would do in the future. "Yes, leader. I will protect the ship with my life," said Straz. As he turned away, he stopped at the first step and turned around. "Leader, I have detected several oddities in your behavior. Do you wish to perform a system maintenance check?" That was the least provocative way to tell Akatsiris to behave herself. All the unknowns that served Akatsiris were only slaves to her. Akatsiris had absolute authority over all of them, like the administrator of the system that controls the machine. Straz would want to directly address Akatsiris for involving too many emotions, but he could not, or rather, dare not to ask her directly. "No need to beat around the bush. I know what I've done." "You would never see anything of that sort again," said Akatsiris with a stoic expression. It was so scary that Straz would never dare to fix Akatsiris ever again. "You'll start organizing the security personnel for the hangar bay," Straz whimpered away. As soon as Bennett Straz left the room, Akatsiris slammed the table in front of her and gritted her teeth angrily. "Oh my master, since you are not man enough to admit it, do not blame me for not being loyal." Jiang Fei was unhappy, but that was the least of his problems. He got moody after he had returned to Earth and had a breather. All three plans to acquire more energy crystals had failed him tremendously. Worst of all, he could only blame himself. "Darling, since we can't get any help from elder sister, I think we should try something else." Isabella came to Jiang Fei, who was frowning madly, and consoled him. It was an unexpected treatment since Isabella rarely talked to him in such a manner. She had earnestly thought that Akatsiris was denying every request for help because of her. That was why she came to Jiang Fei with a better attitude. "So it seems," Jiang Fei replied. Even though Akatsiris was obviously trying to get back on him, Jiang Fei had to take all the punishment as he could not afford to have Akatsiris pulling out of the alliance. Right now, the only way to quickly earn him some energy crystals was to steal from the enemy. He might have lost Akatsiris' help, but he still had the martial artists. For this plan to work, Jiang Fei planned to go all out into coaxing the level 5 grandmasters of the sections. Alone, he could never survive fighting the unknowns. He knew that there was nothing earthly that could move the heart of the level 5 fighter except Godblades. Whatever Valium he had originally was given to Isabella during the berserking episodes. Fortunately, there was still some left after Isabella had recovered. It was not enough to reforge Jeanlou's sword, but good enough to make smaller weapons, such as throwing stars and darts. 0543, how much Valium do I have left? 5 grams and less. Should be good. Make a few small shrapnels with them. Mold them into dart tips. Try and make as many as you can. Yes, Captain. Jiang Fei had very, very little Valium left. Fortunately, it was enough to meet Jiang Fei's requirements. With the thinnest coating, the dart tips that 0543 had made were extremely small. Even so, 0543 could only make 5 of them. Jiang Fei smirked with satisfaction as he held the small dart tips, no bigger than a rice grain. He could make good use of them since martial artists used them, to begin with. Unlike other metahuman humans, martial artists, like Japan's shinobis, trained using weapons besides kicks and punches. Although rarely used in a fight, they were also trained in the use of hidden weapons. Poison darts were only one of the many weapons they used. Chapter 1198, Mass Revival. Heh. These little devils are nothing but junk. But that's more than enough to shake things up a bit with the level 5 fighters, said Jiang Fei as he fiddled with the little grains of dart tips in his palm. The coat that was on the dart tips were made with the tiniest amount of Valium. This made the dart tips unusable after a single use. The most glaring issue with it was its lethality. It could only severely harm a level 5 metahuman but never enough to kill them. Due to the insufficient amount of Valium, it could never truly incapacitate a level 5 metahuman but sufficient enough to instantly kill a level 4 metahuman. Jiang Fei was the only person on Earth that could produce these dart tips. No one would know of its origin since no one else on Earth could forge them. Jiang Fei would present these dart tips to the level 5 fighters, and as long as they did not use them, no one but Jiang Fei would know that the Valium dart tips were only just surface-coated. If, however, they were used in battle, the darts could momentarily maim the opponent long enough to change the tide of war. Hence, even though it was useless to Jiang Fei, it would be good enough for others. Ariel, get Sylphie and prepare to leave to the Snow Mountain sect. Well, leave tomorrow, said Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei wanted to place Isabella at home and take Sylphie out with him. He wanted to take Nina along, but leaving Isabella at home alone would be too cruel to her. Ariel was needed at all times, not because he favored her the most, but because of her teleportation accuracy and her long-distance teleportation prowess. Yay! I knew darling come through. Sylphie cheered happily while she sneered smugly at Isabella, thinking that she had finally won Jiang Fei's heart. Isabella scoffed and returned the gaze with her own smug gaze. As she was the first true partner, she knew that Jiang Fei always favored her more than the other girls then. Nina, I promise to take you with me on my next excursion, said Jiang Fei as he came to her and held her hands. Jiang Fei could not feel more guilty for her since she had always been at home since the day she was born into this world. All is fine. It is better for me to stay at home. My strength lies in defense. Your parents would be safer in my care, Nina confronted Jiang Fei with a gentle smile that only Ariel could rival. To be honest, compared to Isabella and Sylphie, Jiang Fei preferred to be with Nina and Ariel. Of course, he would never reveal that to anyone, lest there would be civil war. When night came, Jiang Fei returned to the game and spent his time not with Hua Mulan, but with the other members of the new Saints Guards. He had yet managed to acquire enough energy to revive Hua Mulan. It would be cruel to Hua Mulan if she reached emotional maturity and was kept in the dark void of cyberspace. Hence, Jiang Fei would stop cultivating with Hua Mulan for the moment and started spending time with the new Saints Guards. Even though he had a limited amount of energy, reviving a small team of level 4 biohuman was achievable. He had already amassed more than 1,000,000 energy crystals, enough to only revive a small portion of the new Saints Guards. Both Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan worked together and hand-picked a small elite team. They were not the strongest members, but they were the best at adapting and surviving. Their ability to learn new things and skills were the best. It did not take long for Jiang Fei to complete a few missions with the girls to raise all their reputation levels to infatuated. At the end of the session, Jiang Fei woke up and immediately asked 0543 to prepare for the revival procedure. 0543, prepare the biopods and revive the girls I've picked out. Yes, Captain. In the next second, 12 biopods were materialized in Jiang Fei's base and started whirling with energy. Alright. Ariel, Sylphie, time for our little trip. Jiang Fei went ahead and fetched Ariel and Sylphie after the biopod was filled with mysterious liquid and started working. Jiang Fei was not meeting with just one level 5 fighter. The first pick of the draft was the Snow Mountain sect since he felt closer to them. The second choice was the Rainbow Longsword sect. He had figured that if he managed to get the first 2 level 5 masters to bend the knee, the other level 5 masters might follow along, facilitating Jiang Fei's quest. The trip to Snow Mountain sect had taken literally 1 second. Ariel and Jiang Fei had come here many times via Ariel's teleportation. Naturally, she was used to the terrain. Senior Jiang Fei. Please wait for just a brief moment. I'll go and inform the elders, said a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect when he saw Jiang Fei flashing in out of thin air. Jiang Fei was obviously younger looking than all other martial artists at his power level. Most importantly, since Bai Wanli and he had been close, the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect would only shower him with respect and address him with honorifics. Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Sylphie were led into a guest room where they were served hot tea. After some time later, specifically after the second pot of tea, the entire mountain trembled slightly and out came disciples and elders of the Snow Mountain sect through the gates. Sect leader Bai, did you really need to make such a big scene? Jiang Fei frowned. This sect in particular would always go all out whenever Jiang Fei was around. Besides the level 5 master and a few other non-combatant female staff, all the members of the sect were present. Brother Jiang. I'm surprised that you would say something about that now. I would have guessed you've gotten used to such parade, said Bai Wanli with a welcoming smile. That's what you think. I'll accept the gesture but please don't get all riled up, said Jiang Fei as he laughed bitterly. He was not the kind that liked to stand on ceremony. Darling, it seems that everyone here really respects you. Sylphie whispered. She was truly excited to see so many people present as a welcoming party. This is? Bai Wanli asked. My senior, Sylphie, Jiang Fei gestured. As expected of the great Zhuge Shanzhen, his prowess in teaching knows no bounds. Bai Wanli gasped. He tried to deduce the girl's power but failed when her aura was much stronger. Based on Jiang Fei's constant surprises, Bai Wanli could only guess that Sylphie was another level 5 master. To think that Jiang Fei's private sect housed so many level 5 masters and they were all still disciples under the name of Zhuge Shanzhen. Heh. You're too kind. My master is only just human, Jiang Fei replied modestly. He did not want to dwell on the topic of how gallant and mighty Zhuge Shanzhen was. Oh my. Look at me, how rude have I become for not greeting you first. Where are my manners? Bai Wanli sat down and bowed. How have you been? Bai Wanli started to talk. It was obvious then whenever others brought up the topic of Jiang Fei's master, Jiang Fei would make a discomfort expression that almost all elders could recognize. I'm doing all right. I'm actually here to ask for your help. I need to speak with the Grand Elder of this sect. Jiang Fei addressed the matter straightforwardly. Chapter 1199, by Shuren of the Snow Mountain Sect. You wish to meet the Grand Master? Bai Wanli exclaimed. Even though he knew that Jiang Fei would only present himself to them with a purpose, he would never expect Jiang Fei to want to meet the Grand Master of the Snow Mountain Sect. Yes. I have something interesting, things that I know he would have an eye for, said Jiang Fei with a suggestive grin. This is not a trivial matter. Even though I am the sect leader but anything related to the Grandmaster is out of my reach. I could relay the message but it all comes down to the Grandmaster himself, said Bai Wanli bitterly. The last thing he wanted to do was to reject Jiang Fei's request but it was hard for him to get involved with level 5 masters. I'm counting on you, Jiang Fei smiled and bowed slightly. Bai Wanli excused himself to talk to the Grandmaster while leaving Jiang Fei in the hands of the other masters of the sect. After an hour or so, Bai Wanli returned with a smile. How did it go? Jiang Fei stopped his boring conversation with the other masters and quickly asked Bai Wanli. Brother Jiang Fei. It seems that you're popular enough person to garner the Grandmaster's attention. He agreed to meet you and wishes me to take you to him now, said Bai Wanli. Jiang Fei was thrilled. It would be extremely awkward for him if the Grandmaster would reject to have an audience with him. You have my thanks, sect leader Bai, said Jiang Fei as he bowed lower this time. Jiang Fei wanted to say, I owe you big time, but he was afraid Bai Wanli might take it to the heart and would return to Jiang Fei with a request. He was grateful but not too much to that extent. The party went out of the guest room and towards the mountains. In about half an hour, they arrived deep into the mountains. To be specific, it was almost at the peak of the snow mountain as everything was already covered in snow. The temperature dropped to almost freezing temperature, not to mention the thick blanket of snow that piled up on the ground. The Grandmaster is just right ahead. This is where I take my leave, said Bai Wanli as they reached the top. Not far from where they stood was the cave that the Grandmaster was living in. Sect leader Bai won't be joining us? Ariel asked. The Grandmaster does not like crowds. We would never disturb the Grandmaster if it's not for urgent matters. Even though he allowed me to fetch brother Jiang Fei, he did not give me permission to enter his domains, said Bai Wanli as he bowed apologetically. Even though the level 5 Grandmaster was of Snow Mountain sect, the man was approaching his 200th years. Bai Wanli was several generations younger than he was. It was only natural for the Grandmaster to be cold towards anyone. "Thank you for all your troubles," said Jiang Fei before he proceeded to the cave. He held no fear to any level 5 fighters, especially since he had fought and survived many other level 5 metahumans. Moreover, he had Sylphie and Ariel with him. To be honest, the fear and respect he once had for other level 5 metahumans were gone. The inside of the cave was large and even housed larger cavities. As they went deeper, the temperature began to rise back up. It seemed that the many tunnels served as insulation. Not bad. Here I thought that the man would be training in harsh conditions. Looks like he was rather enjoying this place. Sylphie commented as she clung to Jiang Fei. "Huh. Baby doll, do you really think that all level 5 masters would subject themselves to harsh training like the Shaolin monks?" The voice echoed all over the caverns. Deep husky laughter filled the cavern after he was done teasing Sylphie. Jiang Fei was not surprised since he did come into the cave knowingly. As a matter of fact, the level 5 Grandmaster did not bother to hide his presence. By the time Jiang Fei was halfway through the cave, both of them could already feel each other's presence. "Great Senior, this one greets you," said Jiang Fei. "Walk a little further." "I'm right here waiting for you," the voice replied. Judging from the volume and direction, they were already very close to each other. As soon as Jiang Fei took a step forward, Ariel pulled Jiang Fei closer to her and whispered, "This person is very strong. Besides Sister Bella, I don't think neither of us could defeat him." Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. He did not expect the old Grandmaster of the Snow Mountain sect to be that strong. Isabella was only so strong because of the core of life enabling her to deploy her domain ability for as long as she wanted to. It seemed that this old Grandmaster was just as strong as Isabella. Even so, Jiang Fei did not falter. He was full confidence that his own domain ability would triumph over any other level 5 masters. Even if the Grandmaster was stronger than Isabella, Jiang Fei could still defeat him in a one-on-one battle. However, there was a condition. Jiang Fei would have to be the first one to act. If he was able to deploy his domain, the enemy would definitely be weakened and Jiang Fei could defeat him even though he was only at the pinnacle stage of level 4. However, if the enemy got to him first, being killed instantly was probably the only outcome. Half a minute later, Jiang Fei and the others reached the end of the caverns. "What the hell?" Jiang Fei gasped. The deep, husky voice of a man had given him the impression that the Grandmaster was an older, muscular tall man with muscle honed to perfection. The little guy that was standing in front of him was not exactly the person Jiang Fei had imagined meeting with. He was so small, perhaps half of Jiang Fei's height even. One could even mistake him for a dwarf. Not only was he short, he was also wider than normal humans. To be honest, he would look like an oil barrel. A small, fat oil barrel. "What's wrong, boy?" "Ha ha ha. Disappointed at what you see?" said the Grandmaster when he saw the stunned expression on Jiang Fei's face. The man had a cheerful, happy-go-lucky look even though he was already 200 years old. His hair draped down from his neck, all discolored and pale like the snow outside the cave. Even so, he had a chubby cheeks, the same kind of which babies would have. When he saw Jiang Fei, he laughed jubilantly that his eyes were so narrowed that it formed a line. "Ugh. Greetings, Grandmaster," Jiang Fei awkwardly greeted the Grandmaster. He was completely caught off guard with his looks and did not know how to respond to his question. "At ease, boy. My name is Bai Shiren. How is Master Zhuge?" Bai Shiren asked whilst laughed louder at Jiang Fei's awkward demeanor. "My master is well." Jiang Fei was slightly nervous talking about Zhuge Shanjin in front of other level 5 master. However, it seemed that the fictional persona was still playing its part well enough to fool the others. "Do send my regards to the master. I do wish to meet with him. I have lived long enough and it would be rude for me not to greet another such as myself," said Bai Shiren. I will. Jiang Fei nodded profusely. Sylphie, who was standing a few feet away, was stifling her laughter. She knew everything about Jiang Fei and naturally about the fictional persona. Ho 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 ho. What a festive meeting. Shall we get down to business? I hear you have something that I would have an eye for, said Bai Shiren. The man was eager to know what was the thing that Jiang Fei was offering. It was only expected since the boy came from a mysterious sect that was unheard of. With all due respect, it is nothing but a toy for the Grandmaster. Nevertheless, here it is, said Jiang Fei as he opened his palm and showed the few dart tips that were only coated in Valium. Chapter 1200, Cutting Corners. Oh my! Bai Shuren dropped his jaw and flinched when he saw the little nuggets resting on Jiang Fei's palm. He need not ask what it was and immediately knew what it was as the aura of Valium was coming at him, like the heat from a wildfire. As the Grandmaster of the Snow Mountain sect, and a man that had lived for more than 200 years, he had seen and done many things. Naturally, he had seen a god blade, as a matter of fact, he owned one too. The problem was that many god blades that were in human possession were already processed and forged into weapons for the Namekians. Namekians did not have limbs, they walked around like a reversed octopus with tentacles protruding out from their heads. The weapons they used could not be used by humans. It was not meant to be. The best way to describe would be handing a keyboard to a giraffe or an elephant. Jiang Fei's weapon was different. The dart tips were small and could fit into basically any other weapons. Bai Shuren, a fighter that specialized in hidden weaponry, could make full use of the dart tips. That was why Bai Shuren dropped his jaw and stared in awe when Jiang Fei presented the dart tips. Where? How on earth did you get these? Bai Shuren asked, his voice trembled with excitement. These things were already combat ready and it would be the ultimate weapon for any level 5 master. My master made them. Jiang Fei exclaimed. Since the persona had not yet been blown, Jiang Fei had the intention to use Zhuge Shanjin to its fullest. Ah! Such a magnificent person he is. Bai Shuren praised. The discovery of Godblade or Valium was dated for a few thousand years back. Many had tried but failed to reforge these incredible weapons. Unfortunately, not a single blacksmith on Earth, even the legendary ones, were able to melt the weapon. As such, many level 5 masters in the world possessed Godblades, but only as collectible items. Their value was high but only as a means of aesthetica token of power. Senior Bai, are you interested in these little things? Jiang Fei purposely toyed with the dart tips in his palms, moving back and forth. Jiang Fei already knew what Bai Shuren would say since the man was not even trying to hide the excitement on his face. Even a monkey could pick up those signs that said that Bai Shuren wanted those dart tips badly. My friend, I'm asking a favor here. Please, for the love of God, let me talk to your master. Bai Shuren swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pleaded. The dignified look of a level 5 metahuman was now gone. His demeanor changed from that of a godlike being to a mortal with materialistic desire. Even his attitude towards Jiang Fei changed. At the beginning, he merely addressed Jiang Fei as boy. Now, he became a friend. My master? He's always busy with something. I can try, but what do you want to meet him for? Jiang Fei asked. The stronger the opponent, the least Jiang Fei would flaunt the name of Zhuge Shanjin. The disparity of power between level 5 and level 4 was heaven and earth. He was only so lucky to be able to fool the other level 5 metahumans. But if someone managed to get the better of Jiang Fei, the entire persona would be blown. It'll come clean. I have here another Godblade. I was hoping to talk to your master about reforging it into a form that I can use. You need not worry. I will be forever in his debts if he grants me this request, said Bai Shuren with his eyes opened wide. MHM. Well. Jiang Fei was torn. He did not want anyone to see Zhuge Shanjin, but having a level 5 metahuman to owe him a favor was tempting. On one hand, Jiang Fei could get him some Valium for himself by cutting corners during the reforge. My friend, please. You gotta help me. Bai Shuren quickly approached Jiang Fei when he saw Jiang Fei was contemplating about the request. He jumped down from his stool and was about to hold Jiang Fei's hands, merely as a means to show his sincerity. However, at the second Bai Shuren was about to raise his hands, a gust of powerful sharp gale blew over. Faster than a speeding bullet, Sylphie disappeared from behind Jiang Fei and stood in between he and Bai Shuren. That was not even the full extent of her speed, merely a basic flash step technique. Bai Shuren was taken aback. When the three entered the cave, Bai Shuren had already gauged all of the power levels. He knew that Ariel was the strongest amongst them while Jiang Fei and Sylphie was only at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Little did he knew that the flashy girl was only hiding her presence too well, that she was able to mask her true powers. It had only proved just how strong Sylphie was when even Baishuren was fooled by it. I see. Pardon my boorishness. Forgive me for ignorance, said Baishuren after he had realized that Sylphie was another level 5 fighter. He was apologizing for calling her a baby doll when she made a comment about his living quarters. Please. Don't be. Sylphie, please stand down. We are amongst friends. Jiang Fei patted Sylphie on her shoulders before asking her to retreat. He then quickly turned to Baishuren and bowed to him apologetically. I'm extremely sorry for this. My fellow seniors and juniors here aren't used to behaving amongst others. It's all good. All good. Baishuren retreated back a little and said. He was regretting his early judging of these three young ones. At that moment, his thoughts about how mysterious Jiang Fei's master was had only gotten stronger. Even though Jiang Fei was behaving extremely humbly, he was actually hoping Sylphie or Ariel could do something to demonstrate his force. He was always in the passive, pretending to not want to flaunt his strength. He did not forget that his main purpose then was to recruit level 5 grandmasters to join his Kazuto fight the unknowns. If he remained passive all the time, how would the grandmaster know his true powers, and why would they team up with him if he was truly weak? Senior Bai, the god blade you mentioned, may I see it? Jiang Fei asked. Sure. Baishuren agreed at the spur of the moment. Baishuren would never reveal the weapon in front of someone else, not even other level 5 metahumans, but since it was Jiang Fei, the man caved in immediately. He was building his own expectations, thinking that Jiang Fei had requested to look at the weapon to inspect it for the reforge. It would only be stupid for him to not allow Jiang Fei to see it. In no time at all, Baishuren returned from the back of the cave and handed Jiang Fei a wooden box. The box was huge, and when Jiang Fei opened it, a sharp, round chakram rested on red velvet cloth. The entire chakram had no blunt ends, not even the inside of it. It was incredibly unsuited for human use. 0543, examine the blade and check for its Valium content, Jiang Fei quickly ordered. Captain, the chakram contains exactly 21.5 grams of Valium, 0543 replied in only 2 seconds later. Jiang Fei was excited. That amount of Valium was roughly the same amount of Valium when he first forged the Zhanlu sword. Senior Bai, how do you wish to reforge this? Jiang Fei turned to Baishuren, who was fidgeting with excitement, and asked. Could it be done like so? Baishuren trembled as he showed Jiang Fei a small leather parchment depicting an illustration of 2, palm-size, spinning needles. The name of the weapon, imprinted on the top of the parchment, was Erme water-splitting needle. MHM. Interesting, Jiang Fei mumbled as he analyzed the parchment. The weapon or needles was built with the intention to stab. It was a dual-handed weapon, with a rotating axle attachment to the middle of the needle, and a ring on the end of the axle to be fitted in the middle finger in each hand. The structure of the weapon was intriguing. Most importantly, Jiang Fei could make good use of it. Since the weapon was mainly used for stabbing, he could only coat the surface of the pointy end of the needle with Valium and not the entire weapon. There were 4 pointy ends, and that would only take less than 10 grams of Valium in total. If done correctly, Jiang Fei could cut corners and claim more than half of the provided Valium for himself.